Hey everybody, Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 5 of Hoopfest, our final day. I hope you are excited, man. We are so excited here today. We got Roger, Kyle, and Kennedy are all over here. They're all excited and ready to go.
All right.
There they are. And we have Rhonda and Melinda and Marina on the chat today, helping you out on Facebook and YouTube chat. And I think even Rena may be helping out a little bit too. But we have, so y'all can look for them in the chat. If y'all got any questions, they're going to be trying to help answer them as well. So guys, we are super excited about today because today is the day that we're going to announce our winners of the contest, the embroidery contest. And also today is the day we're going to award the Dream Studio giveaway to one lucky person. And we already have 4 finalists right now, and that we've picked throughout the week. So Monday's finalist was Debbie Stukin. Day 2 was Catherine Hutchinson. Day 3 was Thelma Jean Hill. Day 4 was Cindy what is it? Hoonhout. That's it. Cindy Hoonhout. So there's our 4 finalists we have so far, and we're going to pick another one this afternoon and have 5, and then live on the air, I'm going to pull their name out of a hat to see who wins the Dream Studio giveaway. So it's going to be pretty awesome, and I can't wait to do that. But what's great about it is all 5 people win something. So one of them is going to win the Dream Studio, but the other 4 also get a prize package. So they're guaranteed to get something, so it's pretty awesome.
And something good, Blaine.
It is.
Something good.
It is really good. And then we're going to give stuff away all throughout the day. And speaking of giving away, let's just give away something right now. What do y'all think?
Okay.
Let's give a Brother LB 5000 away right there. Y'all see it right there? Kennedy, get that wheel all greased up, ready to go.
Ready.
All right, guys, spin that wheel. We're going to give something away first thing this morning to get things kicked off right. Let's see who it is. It's counting down. Here we go. Slowing down.
Patricia
Winters. She is our winner. So congratulations, Patricia. She is watching today from YouTube. So Patricia, we need you to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll get your brand new machine shipped out to you next week sometime. All right, guys, that's the way to start today off, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Well, if you're brand new and you haven't been on one of our shows before, I got to tell you a little bit about Hoopfest and how it works. So basically, we had a embroidery contest we advertised. You could enter a project, and once the projects got all entered, we put them all up with pictures on the web, and then you could go vote. Voting ended yesterday at close of business, so we do have winners. We have 3 winners. And so first place is going to get a Golden Sisters trophy, a ribbon to put on their project, and they get a great prize package. Second place also gets a prize package and a ribbon, second place ribbon to put on their project. And third place gets a ribbon to put on the project and also a prize package. So all of them are going to be winners. And it was all by votes. And we had, thousands of people voted. And so it worked out really well, and we're super excited. And we're going to announce those winners this afternoon, and so y'all get to see that. Other than that, if you want to win today throughout the day, just like the machine we just gave away, all you have to do is just make comments, ask questions. If you haven't, subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, just go over there and subscribe to it. Give us a thumbs up, hit the bell notification. Doesn't cost a thing. If you're on, if you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like the Facebook page. Same thing. We also have a closed group, a Facebook group over there that you can go sign up for, and you get inside information, tips and things, and coupons, and that not the public doesn't get, as long as you're part of that private group. So anyway, that's all the media stuff that we could do this morning. But guys, we hope that you've enjoyed what you've seen this week. You remember Monday when we started this, I said, Friday's going to be here before you know it. It's going to go by so fast, and we're going to be going, wow, this is the last day. Well, here it is, last day. So we got to make the most of it. And we've got a great lineup for you today as well. Oh, my gosh. We're starting the day off with Sarah Vester. And she's going to be, with Brother. She's going to be talking all about that SE 1900. And then we have Kelly Latre from Juki coming back. She's going to be talking about that Ricoh printer again. And then we have Melinda Stevenson from Baby Lock coming in. They're going to talk all about that 6-needle array. And then we got Chris Talk. Y'all love Chris Talk. He's going to be coming in. He's going to be doing our first educational session. And we're only going to have one educational session today because we had some extra things that we had to get in product-wise. But he'll be there. And then I'll tell you the rest of the lineup a little bit later on. But that's going to start us off first thing today. And man, I tell you what, we're super excited about that. But before we get the show started, got to say a big shout out to some people watching today. We got Coco and Tracy Smith. Hey, they're over there in Monroe, Louisiana. So good morning to y'all. We're sure glad y'all are watching. We have Lisa Geritana, I think is how you pronounce it, over in Mississippi watching. We have James. He's in Sun Prairie, Wisconsin watching this morning. Linda Brown over in Utah. Good morning to Linda. We have Lynn Thacker in Kentucky. That's a name I've recognized before. Doreen Warren, she's in Visalia, California. So good morning, Doreen. Lori Scott, she's over in Wyoming. So good morning, Lori. Nancy Gonzalez up in Kentucky. And then we have Retha Reinke. She's over in Wyoming. So got a great bunch watching this morning. But guys, we could not do Quilt Fest if it weren't for our partners and sponsors. And guys, there they are. I tell you what, great big shout out to Brother, Baby Lock, Juki, R&K. And R&K is the exclusive distributor for Floriani. Janome, SWF, Stay Perfect, Aero Cabinets, Dime, and Reliable, and then Synchrony. Synchrony's giving us that great financing that we're able to offer. And so all these sponsors, we could not do our festivals if it weren't for the sponsors, and Hoopfest is no exception. They have been great for us and really helped us out, and they're helping us provide all these great educators as well. And so it's been a fun time, and I hate for it coming to an end, but it's got to end sometime. But guys, I got to tell you about the next event. Are y'all ready? Get your pencils and paper out and write these notes down. All right, coming up, September the 11th through the 15th is SewFest. And guys, we have a brand new format that we're going to roll out for SewFest. It's going to be all week long, and you're absolutely going to love this. We're going to have education. So we're going to have half of the whole event is going to be based on education, and then we'll also show some product demos and give you some great specials. But it's going to be so much education involved, you're going to love it. So our goal right now is to do about 4 hours a day of just education and 4 hours of showing demos and things. So whole new format we're rolling out. Tell us what you think about that. And it's sewing. So sewing means that it's everything. We're going to talk about quilting. We're going to talk about serging. We're going to talk about embroidery and just sewing. So it's going to be a lot of fun things. And so we're super excited. We've already started working on SewFest, and so it'll be here before you know it, believe me. And so anyway, that's kind of what the game plan is for SewFest, and it's going to be the first time we've ever done something to this extent with the education part side of it. And so hopefully y'all will enjoy that and learn a lot. And so that's our plan right now. And so y'all mark those dates down. And because I tell you, won't it, guys, it'll be here really quick.
Yes.
Because it takes a bunch of us to work on this, guys, to make this happen. And, I got to say a big, shout out to Kyle and his team and all the people at our home office that are, the shipper guys, in the warehouse, all the phone sales, all the customer service people. It takes a total team effort to make this happen, and we sure do appreciate everything they do as well. So, all right, guys, are y'all ready to kick things off this morning?
Yes, let's do it.
Well, guess what? We are too. We got Sarah Vesser is up first, and Sarah's a brother educator, and she owns. It's called SAV New York, it's NYC, right? SAV NYC. So it's New York City. I think that's where Sarah still lives. And Sarah's been on our show many times. She is super talented, and we always love having her part. But this morning, we're going to talk all about the SE 1900. But y'all, welcome to the show, Sarah Vetzer. Hey, Sarah.
Hi. Hi. Hey, Blaine. Good morning.
How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. Happy Hoopfest.
Oh, thank you. Now, you're still in New York, is that correct?
I'm currently in New Jersey for the summer. Yeah, taking a little break from the city.
All right. Well, hey, if people want to get a hold of you, how could they find you? Do you have a Facebook page and Instagram and all that?
So I am primarily on Instagram at SAV_NYC. I'm also starting up my own YouTube channel with lots of educational content. You can also find that at SAV_NYC.
Okay, awesome. All right. Well, you know, Sarah, we always love that you come on our shows, and I know the SE 1900 is a favorite of yours, and you know, it's most certainly been a favorite of ours, and we've got a great special on it today. So we want everybody to be able to call in and find out about that. But we're gonna let you get going, and I'm gonna come back about 25 minutes, and we'll tell them how they can get one. Okay?
Awesome. Thanks for having me. All right. Hey, guys. So once again, I'm Sarah, and I'm a brother educator. I'm here today. I'm going to be presenting two machines for Hoopfest. Today, I'm starting out with the SE 1900, which you can see behind me. It is one of Brother's entry-level sewing and embroidery combo machines. So it's super cute, really compact. When I did live in the city, I definitely thrived on these small, compact combo machines. This machine weighs only 22 pounds, so it's really easy to just lift it up, store it away on a shelf when you don't need it. If you need to maximize your sewing studio space, size is key, right? So it's a great beginner machine. It's also great if you are an expert and you need an extra machine to take with you on trips because you just can't be away from your sewing studio for that long. So this one, again, 22 pounds, it's super easy to lift it up, take it with you, and it measures 23 inches in width. So again, very compact, easy to bring with you in the car, put it up in your hotel, and get some sewing done while you're away. All right, so although it's compact, it is chock full of stitches and included embroidery designs. Right now, we're in sewing mode. I have so much to show you today on this machine. You can do so many things with it. I'm going to start off on the sewing side. There are 240 stitches built into this machine.
Hey, Sarah.
Yes.
So sorry to interrupt. You're having a little bit of sound problems. It sound like you're crackling, and I'm not sure if you can, maybe you know what that is, or you can reboot it or something. But yeah, you're crackling and kind of popping as you're talking.
Oh, sorry about that. Is that better?
I don't know. Keep talking.
Yep. When I talk like this,
Yeah,
I'm holding my mic up. Okay, so it's rubbing against my shirt. Sorry about that.
No, it's still popping. I don't think it's rubbing against the shirt. I think it's some kind of audio problem.
All right.
We can hear you, but it's still, it's kind of distracting a little bit. And I want everybody to be able to hear you fine. And
now, is this any better, or are we still crackling?
Yeah, it's not as loud, but it must be your mic that you were using. Something's going on. Yeah, that sounds good.
That sounds better?
Right. Yes, perfect. Let's go from there. All right, sorry to interrupt, but let's go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
No problem. Sorry about that, guys. All right, so I will pick up from talking about the sewing section. So there are 240 built-in stitches. You can get a ton of stuff accomplished. You also get 8 accessory feet included. And Brother has designed the machines so that the accessory feet are actually stored right here for you. They come in this cute little tray that has each of them labeled out by letter. So it's really handy. It's right there when you need it, and it's easy to find the exact presser foot that you need for your project. Okay, so I'm going to wake the machine up. I'm going to switch my camera over so you can get a closer look. There we are. All right, so this is the beautiful 3-inch color LCD touchscreen. I'm going to touch it to wake it up, and the machine knows that we're in sewing mode. Like I said, you can sew and embroider on this machine. When you have the sewing attachment on, which I just showed you a second ago, the machine recognizes that and it automatically brings us to our utility stitch category here. So if we want to go and look at all of the categories that are available to us, we can simply select the stitch selection key on the front of our machine, and now all of our stitch categories are displayed here. This top row is our utility stitches, so that has the buttonholes and the directional sewing. And the bottom section here in this nice gold color is showing us our decorative stitches, our alphabets, and our My Custom Stitch. My Custom Stitch is exclusive to Brother, and it allows you to actually plot different points to create your very own stitch. So you can keep going, you can get so creative with that. So if 240 built-in stitches is not enough for you, you have the ability to use My Custom Stitch and design your very own stitches. Now I wanted to take the lid of the machine off here to show you guys. I'm going to put my mic down for a second. Okay, so the lid of the machine is always here for you. It's connected to your machine, always handy, and what it has inside is super important. So this is every single stitch that's available to you on the machine. It shows you each and every one. It shows you the number category that they're in, so you can browse them at any time on the inside of your machine lid. And then you can easily access any of them by looking at the category number and looking at the number for the corresponding stitch. So I'm going to pick one here. Let's see. I'm going to choose category 10, stitch 33. So on my screen here, I can go to category 10 and then use the arrows on the front of my machine to select stitch 33. So there it is, and the machine is giving us lots of information about this particular stitch. So right off the bat, it shows us what presser foot we need, so that's foot N, and I have that on my machine already. It's showing us the stitch width, the stitch length, the shift of the needle, and the tension. And you can change all of those things in your settings menu right here. So I'm actually going to make it a little bit longer. And you can see the preview changed as I changed that width there. So you're getting a beautiful preview of what the stitch is going to look like as you're editing all of those different points, the width, the length, and so on. If you like the stitch that you created, you can save it to your machine's memory. So I'm going to switch my camera again, and I'm going to show you how beautifully this stitches out. Actually, before I switch, I'm just going to take you through some of the buttons on the front of the machine here. You have your back arrow, you have your needle change key. This is important because this locks the machine for you when you need to change out your needle. That's a really great safety feature. You have your navigational arrows, which will take you through the different menus that are on screen. Again, this is your stitch selection key, which brings you to the main screen, shows you all the categories of the stitches that you have. This would be your embroidery selection key, which will bring you, when we're in embroidery mode, to all the different embroidery categories available. Then you have your settings key and your tutorials key. This is really cool. I'll take a second to show this to you guys. There are several built-in tutorials here. So if you have a question when you're starting out to use the machine about how to thread it, how to wind the bobbin, there's so many different tutorials in here. You can select any of them, use your arrows, and it'll take you through how to do that exact function. I love that feature so much. All right. And then shifting over slightly, just going to take a second to point out these buttons as well. We have our start stop key, We have our back stitch key, and we also have a reinforce in place key. It's really nice to have these two options. Sometimes you don't want a bulky back stitch and you just want a reinforce in place. So these are both, it's great to have both of those options there depending on the project that you're doing. You have your needle drop key here, and you have your scissors key. This is great too. So this at the end of your project will trim your threads for you so you can easily remove your project from the machine. And then you have your 5-speed slider here. So you can choose between 5 different sewing speeds. I'm going to put it in the middle right now for my demo. You simply have to slide this little lever here. You can adjust it while you're sewing or set it before you start, and that will determine the speed of your stitches. Okay, so I have a scrap of fabric here. Here it is. So I'm going to lower my presser foot. Now the machine does come with a foot pedal. I do not have it attached at the moment. You do not need it. You can simply sew with your speed selector and your start stop button. It also comes with a knee lifter, which is really handy. It allows you to lower and raise your presser foot without using your hands at all. So that's a great feature as well. I'm going to drop my needle and press the start button. And you can see how quiet the machine is. This is half speed, but I'll crank it all the way up for us. I'm going to stop, reinforce in place, and then use my scissors key to trim. Now when I lift my presser foot, there's my beautiful stitch. Nice and easy. The machine stitches at 850 stitches per minute. So it goes really fast if you'd like it to, nice and smooth. All right, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to show you on the sewing side. I also should mention that there are 5 built-in sewing fonts, so those are really cool as well. Switch back to the screen here. And I can go back to the categories and select the font category here. So these are your 5 sewing fonts. So you can select any of those, and then using the navigational arrows on the front of your machine, scroll through the alphabet, and you can stitch out a beautiful message.
Well, we lost Sarah somehow, so I'm not real sure. I don't think she ever quite got her little crack on pop out of her mic. But while we're waiting for her maybe to come back in, let's go ahead and show the overlay Kennedy, and we'll tell y'all a little bit about the machine. So guys, this is the Brother SE 1900, and I'm going to tell you right now, Brother is going to be closing this machine out. So this machine's probably going to go away by the end of the year. So what's that mean? When they have a closeout, that means good things. So guys, give us a call for more information, because I think we'll make you extremely happy today. The normal price on this is $1,099. We do have some financing available. And guys, give us a call, 800-401-8151, and we're going to ship this free to you nationwide. And so what a great machine. So let me tell you a little bit about the machine. So it has 240 stitches. It's going to be a 5x7 embroidery field. And again, it has that large color touchscreen LCD. It's a 3.2 inch, So Smart Color LCD, they call it. It has that large 5x7 embroidery area, which is really nice. 240 stitches. It has the 138 built-in embroidery designs. It has the USB port so you can import designs. It has those 7 embroidery fonts that Sarah was talking about. So it's just loaded up with features just for, has free motion sewing. So you can drop those feed dogs down and do free motion. Has that super bright LED light. And I think when Sarah's video, I don't know if y'all noticed that, but she looked like she had all the lights out in her studio. And I tell you what, those lights on that machine really illuminated that bright. Has that automatic needle threader. And I'm telling you, you could not get, I don't think you could get by in the world anymore without an automatic needle threader with sewing. Has that spring action zigzag foot. It's going to come with that blind stitch foot, the zipper foot, the buttonhole foot, and it's going to come with the button sewing foot, the overcasting foot, the monogramming foot. So you're getting all these extra feet with it, guys. Just super. And you know what's awesome too? It's 850 stitches per minute, which is extremely fast. Only weighs 22 pounds. So guys, this is a great, great machine. Has the 5mm stitch length, the 7mm stitch width. And so there's so many things, and it comes with a huge accessory packet with it. So 25-year warranty on the chassis, 2 years on the electronics. So a great warranty from Brother. And again, I can't say enough about the machine. So, all right, I think we completely lost Sarah forever. she fell into the black abyss. So yeah, we don't know what happened to her. So I guess, I know that we actually, we've had some people today. Richard Tharp was supposed to be on the show today. He's not going to be able to make it because he's got no internet. And so there's been some internet outages across the nation, and he's one of them. And so we have Melinda Stevenson coming back in, going to fill in for him. So anyway, let's give something else away, Kennedy. And while we get ready, yeah, we're going to do a $100 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. And so guys, what you can do is we'll actually going to email you the gift card code. And then when you put all your products in your shopping cart, you can just put the code in there and it'll knock $100 off your purchase. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Okay.
Here we go.
Chris
Morris. So congratulations, Chris. She is watching from Facebook. And so, Chris, we need you to go to smplive.tv. And to claim your prize, you just scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all the information, hit submit, and we'll get your machine shipped out to you next week sometime. All right, guys. So we're going to maybe continue on. Do we have, is Kelly on yet?
No,
not
yet.
Not on. All right. So again, let's talk a little bit about, can we show some of the prizes that they're going to win today?
Yeah, let's show the Dream Studio really quick.
All right, let's start out. So here's the Dream Studio, guys, and we're going to tell you a little bit about the Dream Studio. Now, what's so awesome about this is you're going to get, whoever wins this today, we're going to pick our 5th finalist today. And, and all 5 people will be put in a hat, and then I'm going to draw that name out. But they're going to win over $25,000 worth of product. And, you see right in the center, the highlight of this is that SWF 12 needle embroidery machine. I mean, what a great machine. Then we have that Brother Airflow 3000 air thread serger. Then we have the Baby Lock Accord, which is a sewing and embroidery machine. And then we have that NX7 Juki sewing machine. Then you have the Great Wall of Thread from Floriani, and it has 360 spools of thread. And then you're going to top it off with the 2-tier Stay Perfect electric lift table. So it is awesome. So I think we got Sarah back. So let's quickly go back to Sarah. And all right, Sarah, I think we got you back now. We lost you there for a second. We'll let you come back and let you go for another 15 minutes, okay?
All right, so sorry about that. I switched back to my computer audio, so hopefully there's no more crackling going on. Okay, So I'm just going to pick up on the embroidery side. So to switch over to the embroidery side from sewing, it's really easy. I'm going to power off my machine and then remove the sewing attachment here. Okay. This is the embroidery unit, also very compact, and there is a little lever on the bottom here, so I'm going to pull that lever. And slide it in until it clicks, and then I'll just power it down. Okay, once it's powered on, it recognizes that we're in embroidery mode now, so it's going to calibrate the arm of my embroidery attachment. Okay, now on my screen, nope, wrong camera. On my screen, you can see that there are different embroidery categories now. So on the embroidery side, we have 138 built-in designs, as well as 11 fonts. So you have a lot to play with here. If we select a category, it will display 13 pages of designs in this category, and these are the more seasonal designs. So I can use the arrows on the front of my machine to scroll through the designs, and once I select one, it will preview it for me in the embroidery area. The max embroidery area on this machine is 5 by 7 inches, and the machine does come with an included 5 by 7 hoop. Right now, I'll show that to you when I zoom back out. Right now I have a nice little pocket hooped in there, and hopefully I'll get to demo how you can use the positioning tools on the machine to get a perfect placement above a pocket. As we select these designs and it previews it in the embroidery area for us, a couple of different things are going to happen. So the machine is going to recognize the size of the design, and it's going to X out or gray out any of the hoops that this design would not fit in. So for instance, this is the 1 inch by 2.5 inch hoop that it grayed out for us. This design is 3 inches by 2 3/4 inches. So it would not fit in that small hoop. So it grayed out for us. Right now we are previewing the design in the 5 by 7 frame, but we can select the 4 by 4 frame as well. And it has embroidery frame identification. So you can see when I selected the 4 by 4 frame, it grayed out certain designs, and it won't even let me select those designs to use in the 4 by 4 frame. So there's lots of built-in functions on this machine that make your embroidery, the learning curve, kind of smaller for you, right? It's helping you along the way to determine what designs you can use in certain hoops. So again, the machine comes with a 5 by 7 frame, but the 2 additional frames that are optional add-on accessories for you would be the 4 by 4 frame and the 1 inch by 2.5 inch frame. This preview key in the corner I love because you get to see the design big and beautiful on this 3-inch screen. And again, you have the option of previewing it inside a certain hoop. So this is the 4 by 4. You can preview it in the 5 by 7, and it gives you more of a proportional idea of how the design will look in the hoop. Back to my different categories here, we have a second design category with an additional 14 pages of designs. We have a beautiful floral alphabet. And then these are our 11 fonts right here. You can scroll through those. And when you select any of those, it opens up a keyboard for you. And you have tabs up here for your letters, your numbers, and your special characters. You can navigate through the alphabet using the arrows on the front of your machine
to see all uppercase and lowercase letters. And then of course you have 140 frame combinations. So I have a really cute sample here. I made this pot holder with some of the included designs and with an included frame. I'm going to quickly throw this design together on my machine to show you how many editing capabilities there are and how easy it is to create, first of all, right out of the box, and to create using the included designs. So I used a circle frame, first of all. It was this one here. Has this beautiful scallop design going on. So I'm going to set that, and immediately we're brought to our first editing page here, which has lots of different tools available for us. I'm going to use the size tool, and I'm going to size this up as large as it will go, which is about 5 by 5 inches. And again, we're getting the dimensions up in the corner here, so we can see exactly what we're designing step by step. Now I'm going to add in those strawberries, so I just press add, and I'm brought back to the main page with our different embroidery categories. I can select from any of them and browse, and notice it is previewing what is already in my design area, which is that frame. When I select an additional design, it drops it into the center of the embroidery area. I can press set. We're brought back to our editing page. For this strawberry, I'm going to mirror it. Oops. Going to mirror that, and you can use a stylus. You can use your finger to drag things around and drop them. You can also use the move tool here for more precise movements. There is a zoom function. You can zoom up to 300%, which is pretty impressive. And when you're at 300%, a little grid shows up on the screen. It might be hard to see from your angle, but there are small dots that would allow you to align different parts of your design perfectly and precisely. I'll zoom back out to 100%. Now I want to add another strawberry, so I'll go back to add, back to my strawberry category here. And this time I'm going to rotate it. You can rotate by 90 degrees, 10 degrees, or as little as 1 degree. I'm going to do about 20 degrees, and then I'm going to drag it and position it like so. Now, one last thing I want to do is change the color of the border shape. So I'm going to use my select key. You can see there's a red box around this strawberry that we were editing. That lets us know that that is the portion of the design that we're directly editing at the moment. I'm going to use my select key to make sure that the red box is around my circular frame. Then I'm going to go into my color palette, and I'm going to turn that frame red so it matches the strawberries in my design. Now that we're ready to stitch out, I can press End Edit. I can move around and position. This is our positioning function here. This is the trace function. And what it will do is it'll trace around each of the corners of the design in our embroidery hoop to show us a visualization of where it's going to stitch out, where it's placed, and how big it is. I'll show you that in more detail in a second with my pocket. Once we go to embroidery, it shows us the foot that we need, which is the embroidery foot. It shows us how many stitches are in the design. It shows us how long it will take to stitch out the design. Again, the machine stitches at 850 stitches per minute. And I think I don't even have it set to that much right now. In my settings, I can check. I'm at 650 stitches per minute. So let's, oh, it stitches at, okay, that is the max speed for this machine, 650. And you can see it'll take us 10 minutes to stitch out this beautiful design. All of our colors are listed here. And so once you set your hoop in, you are ready to start embroidering. Let's go ahead and type out a little message in our fonts category. So I went back to the home screen, select a font. I'm going to type out my name. And I can change here from large, medium, or small font. I'm going to jump down to medium. Once again, you have the measurements of your design right up top, and you have the different hoops that you would be able to stitch those out in. When I jump back up to large, you can see that 2 of the frames are grayed out because it is now too large to fit into those frames. I'll do medium. I can press the check key to check my spelling. This is most helpful when you have multiple lines of text. You would be able to see all those lines here to make sure that your spelling is correct on each of them. I can also use the preview key to get a preview of what the stitch out is going to look like. So this is your included 5x7 frame. It's a really great size. And again, there are 2 other optional frames. You have a 4x4 frame and a 1 by 2.5 inch frame that are optional additional hoops that you could buy and use with this machine. But the 5x7 is a really versatile size and it's great for getting started. So it's really easy to add your hoop or load your hoop onto your machine. I'm going to lift my presser foot, slide it underneath, and there are 2 pins that I have to line it up with. I press in until I hear that beautiful click, and we're ready to go. So I'm going to use my trace function. Once I set my design, press End Edit. On my pocket, I've marked the center of the pocket, excuse me. So I can use the trace function here, select the center position, which is already selected, but I'm actually going to select the bottom center position because I want the bottom of my design to sit right above my pocket. So the machine moved to position the needle where the bottom center of my design is. Once I press OK, it's holding that position for me. So now I can use my arrows to move it up. And you can see my arrows, my hoop moving as I move the arrows here. And I have my center mark right here. I know it's a little difficult to see, but I'm just going to line up, drop my needle until I hit that center mark perfectly. Make sure it's lined up right at the edge of my pocket. And then I will be able to start embroidering. So I think I have about a minute, and that is the estimated time for this design. So I'm going to go ahead and stitch it out. Stitched out the first letter here. To release your hoop, you press the lever and lift the hoop straight out. It's an awkward position for me to be doing that in. All right. There we go. And I'll come back to here and show you guys how it lined up really nicely. Of course, I didn't finish the stitch out, but it's lining up perfectly with the top of my pocket right there. So like I said, it's a great beginner machine, great for traveling, great addition to your sewing room. And you can get so much done on this machine. There are so many built-in features, so many built-in stitches and embroidery designs, and it's just a great entry machine all around.
Yeah, wrong foot.
Well, thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that. That was a great demonstration. And so now we're going to tell everybody how they can get this, okay?
Great.
All right, we'll see you a little bit later. All right, guys. Again, let's remind you of this machine. This is the SE 1900. So you see it right there, $599.
Woo!
Yeah.
I just,
Did something change?
well, let me verify that.
It was $1,000.
Right?
It was. I told her to change it. So guys, I'm gonna make a phone call.
What's going on here?
Well, I'm gonna verify that we can sell it for this. See if y'all can hear this.
Hello.
Hey, Ross.
Yeah. Hey, Blaine.
Hey, we're doing our, our Hoopfest this week, and
Sure.
we're wanting to sell that SE 1900. You know, the price on it's $1,099, and can I sell it for $599?
You know what?
Come
For
on.
Friday only for your event, you can sell it for $5.99.
You sure? You positive? Not going to get me in
I'm
trouble.
Sure. Go ahead. For today only.
All right, buddy. Thank you, man. See ya.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Y'all heard it. Ross is our regional rep for Brother, and so $599
That's a huge discount.
today. Get it today. $599, free shipping nationwide. That thing is normally $1,099, and no call-in special for this. Well, they'll still have to call in though, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you'll have to call in to
Yeah.
get that price.
We'll get it to
You have to call in to get that price. Guys, that's a $500 savings on this. Get on it right now. What a great machine. And again, SE 1900, $599. Call right now and get it, 800-401-8151. You heard it from the man himself. We can do it. So, hey, it's legal today. All right, guys.
Woo-hoo!
All right, we're going to continue on. And guys, we've got the Ricoh printer coming up, and we have Kelly Latre. And Kelly's a national account trainer for Juki America, and she's accomplished and performance-driven territory manager with a strong background in operational management, staffing, inventory control, training, and customer service. And Kelly is the go-to person at Juki, and she's used all her talent to make her one of the top educators at Juki, and we are so happy she's here. So welcome, Kelly, to the show.
Thanks, Blaine. Day 5, how are you holding up?
Oh, I am fired up today. I'm excited. We're having a great day. We've got some great pricing going, and man, I'm excited about this Ricoh printer. I think everybody out there is blown away. We're super excited to see what you're going to show us today, and we got some great call-in specials for it. So we're going to let you take it away.
Wonderful, thanks. Hi, everyone. Today, we're going to explore the wonderful world of direct garment printing. With the Ricoh printer, you can print right on your fabric and have some fun with family photos, graphics, you name it, you can print it. So let's take a look at this. Number one, I love it because it fits into my sewing studio. And I love that because I can incorporate it with my sewing and embroidery projects. If you take a look at the printer, the top part is the printer itself. And I'm going to open this door right here. This is the ink. This is where you place the ink cartridges, and it's really easily accessible. But here's the cool thing. They're environmentally friendly, they're water soluble, and they last a long time. I received a printer in about last March, I got mine. And just recently I ran out of ink, and I've done over 700 prints. So this is a very economical system. If you think about this printer just like your inkjet at home, it virtually is the same type of operation. So we're going to play first with the software, but I want to tell you that don't limit yourself to the software. I'm working on this little towel. This is our family meatball recipe. I'm still trying to figure out the embroidery, but this was just printed in Word. So don't limit yourself on the software. The bottom portion is the finisher, and it does a couple of functions. It can press the fabric for you before you print, and then it bakes that ink right into the fibers of the fabric. And I will suggest that you pre-wash your garments, tote bags, whatever you're going to print on, because if there's sizing on it and you're going to wash it, chances are that ink went on the sizing and that could wash out faster. So pre-wash your garments. And today I'm getting ready for Father's Day, and my sons last night gave me a little design that we're going to reproduce on this software. So let's go to the screen. I'm going to move the camera so you can see my computer screen. And I'm going to open up Ricoh Design Software. Now, when you get the printer, you just simply download the software from their website. So is that good? Awesome. I'm going to take you through a tour of Easy Designer, because if you are new to the printer, if you're thinking about getting one today, start here, because you can select your project, the weight of the fabric. You can also select the size, and I have two sizes. I have 8.5 by 11 and 5 by 7. I can do landscape, or I can do a portrait layout. In Easy Designer, it also shows you how to load the tray so that you get the best printing possible. I can take a photo from my computer. I can import it from a USB. I can actually use a QR code and just bring it in from my phone too, which is really nice. All right, we're going back in, and loaded save designs. When I'm doing more than one, I tend to save my designs. It is a DAT format, so it's easy to save your designs for reprinting. Advanced Designer has the same functionality as Easy Designer, but a little more. So I'm going to do a t-shirt today with normal fabric, and I'm going to choose a portrait layout. So when I'm in Advanced Designer, again, I can take a picture. I can import a picture from my computer, and think about that. Any family pictures you have, the family dog, I'm going to select one just to kind of show you a couple of things. This is the family dog. And the first thing I'm going to do is auto adjust that picture, which makes it look so much nicer. I can blur the edges if I want to get an undefined look. And I can actually trim this picture or crop it so that I get a better framed. Let's try that. Ooh, that looks good. Okay, so I'm going to move her down a little bit. And I also can draw in this. I have a touch screen, so when I use my touch screen for drawing, it's much easier, but you get the idea. You can also add text, and I just click on the design page to do that. And once I have my font in there, I can just size it. I can change the color. I can change the style of that font. And I'll make that a little bit smaller. I can also, if I so choose, add a frame to my designs. There's several frames built in. You just want to find the one that enhances your project. Oh, that's kind of cute. So lots of tools. We also have artwork built in. And you can change the color of those. And I have illustrations built in. All right. However, today we're preparing for Father's Day. So I am going to clear my design area. And I am going to use fonts. So I'm going to just type in my letters. And I'm going to change the color, and I'm going to select a bold font. And that looks good. Bring that up real nice and bold, and I'm going to move it up a little bit. keeping it centered. And then I'm going to add more text. My boys came up with this design last night. I think it's really nice. So now I'm going to select blue for that one. And let's adjust those letters. Okay, I'm going to add another line. And again, I'm going to change the color and come up here and change the size. And line it up with the other one. Let's make this a little closer. The design page is really nice because it's exactly what the tray has on it. So you can't miss when it comes to lining things up. That looks good. And then one more line. And let's change that color. And we're going to select those letters and make that real big. I'm going to line it up with the T's. Let's make these a little bigger, I think. We'll move that up a little bit. Ooh, that looks good. And then the legend. We'll move this down and over. Maybe not so big. Okay. Okay, and when I'm done designing, I can preview this. I'm moving this around a little bit to line up a little bit better here. There we go. And good. So now what I can do is I can preview this. Oh, that looks really good. What do you think, camera person?
Very nice.
Okay, great. So let's get ready to print. So now I'm going to select print and save. And I'm going to select my printer. I have print qualities I can choose from. Speed is nice when I'm testing a design. Fine is what I use most, and it gives a real nice resolution in that ink. Vivid, and I'll show you a sample of this today, prints over twice. So if you want something to really pop, you can select Vivid. So now I'm going to come over here and save this design. And all I do is just select it, and I can name it, just in case I want to create another one. So that looks pretty good. So just going to see, yeah, I like that. So now we're going to go to print. And I'm going to select print, and we're going to move the camera now so you can show, I'm going to show you how to get it into the tray. Okay. Right now, you got me over here? Thank you. We are opening, this is the 8.5 by 11. There's 2 trays. This is the 5 by 7. Okay. So I'm going to use the portrait. So I'm just going to take my t-shirt. Now don't limit yourself to just white. This is still a light colored t-shirt. I have pressed in a center line, and I'm just putting this on top of the tray and centering that line. So I'm going to spend the most time making sure this is lined up properly. Just like embroidery, this is like hooping. I spend most of my time making sure the lineup is right. So the excess fabric, and this is an easy one. This is a men's, I believe, a large t-shirt. There we go. And so we're going to put that all in, close the tray. That was a little easier than that extra large. So now we're going to come over. Oops, I have a piece hanging out, so I'm going to tuck that back in real quick. You always want to make sure it's level before you print. So now I'm going to put it in the finisher. and I'm going to print, or I'm sorry, I'm going to press. So this one, let's preheat that a bit to get ready. And then once that is preheated, that'll be ready to press. Let's take a look at a few samples while we wait for that to preheat. One of the things I like doing is tote bags. This was for a bridal party, but with a 5x7 tray, you can create some really nice small designs. This is actually the 5x7 too, and that came out really, really nice. I talked to you about, this is another nice one for Father's Day. This is actually all built in on that software, and it's a really nice gift. I talked to you earlier though. Are we ready? Not quite yet. All right, keep going. All right. This is a t-shirt from a family reunion that I made, and they gave me a picture of their family and then a picture of an activity they did from a previous year. So that was really cute. And then this one, this was printed on Vivid, so that really pops as a nice little t-shirt. Don't limit yourself to t-shirts though, have some fun. I like creating fabric on it. I like doing towels for hostess gifts. I am now pressing the fabric because it's all set to go. And once that is done, we'll begin the printing process. It takes a couple of minutes to do a print. And so when that tone lets me know I'm ready, so you can see it print or press that out really nice. I'm putting that back in, and I'm waiting for the prompt on the printer so that we can be ready to go. There we go. And one moment, you can keep it right on the printer. And I'm going to just make sure we have it printed. So there we go. We're going to select print and we'll be all set. Okay, so now if I come up, it's processing. So I'm just going to press the start key and I'm going to let it print. The printer is prompting me to lower the tray, and that's going to depend on the ink buildup and the fabric. That looks pretty good, so let's try that. And it's printing. So now we'll wait for that to print and look at some more samples. This is just a fun tool, and you can create embroidery with the printing. You can create memory quilts, and just some different things we did. Like this was a concert I attended, and I used that drawing tool, and I thought that came out really nice. It was such a nice photo. You can do large t-shirt or t-shirts and sweatshirts. The other day we put an extra large one into that tray, and that turned out really nice. So it's a lot of fun. My whole family uses it. And the other thing I love to do is create fabric. So you can, what I did with this one is just printed the pieces on my pieces of fabric before I constructed the garment. So I cut out the garment, printed it, embroidered the collar, and then was ready to go. So it's a lot of fun. And don't limit yourself to white. For example, I thought this really popped on this pink. So I just printed this fabric right before I constructed the garment. So lots of good ideas, lots of fun things you can do. And we're going to check out our printing. Oh, it looks really good. I think Dad's going to be excited about this one. So here it comes. Dad came out really nice and bold. I can see that. I'm excited. So it only takes a few minutes to get a quality print and to get a gift. So it's Friday. We're totally ready for our Sunday celebration. There it comes. Okay. So now you can see how that turned out. Isn't that great? We're going to now bake that onto the fabric. And I think the colors really pop on that particular color. So I'm going to move this over. And now what it's doing is it's actually baking that ink right into my t-shirt. So I can wash it repeatedly and not lose the quality print that I have. So that'll just take a few seconds. And if you're thinking about a garment printer, don't hesitate. I thought I wouldn't use this as much as I do, but I have two boys. They're making t-shirts for their friends all the time. They have different teams they do, and a few prints here and there with t-shirts. But think about all the different things you can do with family photos, with graphic designs. It is so much fun. So we're almost ready to take out a t-shirt. So I love it when we can go through the whole process with you. Blaine gives us plenty of time to show you how this works. And that's great because you can see that within a 20-25 minute time frame, we can do a shirt. So now I have this baked right on. That's what this looks like right now. So bring the camera over here so we can take it out of the tray. Okay. And we're getting ready for the big reveal. This is a large t-shirt. So that's how it turned out. What do you think? Good for Dad?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. So if you're even considering the Ricoh direct-to-garment printer, don't hesitate because you can get very creative. I love to embroider and sew, but when this became another tool in my sewing studio, I was so thrilled because I love graphic design. I love what you can do with this printer. Just a couple of other things. Don't limit yourself on the color of fabric. I know they say light colors, but I thought this blue really popped on my laptop bag. And also my Ultra Suede. I just thought this was printed out just gorgeous. So it can, yeah, you can do towels, you can do t-shirts, but think beyond that. Memory quilts, gifts for your grandkids, gifts for your family. There's just so many possibilities with the Ricoh direct-to-garment printer. And you're going to get a great deal. Now, let me tell you about it because I got it last March. I've cleaned it whenever it asked me to clean it, and it's a very simple process. You get a cleaning kit with the printer, and I've cleaned it about 3 or 4 times, and it just takes a few minutes. And again, I just replaced my ink. So this printer for home use is very economical. You can put it right on your fabric. So if I wanted to stipple over that picture or do some embroidery work, I can. It's not going to affect your printing whatsoever. So let's check in with Blaine and see what kind of great specials he has on the Ricoh direct-to-garment printer. This is the RI100.
Well, thanks, Kelly. I sure do appreciate it. And we'll see you a little bit later this afternoon. So, all right, guys, this was the Ricoh R100 printer. And again, guys, this thing, everybody needs one of these. When you see all the different things that you'll find that you can use it for, it is pretty incredible. Now, the one we're showing now is it's called the Home Crafter Bundle, $39.50 for it. Now, what you're going to do is you're not getting the dryer. I know the picture has it sitting on the dryer. You're not getting the dryer for this one. This one, you're only getting the printer, and you're getting all the ink cartridges that come with it, and you're getting one of the platens. Now, if you've already got something that you can dry the ink with, and a lot of times you can do it with a heat press and different things to make it where you can use it, but they really recommend getting the dryer, and that's the next package we're going to show you. So if you can kick that up, Kennedy, there it's $49.50. Now, this is what you're getting with this. This is called the Business Startup Bundle, and this is the one I recommend because you're not only are you getting the R100 printer, you're getting the plating, getting all the ink, but you're getting that dryer finisher. And it just sits on top of it, the printer does, and it just makes it like a complete unit. And again, I really highly recommend this. Guys, we have a call-in special for this. So again, we're going to make you extremely happy if you call in, if you're wanting to get one of these. We have free shipping nationwide, and we have some financing available too. So if you're on the fence about one of these and you've been thinking about it, or it's on your wish list, give us a call anyway, because they're going to be able to talk to you about some things, and that might make your decision whether you pull the trigger on it today or wait. But I tell you what, this thing, I've seen some things that people have done on this, and it's just it's pretty incredible. And like Kelly was showing, just like for reunions, if you wanted to make some shirts for a reunion, or if you had a retreat with a sew treat or quilt retreat with some of your friends, and you wanted to make a special shirt for that, and just anything. If you want to print your own fabric that you want to make a quilt with, there are just so many things that you can do. Again, your imagination, let it run wild, and you can make incredible things. So we highly recommend this, and we are the #1 Ricoh printer, distributor in the United States. We sell more of these than anybody else, so our people are very well versed on it, so they can answer all your questions. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. All right, guys, we are rolling right on down the road, and so next up is Baby Lock's back in the house, and we're going to talk all about that Array 6 needle. And this is where we had a little bit of lineup change. Richard Tharp was supposed to be coming on. He can't have internet, so guess what? We have one of our good friends coming back in. We're super excited. We have Melinda Stevenson coming back in, and she's a national Baby Lock educator. And you know what? She's been sewing for over 25 years. And this is what's awesome. Y'all be able, when I tell you this, you're going to go, oh, it makes sense. She's a professor at Florida State University. So that's why she's so good at education. I mean, it's just, you can say, yeah, I can see her being a professor. So we love Melinda. So, hey, welcome to the show, Melinda Stevenson.
Thank you so much. You are so kind, Blaine. I really appreciate your letting me be on.
No pressure on you at all, but you better step your game up.
Okay, now you've stressed me completely out. Okay, so now I'm going to have to be stumbling all over my words.
I told him you're a professor, so now you got to... Just kidding.
Very
no
stressful.
Pressure.
Okay,
no pressure
all right.
whatsoever.
Okay, I'm going to try to do really well this time. All right. Okay, guys.
You do well every single time. There's no pressure at all. I just thought I'd have some fun with you. But, we love that you're coming on the show. And then when I got your email last night, I was like, I love old Richard to death, but I was like, man, I was happy to hear that you were coming back in because, we love you and we just think you're so good. And so every chance I get to work with you, I'm pretty happy about it. So anyway, I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll come back a little bit, and we're going to tell them how they can get that array.
All right. Thank you so much, Blaine. And this machine is wonderful. Okay. I'm going to talk to you just a few minutes about the reason I bought this machine. All right. Because I was a embroiderer, as Blaine said, for 20 years before I ever ended up purchasing a 6-needle machine. And I was using flat bed embroidery, which is wonderful, right? I mean, you can do nearly everything with a flat bed embroidery machine. But once I had a big family and I started having to embroider 14 and 15 and 16 t-shirts for Christmas, I decided, there's got to be an easier way. And there is. And here I'm going to show you all the wonderful things that the Array machine does for you, okay? I'm going to change cameras right now so that you can see. First, I'm going to show you all the hoops. And then I'm going to show you how easy it is to hoop the very difficult things that are to hoop on your flatbed machine. And that is small bags, baby onesies, anything that you have to kind of go inside of. This machine makes it really, really easy. Okay. All right. So here I go. I'm going to change cameras. Okay. All right. So the first thing I'm going to show you right here is the mini hoops that come with this machine. All right. So you can see right here that you've got the 2.4 by 1.6 hoop. And that hoop, a little teeny tiny bag the size of my hand, will fit that hoop. And then you have your normal 4x4, which this bag will fit the 4x4. And also baby onesies are great on a 4x4. And I'm going to show you a newborn gown that I'm going to embroider on using that 4x4 hoop. And then you have the 5x7 hoop. Okay, let me see if I've got that. Yeah. Then you've got your 5x7 hoop. And the 5x7 hoop in the industry is probably the most often used hoops. And that hoop works really well for several projects, for towels, for blankets. But then we have this really big hoop, okay, and you can see this one. And this hoop is actually 11.8 by 7.9 inches, so nearly 12 by 9 inches. And this will cover the back of a jacket, okay? So this hoop is very useful. Now, of course, Baby Lock has several other hoops that are available for this machine. And for example, you can get a hat hoop that actually enables the hat to turn around on the hoop so that it very evenly distributes the embroidery. Okay, it kind of does like a little circle. It's pretty cool. Okay, all right, so let me show you how easy it is to hoop a bag. All right, so on a regular machine, this bag, which is, it's pretty small, this bag would be kind of difficult to hoop because you would have to figure out how to like turn it inside out. Now, what I used to do is I would just unstitch these sides and then use my serger to stitch the sides back up after I had stitched the bag or stitched the initials. But see, all I'm doing right here is I'm just sliding that hoop, the bottom hoop inside, and then all I have to do is press the hoop in, okay? And you saw how easy that was. And now let's take it over to the machine so that you can see how easy it is to hoop it in the machine. Let me move these big hoops out of the way. And I'll take it right over here. I'm gonna flip this light off. I have a little light on, but I'm gonna flip it off as I come over to the machine. Okay, so you can see this is the machine bed, okay? And I already have something hooped on this machine. Now, I've got the light turned off, so it makes it a little bit dark, but there's a very bright light that goes on here. And I've gone into my settings and I've turned that light off because there's something that I want you to see with that light off, okay? But let me just show you how easy it is to turn that light off and on in the settings screen. There we go. There's my settings screen. Give my camera just a few minutes to adjust to it. All right. But here's your settings. And you can really do a nice job of changing all sorts of things on. You can change your background color. You can change the basting distance. You can change how fast your machine accelerates. That is how fast it starts and stops and begins stitching. You can also change, you can determine what colors you use. So if you're a Madeira Poly person, then you can choose Madeira Poly as your thread choices. If you're a Madeira Rayon person or a Sulky or a Robinson Anton, you can choose whatever colors you want to use, okay? So just whatever is in your collection, that's what you can use. I'm going to go back to Madeira Rayon. Then I'm going to go here. And then you've got the screen display brightness, and you can change that. You can change your opening screen. There's all sorts of things that you can change, okay? But what I'm going to do right here is show you the light brightness. I have it off right here, but if I turn it on, you can see just how bright that becomes, okay? Very easy to see. Now, I am in Panama City, Florida right now. We're having a storm, so it's like really dark outside. So it looks really dark in here, but this brightens up my embroidery field so that I can see exactly what I need to see. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and turn that off. I'm going to go back to my home screen. But what I want to show you right now is how easy it is to hoop these bags, okay? All right. So here's the bag. Now I'm going to take this one off because this is my little gown that I'm going to show you in just a minute, little newborn gown. I have a grandbaby coming on Monday. And so what you do is you open the bag up, okay? and then you gently slide it on your hoop. Okay, now I've managed to hoop it upside down. Not that it matters. I could really go this way, but I'm going to. It's a little bit easier if I hoop it the other way. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I'm going to slide it in. Okay, and then I'm going to hook the hoop. Very easy, but let me show you why this is such a cool thing. Okay, now see, I didn't quite make it under there. Let's see. See, what I need to do is I need to get this bag so that it's under my little bitty embroidery arm. Now, on your flatbed machine, your embroidery arm is really big, but on this machine, it's really tiny. And so you can slide your bag beneath that embroidery arm. And so now it's only going to embroider on the top of the fabric, okay? So that's how easy it is to embroider on teeny tiny little bags. Okay, I'm going to take this off and I'm going to show you a second feature of this machine that I really love, and that is this machine has 50 fonts, okay? So let's pop this back up so that you can look at all these fonts on the machine. That is more fonts than any of our Baby Lock embroidery machines to date, okay? So if you are into embroidery, if you are into creating fonts, if you're into putting initials on baby garments or putting people's names on their towels or whatever. And honestly, y'all, that's probably the thing that I do the most often is put people's names and initials on garments. So on this machine, you have 50 fonts. Look at all those fonts, okay? Little teeny tiny fonts. You can put an entire recipe on a towel. You can put a poem. You can put a Bible verse. You can put whatever you want using these lovely fonts, okay? We also, besides those wonderful fonts, we have 126 embroidery designs built into the machine. And you can see we have these designs, and you've got all sorts of different categories. Little Christmas, cute Christmas designs, and a little wedding cake. You have these beautiful designs that are absolutely gorgeous to stitch out. And they make really nice wall hangings for those, if you like the nautical scenes. And then the florals, the quilting designs, novelty, okay, home accents. All those are just really lovely. But one of my very favorite features of these built-in embroidery designs is this new design category that we have. And that is if you touch this 4-leaf clover, then what you're going to end up seeing are designs that are 4x4 or 5x7. And remember how I said that the most commonly used frame is the 5x7 frame. But if you only have a little bitty space to embroider on, then you can use the 4x4 frame. But let's look what happens whenever we put a design in, okay? So if we put that design in, it shows us right here up on the screen how big the design is, okay? And you can see the width and the height of the design, okay? And then once we touch set, we're going to get a lot of other things that we can actually do to this design. So you can see on this design that we can rotate the design. So if you've had to hoop your design upside down, then you can rotate it, okay? You can also change the size of your design. Now, a beautiful thing that you have on this machine is that not only can you just change the size of the design, but it will actually change the stitches of the design so that you don't end up with a teeny tiny design that crinkles your fabric. And that's what happens when you don't have this when the stitches don't change. Okay, so whenever you increase the size of your design, your stitches get larger. When you decrease the design, the stitches get smaller, and they actually reduce the number of stitches so that the density is not as thick. So let's look at that. So it gives us the okay. We can let's watch how small we can make it. So right now it's 4.92 by 4.91. Now we're down to 2.95 by 2.94. Okay, that's a lot smaller, right? All right, and let's look at how big we can make it. And this is simply going to be controlled by the hoop size. Okay, 7.78 by 7.76. That's a pretty big variation in the size of that design. And you can be very secure in the knowledge that the design is going to stitch out absolutely perfectly. Okay. All right. So let's go back here. And then I want to show you something, probably one of my favorite things about this. And that is the ability to perfectly place the design. All right. But let's go back. Let me play with one more thing because I want to show you another fun thing. So let me go back to the size. Excuse me. And I'm going to reduce that design down again, all the way down to that 2.94. Okay. And I'm going to touch OK. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move that design as far over as I can. And let's say that I just wanted to make a little border. Okay. So this enables me to create a border, and I can add the design to the right, or I can add it to the left or up and down. Now I've not allowed myself to add it to the left because I'm all the way to the left side of the hoop. But let's look, if we touch this, look what happens. And the really cool thing about this is that you can use any design to do that with. And you see how if we have this, if we just did one of these, it's going to have about 8 color changes. So if 8 and 8, 16, and then 16 and 8, yeah, that's a lot of color changes, more than I want to do. But when you use this feature, this border feature, what happens is it reduces the number of color changes. So you actually only end up with 8 color changes. So that's a really, really cool feature of the machine, one of my very favorite. Now, if you don't like what you've done, there's this wonderful undo button, and you can simply undo it. All right. What about if you want to take that design and you want to make an applique out of it? Okay. So you like the design, but maybe what you want to stitch it on, you don't really want to put in your embroidery machine for whatever reason. You just want to use in your sewing machine. Let's see if I can make sure I've got everything on there. Okay. All right. So if all you have to do is you're going to touch this icon right here, and that is going to be your applique icon. And you can even determine your applique distance, okay? So you can determine what kind of shape you want your applique to be in. So I'm just going to reduce it so that it's all the way as small as possible. I'm going to touch set, okay? I'm going to touch OK. And now look at that. I have a perfect applique around that tree. So any design in this machine, any design that you put into this machine can be used as an applique. Okay, so let's go back now and let's touch our, let me show you this right here. Let's look at, I've already shown you rotate. I've shown you this. This enables you to line up your designs. If you want to make sure I don't have two different designs in here, but so you can align your design to the left of your screen, to the right of your screen, to the top of your screen, to the bottom of your screen, or to the middle of your screen if you have 2 or 3 designs together. Okay. So, I mean, the editing features are unbelievable, right? That's a lot of editing features on this machine. You can pretty much do whatever you want on the machine. So I'm going to delete what I have right here. Okay. And then I want to show you a feature that I think is pretty fantastic. And that is the ability to center your design so that you know exactly which way you can set it on the line. Now, our top of the line machines have camera functions, right? Well, this machine does not have a camera function, but what it has is a 2-point alignment system that makes it super easy to align your projects, okay? So now I'm going to turn my light off here, okay? And then I'm going to go back into my settings and I'm going to turn my light off in there so you'll be able to see our fantastic crosshair. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm going to load on the machine this little gown that my granddaughter is going to come home from the hospital in on Monday. And I'm going to embroider it but I want to make sure that the design is actually centered where I want it to be centered. Now, people have asked, can you use this machine and with others? So many of you have hundreds of designs in your stash on your computer, hundreds of embroidery designs. Can you use them on your machine? Absolutely. As long as they fit into that 12 by 8 inch hoop, you will be able to fit all of your embroidery designs on this machine. Okay. So what I'm doing right now is exactly what I showed you earlier. I'm making certain that I have hooped it so that the fabric, my back fabric, is underneath my little embroidery arm. All right, so let's go back up here, and you can see that I've created a crosshair right here, okay? And that crosshair is going to be where I want my design centered. So I have this wonderful crosshair built into my machine, but the first thing I'm going to do, this is the design that I created in Palette 11. And so what I'm going to do is I've put it on my flash drive, and now I'm going to pull it into onto the screen. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to touch this icon, and then I'm going to find my embroidery. I'm going to touch set. Okay, so now it shows up on the screen. I can see it's 1.54 by 2.50 inches, but I can see that I'm going to need to rotate it, right, so that it'll be the right size. So I'm going to touch my rotate icon. I'm going to rotate it 180 degrees. I'm going to touch OK. All right. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch an icon that will enable me to center my design. Okay, and this is the fabulous 2-point centering. So you can see right here. Okay, now what this does is this brings up a screen that is going to enable me. Make sure that y'all can see that. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is going to bring up a screen that is going to enable me to make sure that my design is straight across. Okay, and it's not wonky. Even if I hooped it wonky, which I did, okay, and I can see on my machine bed that my crosshair, instead of being like this, is kind of like that, okay, but I can fix that right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the center of the design, where I want the center of the design is now, and I can choose anything. I can choose where I want the left of the design to go, the right, the bottom, the bottom left. But right now I'm going to choose where I want the top left, the top center of my design to go. So I'm going to touch that right there. So this one right here, this icon, I'm going to touch next. Now I want to make sure that it's even on the horizontal plane. Okay. I know the vertical plane is going to be okay on this particular design, but I want to make sure the horizontal plane is even. So that's what it's asking me. Do I want the horizontal plane to be even or the vertical plane? So here we go. I'm going to touch that horizontal. I'm going to touch next. Now, what it's asking me to do is move my design around until the crosshair, the axis of the crosshair, actually goes exactly where I want it to go. Okay, so here's my crosshair. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it. Now I have a choice on this little move icon. I can move it fast or I can move it slowly. So I'm going to move it fast for just a second until I get right over to the close to the place that I want it to go. So I'm going to move it over. Okay, and now I'm going to slow it down a little bit so that I can get increments. Okay. Now I'm going to move it down because that's pretty much where I want the top of my embroidery to go. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it exactly where I want the edge of my embroidery to go. Okay. All right. So I'm going to move it down. Okay, and now it's telling me that the edge of my embroidery is going to go right there and it's going to be straight. Now, let me show you if I wanted to do the, instead of the horizontal plane, if I wanted to do the vertical plane. Okay, so let's go back. I'm going to cancel my positioning. I'm going to go back and I'm going to choose this. And y'all, I know this might seem like kind of complicated, but it's super important for centering. And this is just like a really cool feature of this machine that enables us to do this. All right, so I'm going to touch next. I want it to go that way, but this time I'm going to go on the vertical plane. Okay, I'm going to touch next. And again, I'm going to move my icon over to the center. Let's get it up just a little bit. Whoop. Slow it down, move it in increments. Okay, now I'm going to touch next, and this time it's going to ask me where I want the vertical icon to go, and it looks like it's pretty good. Okay, so I'm going to put it right there, and then I'm going to touch set. Okay, and then I'm going to touch embroidery. All right. Okay, so now I get to make some choices. Okay, so it's asking me what color I want to use on this machine. I mean, on this particular embroidery. Well, you can see that I've got 6 color choices. Okay, and well, actually, there's 5 right now because I took one off, but there's a possibility for 6. But I want to use this light pink. Okay, and that's in the number 4 position. So this machine makes it super easy to do that. All I'm going to do is I'm going to touch this icon right here that enables me to swap colors. And I'm going to choose number 4. And now I can see that it's actually going to stitch off of number 4. I'm going to touch OK. I'm going to now touch lock. Okay. And then my embroidery is actually ready to embroider. So let's get it started. Okay, well, you can see it's going exactly where I want it to go. All right. And there are a couple of other things I want to talk about this machine, and that is the wireless capability of the machine. Okay. So let me just change cameras for just a second here so I can talk to you about the wireless capabilities of the machine. So let me move this over here. And you can actually transfer your designs wirelessly using your Palette 11 software, okay? And so what that means is that your embroidery software will enable you, let me change the camera here. You can create a design on your Palette 11 software, and then you can transfer it wirelessly to your machine. So on top of your being able to use all of those flash drives, right, you can also use wireless. The other thing that you can do is you could use our very free, okay, our free design database transfer software, which is free on the Baby Lock website. And that software would enable you also to transfer any of the designs that you create or any designs that you already have stored on your computer. And then finally, one of my very favorite things is the IQ monitoring app. And so that intuition monitoring app, what it enables me to do is I can set my machine up, I can make it start stitching, and then I can walk away. And the app on my phone will tell me exactly when I'm trying to find my phone, but of course I can't find it. Okay, well, what the app on the phone will do is it will show me when the machine needs to stop. Of course, I don't have to see thread changes, right? Because this machine does the thread changes all by itself. But let's say that I want to create an applique, and this machine enables me to put a stop feature in on any of the colors that I need to stop the machine for, and it automatically stops, and then I can put my fabric in or whatever it is that I need to put in. And then I can see that on my monitoring app. So I can walk into the kitchen away from my sewing room and know exactly what's going on my machine. So those are the very many things that this machine does. There's only a few of the many things that the machine does, but I think I've run out of time for telling you what else the machine does. But you will be very happy with this machine. I mean, if you haven't already, go into the store and have a look at the machine and let somebody demonstrate it for you. We also have SewEd classes, online classes that come with the machine that enable, Mike Johns has a fantastic 3-part series that will show you from the very beginning to the very end, everything that you can do, how to set up the machine, how to do your first project, how to do a bag, how to change colors. All of those things are included on the SewEd website that come with the lessons that come with the machine. So, okay, Blaine, what about pricing on this machine?
Well, hey, we've got a great call-in special today, Melinda. So thank you so much. And I know we're going to see you a little later on this afternoon as well. So we'll see you back here in a little bit, okay?
All right. Thank you so much, Blaine. See you soon.
Thank you. All right, guys, that was the Baby Lock Array 6-needle machine. You see it right there on the screen, $11,999. Guys, we do have a free bonus bundle as well with this. Now, that bundle, you're getting stabilizer, you're getting thread, you're getting extra Durkee hoops and the easy frames. So you're getting a really nice bundle, about $1,100 bundle with this, absolutely free. Guys, again, we have free shipping nationwide. We do offer some financing on this. So you've been in the market for a 6-needle. Man, this is a great one to get. I tell you what, with the bundle we've got with it is awesome. And so again, it's 800-401-8151 is the number. So let me tell you a little bit about that 6-needle as well. So just to give you a little overview of it, the machine itself weighs about 84 pounds. So you're going to need some help. Somebody, when you get this thing in, you're going to need a little help getting it in and taking it up, out of the box and getting it set up. 2 people can do this extremely easy. The maximum embroidery filled on there is 7 7/8 by 11 3/4. So basically almost like an 8 by 12, maximum filled. It's got the embroidery cross arrow. So this, like Melinda was telling you, it doesn't have the camera on here, but it does have the laser cross arrows. It's going to tell you where your needle down position is going to be. So that way you can check all that out. It has that IQ intuition monitoring app that comes with it. 126 built-in designs, 50 built-in fonts, and it's going to embroidery up to 1,000 stitches per minute. So, if you're needing a really nice free arm 6-needle embroidery machine, this would be a great addition to your sewing room. All right, guys, so we're going to continue on with the show. And hey, we're our first and only educational slot today. And guys, we've saved a good one. We've got Chris Talk here, and he's going to talk how to make patches. I know everybody, including Roger. Roger has always been wanting to learn how to make patches, and so that is a cool thing to learn to do. And out of curiosity, Chris Talk got into sewing by chance when he participated in a cosplay event. He then moved on to sew custom cosplay costumes with friends. Combining both his passion as sewing and education, he founded Talk Customs, a Dallas-based design studio that specializes in men's clothing. And he's also a brother ambassador as well. And so we've worked with Chris. We really like working with him. He's a lot of fun. And all right, so let's welcome Chris to the show.
Blaine, real quick, before we bring Chris on, can we give away a sew mat real quick?
I guess we can.
Perfect. All righty. Let's do it. All right. So my favorite color of these sew mats is definitely the blue one. I don't know about you guys, but let's see who is going to win. Bum, bum, bum. Let's do it. Gorgeous Rose. Congratulations. Woo. All right.
All right, gorgeous.
Gorgeous Rose.
You won yourself a sew mat. So what we need you to do, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, and fill out all the information complete. In the notes section of that, make sure, most importantly, put the size and the color of sew mat that you want, and we'll get that shipped out to you next week sometime.
All right. Let's
All right.
get started.
Let's see if Chris is in. We got Chris yet?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes. Yes, we're getting the thumbs up.
All right,
All
so let's
right.
bring Chris Talk in, guys.
Oh,
Hey, Chris.
I have to do this. Hold on. Which one is my camera? Hold on. I'm trying to get a link. There we go. Thank you very much for having me.
What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm good. I was really proud of myself. I got up at like 6 this morning to get ready. I got everything ready, and then I took a nap for some reason, and now I'm all like in a hurry to be here. But I think I'm ready. And we're gonna do a little bit of. Oh, hi everyone. I always forget how friendly everyone is here.
Well, hey, we got a big bunch of people from the SMP Nation ready to make patches, so I'm gonna let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much, Blaine. And if you guys don't mind me being impolite, a good friend of mine really wanted to see this broadcast, so I am sending them a link right now, and it's done. So anyway, for those of you I'm not familiar with, I am Chris Talk or Talk Custom. I do a lot of educational sewing tutorial videos on my YouTube channel, and I live broadcast, and I cosplay, and I run lots of international costume events and competitions. And I just came out with a book, which I'm really proud of. So I kind of do a lot of things, mostly because I don't know when to stop trying new projects. But anyway, I'm really happy to be here. Blaine has been a really good friend to me, and he's been a lot of fun to work with. So, oh, let me turn off the... I was trying to set up a green screen, but I don't need that. So we're going to turn that off. 1 second, sewing camera, filter. Okay, there we go. So I was told this is the virtual Hoopfest, and I've been doing a ton of embroidery. Actually, on one of my little cameras, you can see what I've been working on. So let me first show off what I've been kind of working on lately. Hopefully, I think my microphone should work over here. So I've been working on a messenger bag. In fact, here we go. I'm gonna get this from the other room. So I like to make a lot of men's clothing and costumes and stuff, but I also like to make messenger bags. So here is one of the newer bags that I had made. And this is from something called Monster Hunter, if anyone's familiar. And I digitized all the graphics on the front and on the inside and on the side pockets. I have those. And then I think this bag, I even embroidered my name on the strap before I put the fur on the back, which is really cool. So obviously, we're not going to show you how to make an entire bag. But before the bag is assembled, it looks something like this. And for those of you who identified that this is a Zelda themed bag, I want to say thank you for being amazing, because it's kind of a big deal right now. The basics of how I did this, and you guys are all smart, so you know this stuff, is I start by embroidering. So I digitized this in PE Design 11, and I just embroidered it right onto some black denim, right? And then I thought, oh, I should quilt it with some, some brown strips, and then I want a backing where there is, why is this stuck to itself? There we go. So then I wanted a backing. This is the back of the messenger bag, and I wanted to put a welt pocket here, so we did that, and I tried to just make it look pretty fancy. And then the front accent is going to sit like this, and these are some more just... I could have made these into patches for sure. Kim Sessions, I do have I have some pretty old videos on how to make a messenger bag, but that might be something I bring back and do a new one. So that's how it'll look when it's kind of closed without the gussets, which have their own side pockets with embroidery. So that'll kind of wrap around like that. And then even the strap, I put a 10-inch long master sword embroidery, so it shows up right on the chest. However, I did make this yesterday, and thankfully I was going to sew this onto what will end up being the back of the bag as a patch. So I can show you the steps of how I'm going to cut this out and either satin stitch or just kind of top stitch in silver right here. But before I do that, I actually thought it would be kind of fun to show you guys. Actually, let me ask you guys in the audience real quick something. Has anyone, wait, hold on. I got to figure out which camera is which here. Because, nope. There it is. Okay, 5 is this one. I don't have a blog, but I do have my most popular platform is YouTube. Okay, Karen, I'm going to ask a question. Has anyone during this week-long Hoopfest shown you guys any stuff? I'm sure someone's done some embroidery design in digitizing. Yes, maybe. Is that something I could briefly show you guys how I prepare my embroideries? And I was going to run my 10 needle, the brother. Okay, people have. Well, what if I just did a small little demo? It sounds like you guys have had a pretty big dose of that. Thank you, Jana Elliott, for being so nice to me. Okay, so, oops. 6, there it is. All right, I got it. And you know what? I don't actually have to even. Here, let's just do this. I'll load up the patch that I had designed last night because I literally designed this and made it last night. Thank you guys for being so, generous and playful with me as I'm just having fun. Okay, so this is Brothers PE Design 11 software. It's their newest embroidery software. It's very similar to 10, but this was a design that I came up with, and it's quite large. Obviously, you can scale it. I'm going to group this over here, and then actually, okay, because I have not done. I've done a very simple demo on how to make patches with the auto digitizing function. So what that would look like would be if I took a graphic like this, which is very oh, actually, hold on. Let's see what it does with I want to auto digitize something. Here, let's just do a Talk Custom logo. That's fine. So I have my own logo and it looks like this. So let's say I wanted this software to auto digitize my logo with this black border around it. I did the auto punch feature. I hit next. I want to scale this to fit. And then when I hit next, it's going to translate it. Now, it's for some reason it wants to translate it into 9 different colors. So I'm just going to say I want this to be 2 colors. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Okay. I forgot that my number pad is linked to my cameras. Okay. And it's not 2 colors, it's 3 colors because of the background. Then I hit retry and it figures that out, and I want to cancel the white. And then I hit finish, and it's going to take a graphic and it's going to automatically arrange that into stitches. And it might be kind of hard to tell, but as I get close, you can actually see the grain line or the direction of the stitches, which is great. So this works really well for very simple designs. Okay, good. A couple of people in chat said, wow, which is good because maybe no one showed you that or you just didn't see it until now. So in fact, I could, something that's really neat about this software is it allows you to play the animation of how the machine will actually stitch it. So if I hit play, it's actually going to show you how it's going to do the understitch like it's doing now, kind of like the skeleton, and then it's going to fill it in from the top left, which is really cool. Yeah, Margaret, that was very easy. That took me a whole, 2 minutes or less to actually create a graphic that I could shoot over to my embroidery machine right now. And yes, this animation is crazy helpful, especially when you're doing lots of layers and colors. And actually, I can show you an example of what that looks like. And I can make this go faster, so it'll finish really fast. And then it'll do my black border like that. I could have also told it to do a satin stitch, so it didn't do a fill stitch for the border, but whatever. Okay, so that is a very simple design, but when I'm doing something much more sophisticated, let's see. I would, okay, so yeah, okay, I know how I can do this. So this is a much more sophisticated design where the automatic digitizing wouldn't really be able to capture every detail that this has because it's a very fine detailed graphic. So what I did was, here, I'll show you. So here's my main graphic here. God, I really wish I could play music. It's almost unheard of for me to be doing design work or anything on the computer without music. Anyway, I'm not here to complain. So let's just kind of like loosely recreate so something that's really cool about this software is I can actually have the actual image or reference underneath on where the white area is here, which is great. So I can actually just kind of trace some of the colors shape by shape. And it takes time. It's not hard. It just takes some time. So anyway, something like this, I would have just, you know, and I'm drawing with kind of a polygon tool. And I can just real loosely do curves in segments like that. So I would have done something like this and then ended like that, right? So this should give me a nice, oh, okay. I don't want a satin stitch there, so I'm going to turn that off. And I'm just going to do a real brief thing here. I'm almost done. I'm not going to sit here and do the whole thing over again. So to make it perfectly symmetrical, I would copy this and paste it. It's going to put a copy right over it. Wait, someone said something about, oh, thank you about the slideshow. So the slideshow in the top corner is a bunch of my previous work along with other people and other artists of events around the world I've been to, which is really neat. Let's see, cut and, okay, we're going to flip this horizontally, right? And then if I hold shift and drag it, I think my computer's running a little slow because I didn't do a fresh restart. There we go. So that's going to put it like that. And then I can take these two items and there's a kind of like, if anyone's ever used Canvas Studio, there's a really good like overlap merge function. So I just merge these two shapes. So instead of two halves, it should make it one big, there it goes. All right, one big shield shape. And then just as one more example, let's say I wanted to do, so like the blue area of the background there, I'm just going to totally freehand this real quick. Would have done something like this. Bang, bang, bang. Okay. Yeah, this will look fine. Hopefully no one minds that I'm just making this up as I go. Okay, sweet. Oh, whoops, I made it silver. That's fine. So we can always change the colors after. And you guys are chatting so fast, I can't actually keep up with everything you guys are saying, which I should be used to, but right now I'm totally not. Okay, so let me turn that shape into blue. And then I'm gonna do the same thing where I'm gonna copy, paste, flip, and merge it. This doesn't look nearly as clean as the original, but it's gonna be fine. And yes, we are going to turn this, or I already did embroider this, and we are going to turn it into a patch, which is going to be really cool. So now we're going to flip it horizontally. I really did want to actually embroider something. Wait, hold on. Let me ask you guys a question. Has this entire day full of streaming just been people embroidering nonstop? And you guys have just been hearing machines going ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk? Because if that's the case, we can just look at some embroidery and sew some patches on. Although, oh, Christy is saying no. Okay. Okay, so did I merge these? No. Merge. No demos. Okay, well, we'll embroider something then. My favorite noise. Okay, we will embroider something only because you guys haven't been treated with with that. Okay, so I'll pull up an old graphic, we'll throw it on the machine, and then I'll embroider something. Okay, anyway, so there's the blue part. And the reason I want to do 2 different colors is because if I sent this to my machine as is, it would do all of the silver stitching, and then it would embroider all the blue on top of that, which would be a huge waste of all the gray stitching. Sometimes it makes sense to do that, but in this case it wouldn't. So I can select both the silver and the blue, and I can remove the overlap. There's an option to remove overlap. And what that's going to do is it's kind of cut that weird blue-shaped hole in the middle of all the silver here. So now, if I move this out of the way, you should see a big hole, hopefully, assuming it worked properly. Yeah, there it goes. So it cut out that big blue hole there so that it's not going to waste a ton of silver thread, which is really neat. So pretty much on this design on the left, everywhere you see red and gold and, you know, all those rivets and stuff like that, there's nothing behind it. And because I'm doing it on the 10 needle, I think this one has 8 different colors. I don't have to do anything. It doesn't overlap anything. It switches the colors back and forth. It cuts all the threads. And that's just because the 1055X is an amazing machine. Anyway, let's talk about some embroidery machines. I should have pulled out all of my embroidery machine because I own every machine I still have every machine I've ever owned. Okay, so wait, hold on. Before we do that, I want to pull up a graphic that we can send over to the machine and actually embroider something, and I'll show you how to put it into a magnetic hoop. We got tons of time. We have like 45 minutes. You guys are stuck with me here. So in that case, this could be fun. I digitized these for all of you Zelda fans. Apparently there's like one of you in chat. I created these graphics here, and these are known as the spiritual stones from a very old game from the 90s. So let's take the Kikori Emerald here, and we'll make it a little bit bigger, and we'll make a patch out of this because that'll be neat. So I'm going to make this. It tells me in the bottom left corner, it might be hard for you guys to see how large this is. So we're going to make this 4 inches wide by 3 inches. I'm sorry, 3 inches wide by 4 inches tall. And this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colors. Sure. Oh, I'll have to switch one of my thread cones too, so that's fine. Let me turn the machine on so we can transfer files to it. Hello, everyone. It's me in my workshop here. Did I do a good enough job, like, introducing myself? I always do a really bad job with that. Wait, 13 minutes? Hold on. Hey, Blaine, or someone who's in charge, when does my slot end? Because I used to have an hour. If I only have 15 minutes or 12 minutes, I'll just, sew this patch onto the bag.
Yeah, you got about 12 minutes left.
Okay, I didn't know. Forgive me. This is going to be easy then. Okay, so we're not going to have time to... I don't know. I could put something in a hoop and then pretend we embroidered it, and then we'll sew the patch on. Thank you, Blaine, for letting me know. I feel like such a fool. Okay. Let's see. You can do it. Okay. All right. Well, in that case, let's just slow it down. I thought I had like... Oh, that's right. So I do some of the brother lives on their YouTube and Facebook, and they always give me an hour, and they're always like, "Oh, can you go a little bit longer?" So I do, but Blaine is different. He runs a tight ship, and he doesn't mess around. Okay, especially during Christmas time. All right, we'll talk about that later because I got like 11 minutes to figure this out. All right, so what we're gonna do, hopefully, if I can get my cameras right, is, oh, you guys want to see something ridiculous? I'm going to cut this with my hand-forged Femore shears. One of my sponsors makes scissors, and they made me these 13.5-inch handmade Damascus steel blades. So we're going to overkill this patch and cut this out with these bad boys. So what I'm going to do is I already obviously embroidered this. So this is the design we were just looking at. So just pretend that you heard a machine going ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk for 88 minutes, because that's how long it took for this to print out. This was a big one, because it was, not only was it like 75,000 stitches, which isn't terrible, but it was just very detailed. So yeah, I mean, obviously I wasn't gonna do a huge design. I was just gonna do a small 2x2 inch thing, but someone during the intro did say I was supposed to make a patch and show you how to sew it onto something, which I think is what we're doing right now, right? I always cut these out with scissors. I don't use a rotary cutter because that would be just devastating if I accidentally made a mistake on all of that stitch work. And this is a beautiful patch. I did this on denim because denim works really well for making patches. My only issue with it is it does fray on the edges if you don't have a satin stitch there. So I usually put, in fact, I'll do it right now. I'm going to get some fray check and we're going to seal up those edges, assuming I have some. Yes, I do. Okay. In fact, this way I can put fray check on, and look how big it is. It's almost as big as my face. That's a big patch. Blaine is beloved. Okay, this should work. So I am, oh yeah, that's right. I won't have time. But I did think about when I thought I had a whole hour, I was thinking about, oh, I could show you guys how to put some fusible webbing on the back of your patches. And Blaine can he can yell at me later. Actually, he's like the nicest dude ever, so he wouldn't do that. But I could have been much more prepared. But if I did, it would have been a waste of time because I only had 30 minutes, right? Anyway, but yeah, you know that stuff when you get a patch at the store where you can iron it onto, you know, your shirt or whatever. So that stuff is called fusible webbing. You can put that on yourself, and it's got a paper backing, so you can iron it on and then you peel off the paper. And a lot of people think that's supposed to be a permanent solution to getting a patch onto your shirt, which those of you who know better know that's not permanent. It's just to help it stay there long enough for you to sew it onto your jacket or your pants or whatever, right? Oh, Jana, you know about the anime pants, huh? These are pretty good. These are my Nebula pants, and there's glitter in the fabric of these. Okay, I've got 8 minutes to show you guys how to sew this onto a piece of fabric, which I think I can do. Let me use that camera because it's going to be a little bit easier. So, wait. Use this machine, and I'm going to move a camera over here. I do like these pants a lot. Yeah, you guys are going to need a close-up. If we're going to sew a patch onto fabric, you're going to need to see what's happening. So we're going to move this camera right here, over there, and hopefully it'll work. And then everyone's happy. That's what these big virtual sew fests are all about, right? Everyone being happy and all the giveaways. And hopefully you guys are buying some stuff too. Because Blaine and his team are awesome and they work hard. And they're really funny in person and virtually too. Okay, is it this camera? No, of course I'm gonna get this wrong. All right. Don't worry, I will manage this so the camera's not crooked. I just want you to be able to see what I'm doing. Why is this tilted? Someone explain this to me. This is the beauty of live content. All right, here we go. Happiness is, oh, good. No, it's even worse. I swear I'm not trying to give you guys like an earthquake test here. All right, that might be good enough. Like that. Okay, good. So what I'm going to do is I need some gray thread because we're going to be sewing right over the top of this patch. And we're going to totally eyeball this. And the cool thing, because this isn't for a commission or anything. This is just a personal project. Oh, wait. This is very important. If you guys don't know about this stuff, this is the best. You guys are going to love this. So this stuff is called basting spray. I know I've got like 4 minutes, but we're gonna do this. Basting spray is the best thing ever once you get into embroidery, because you can spray your stabilizer onto the back of your fabric, so you don't have to like use that iron-on stuff or whatever. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lay down a ruler so I know where my halfway point is, which is right here. Okay, now this is the back of my patch. Just a touch of basting spray, right? And then this stuff is temporary. It's not like a permanent hold. But this will hold long enough for me to keep that right there, like that, forever, not forever, until we sew it into place. The only problem is I need to take this stabilizer off the back. This is for later anyway, so that's fine. And I want to pin this pocket out of the way so we don't sew through the pocket, obviously. So I'm going to take this and pin this up. There we go. And I know the whole crew at Sewing Machines Plus is like, how on earth is Todd going to be able to sew this patch on in enough time? I'm going to get there. We're going to get through it. It's going to be okay. All right, here we go. Not that one, not that one. Almost. Okay, here we go. So we're going to get there. Now, I'm just going to do a real kind of average basting stitch or long temporary stitch around this just to hold it in place, just for the sake of this demo, because I don't think we're going to have time to satin stitch it. And if I was using like a poly fabric, I could melt the edges so this would never fray, but you know what? We're just going to keep this nice and simple. Here we go. Okay. So I'm sad I don't get to show off the Airflow 3000, that air threading serger, but that was on the last Sewing Machine Plus live that I did with you guys. Okay. So starting at the bottom, and I know this is a terrible angle, I am going to, because I'm matching the color thread of my machine to the actual patch, I won't actually be able to see this at all. Oops, I've got 3 different petals below my table and I'm using the wrong one. Okay. All right. So I'm doing like a 5mm stitch here, which is pretty long. And I'm just following around the edge. And this is how I would set up my patch. Man, that's hilarious. I thought I was going to have time to like show you how to digitize, actually print out a patch, cut it out, put on webbing, sew it onto stuff, and then have plenty of extra time left over to, you know, like have a cup of coffee with you guys and tell you a few stories. You know, I just had a great trip to Milwaukee. And then we could all talk about Blaine's fashion because the guy's amazing. All right. Anyway, I'm halfway through, just got to the top, doing my pivots. I know my giant hands are in the way, so you guys are probably very angry with me. Last pivot. We're going to come right back to where we started at the bottom. Oh, this is great. Sweet. Okay. Now, pop this off here, cut my threads. As I see on the back, I don't know if you can see that, I did not sew over my pocket bag because I pinned it out of the way, so that's not going to be an issue. And it looks like that. So let's take this over to the table and see how it looks. Yes, never angry. Yeah, well, you say that, but oh no. I just pulled the head of the pin off of the pin instead of pulling the pin out. Do I seriously need pliers to get this thing out? Yes, I do. You got to be joking me right now. I don't have this kind of time to screw around with pliers and pins. You guys have probably dealt with that before. All right, done. Trash. It's just trying to get the pocket back to where it goes. So now I've got a patch sewn into place, and I get to figure out how I want to finish it. It was funny because this bag is going to have 9 different embroideries, and I was like, it needs one more. So I made a 10th one with this Hylian shield, or however you pronounce it. But I think it looks really neat. That's how you sew a patch onto fabric with basting spray, which is this stuff, not with fusible webbing, which I would normally do. But when you're in the workshop, you don't really need that stuff. That's just for when you're selling patches. So anyway, that's me in a hurry doing something with embroidery. But I showed you guys how to auto digitize, how to manual digitize, cut out a patch, and sew it onto fabric. So that was 4 things we all got to do together, and we did it under 30 minutes. Coffee break. So Blaine or whomever is around, if you guys want to come and show up and make fun of me, now would be a great time for that.
Well, hey,
There
Chris,
we
we sure do appreciate you coming on the show. That was awesome, and I think everybody really enjoyed it. So thank you, and we'll see you on the next one, okay?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Who's up next?
We've got Ashley Jones coming in.
Okay, cool. Well, Ashley, if you're watching, you're going to do way better than I did because I was not fully prepared. But Blaine and everyone watching, thank you guys so much for having me. Enjoy your summer, and we will see you guys soon.
Okay, buddy. Thanks, man. All right, guys, we've got Ashley Jones coming in, and Ashley is with Dime. And Ashley is an educator and inspirational consultant. She combines her professional career in information technology with a personal interest in embroidery, sewing, and quilting to deliver the broad range of knowledge in a simple and straightforward manner. And she is a Martha Pullen licensed teacher and runs her own embroidery business. And guys, she's been on our show many times, and we love Ashley. So y'all, welcome to the show, Ashley.
Hey, how are you, Blaine? Again today. So good to see you multiple times in the same week. So, and I want to say I don't do as much embroidery for sale anymore because Dime keeps me so busy. And so it's a fun hobby that turned into a really awesome career.
Well, I bet. And, you know, you're such a good educator, Ashley. And I've always told you that, you know, people relate to you extremely well. And so we just love having you on the show. So we're going to let you get going, and I'll see you back in about 25 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much, Blaine. All right, guys, today I'm going to talk about how to help you achieve perfect embroidery placement. There are tons of different ways to get that perfect placement. Your machine probably has some really awesome features. We here at Dime have some tools that make the process easier, and your machine comes with usually some templates. I mean, there's just so many different ways. I'm going to show you 2 of my favorite products that can help me land my embroidery exactly where I need it every single time, no matter the size of the design that I'm using or what I'm embroidering on. So I've got some things set up under my camera here. So if we could share my screen, thank you so much. And so I'm going to be using Dime's print and stick target paper. This is a printable template paper, and I'm going to also be using Dime's PAL 3. And so it doesn't look like much all here, but I want to give you more details. A lot of times when we're showing things, we're going so quickly because we're trying to get a ton of information into a short amount of time. And so I'm going to take the time to break this down. Maybe it will help with somebody out there that maybe has been eyeing these things. So the PAL 3 is a laser that's going to help me get things lined, and the print and stick target paper is a printable template paper. Now, I watched Joanne Banco yesterday, I think it was, and she talked about using this, and I definitely agree with her. This is a printable template paper, and it is adhesive. So when you purchase print and stick target paper, it is 8.5 by 11 sheets. You can see there's a very glossy side. That is the side you're going to print on. And then it's got this paper backing because it is adhesive. This way it's going to feed through your printer. So when you put it in your printer, you do have to pay attention to which side your printer is going to take to do the print on. And everyone's probably a little bit different. And so it's either going to print face up or face down. And so whichever side yours is going to print, you'll orientate that shiny side. Believe it or not, it's going to print on the glossy side because that is the adhesive paper. Now, once you print, it will look like this. So I printed one of my designs that I'm going to be showing you today for placement. Now, I printed this from Dime's Embroidery Tool Shed. That is a free embroidery program that will allow you to print full-size templates. So this is the actual size of this embroidery design. And you can see that it's got two arrows that lets me know that this is the top of the design. And so whenever I rotate that for my hoop, I'm going to make sure that I have the top of the design there. And when I do my hooping, it's going to make sure I have that placement correct. Now, I'm going to show you how I trim this out because when you're working with templates, just as Joanne mentioned, I like to trim away the extra paper. So I've got several templates here that I'm going to be showing you. And a lot of times people will just cut the template out of the backing and the top, and that's perfectly fine. But notice here I have them trimmed away and the backing is left a whole sheet. Now, the reason I like to do that is because I save these templates, because if I ever embroider this design again, it can help me again, and it's adhesive. And so I like to protect that backing with that paper. Now, if you cut it, sometimes I do this when I'm in a hurry. If you cut it out of the backing, that's perfectly fine. Just whenever I place it back on there, it's a little harder to get it lined up. So sometimes the edges are hanging off and they're, getting more lint on them and it'll be less adhesive. So I really like to cut them out this way. So I'll show you that. As well as we're going to be talking about the PAL 3 light. Now, let me give you a quick orientation on the PAL 3 light and then we'll get going. So PAL 3 is a laser crosshair light that can help you with so many different things. It comes with a USB connector. So you could plug it into the side of your sewing machine or your embroidery machine. Most all of our embroidery machines these days have a USB and it will power the light. Or it does come with the outlet for your just your wall outlet. So you can plug that USB into here and then power your PAL 3 from the wall. So whichever works best for you. It does have the on-off switch here, and then your USB connector will just plug right into that end there. And then you're ready to plug this in. So I've already have one set up overhead that I'm going to be showing you, but just so that you can see this particular one come on, I'm going to plug this in. I just plug that into my computer. And so any USB will power it. It does have, let me turn that off just a second. It does have this large clamp here that you'll clamp to your table. So any surface, and that opening, well, luckily I have a ruler right here, or on my hoop mat that you see I have underneath my surface here. So we're looking at an opening of just over about 2.5 inches there. So if your table is 2.5 inches or less thick, you could clamp this to your table. And it's got this long, flexible gooseneck so that you can get it positioned just like you need it. So let me turn it on and I'll show you what it does. So you can see that crosshair beam there. It's kind of hard to see a little bit. One of them is really bright there, and it's just that angle of the lighting. But that crosshair can help get things perfectly lined up in the hoop, or get your template perfectly placed. So I'm going to turn this one off, and I have one already set up overhead that we're going to be using. So that is the PAL 3 and the print and stick target paper, and I'm going to be using the two of those together. So let's talk about cutting out our template. Now I'm on my Dime hoop mat, and you can see it says no cutting on this surface because this is for keeping my mat or my hoop from moving around. So I'm going to just slide over a cutting mat, and let's talk about cutting out this template here. And so what I normally do is I take the adhesive right off of the backing and I place it right down on my cutting mat and then just cut those pieces apart. Now, this is the hardest part about a template is getting it started. So I usually just place that down right on my cutting mat. Now it is adhesive, so I don't press it down you know, a lot. I just kind of lay it on there so that it doesn't stick too much to my cutting mat. And then let me get that off of the edge there. And then I just use my rotary cutter to just cut this up. Joanne actually talked about cutting your templates yesterday as well. And I thought that that was a great demonstration. So this, I'm just going to cut close to the embroidery. And then I can peel these up, the excess pieces here that I'm not going to be using. And you know what? I keep these. Do you ever get threads all over your clothes? I know you do because you are a sewer. And so I usually keep these, put them on a piece of wax paper or something, and then you can use them to pull the lint off of things. They're also good for pulling the lint that gets into your cutting mat. So have you ever got cut, you know, like batting or something, and it gets pushed down into your self-healing mat? So I save these and stick it to my mat. So that's a good one, right? Okay, and then these end pieces here, I'm just going to eyeball this and cut it off. Now notice that my template has two arrows here, and I cut one off, and that's perfectly fine because I still have that one. If for some reason that one was outside of your design, you could write right on this template material and draw your arrow, just as Joanne showed yesterday. But Dime's Embroidery Tool Shed is a free embroidery software that you can download, and it will print templates just like this with that crosshair. So, and then I just gently pull this up because I don't want to rip it. And there's my template, and I'll show you how I use that. And then you can see that I use one piece of backing and I put a bunch of templates on it. And so those extra pieces of backing, that release paper there, is what I save, and I'll put my extra scraps on. So, okay, so now that we've cut it out, let's grab some things to hoop and talk about some hoops. Now I'm going to show you two different hoops from Dime. So you may be familiar with these already, but Dime has two different types of hoop. We have the Snap Hoop Monster, which is what you see here. And we also have the Sticky Hoop. And notice the Sticky Hoop does not have a top on it. It is just the metal base, because we will put sticky stabilizer right to the back of this hoop. Whereas this Snap Hoop Monster has a magnetic top frame that's going to hold our item in place. Okay. So with the Sticky Hoop, there are two different types of stabilizer that we have that are pre-cut. We have a peel and stick, and hopefully my camera will catch up here in a minute because it doesn't look like it's picking up what I'm doing. So if that doesn't do it, I'll close that out and come back. And there we go. So sometimes that computer lag. Okay, so I've got two different types of a pre-cut stabilizer. Now you could cut off of your roll to attach to the sticky hoop, but we do have pre-cuts, which makes it really quick. If you like things to go efficiently, these are already cut the correct size, and they come in 25 sheets of adhesive sew and wash, which is a wash away, or 25 sheets of peel and stick, which is a tear away, both adhesives. Okay, so and of course, which one you choose is going to depend on the project that you're using. Now, if you are using a Snap Hoop Monster, then you won't need that backing, and we'll show how to attach that on a project that'll work with that. So let's start with our Snap Hoop Monster. So Snap Hoop Monster has the magnetic top. It has the shield, which you want to make sure that you absolutely keep in between these two when you're not using it. And when you are going to use it, then you'll set that aside. And then you're going to be left with just the metal base and the top. Now, one of the biggest selling features for our Dime hoops is for quilting with your embroidery machine. So I have a quilt sandwich here, and I can use my Snap Hoop Monster to hold my quilt sandwich. So I just want to show you how this works, and then we're going to get to that placement. I usually can fill underneath, you know, where that is, and I can also use the seams on my quilt to line up my hoop as well. So, and then I can just drop that in place. And I usually check all the corners, make sure it's lined up nicely, and I can even kind of pull that snug. So I'm lifting by my quilt sandwich and it is holding everything in place. I can flip over and you can see I'm still connected. That magnet is strong enough to hold a quilt sandwich. So this hoop is fantastic for your hard to hoop items, especially like quilt sandwiches, terry cloth towels, denim jacket, which is what I'm going to actually show you next. And it is also great for items that are not necessarily hard to hoop. Okay, so to use this, you'll place down your stabilizer, and I'm just going to place my jacket down because we're going to talk about placement today. And notice I've got these marks on here. It comes with adhesive rulers that you'll put on the top, but I usually use my ruler and I'll just line it up, and then I can make a mark here, and then I slide it down and I make a mark there to the 0 so that I know that it is the center. And then I can use my PAL light with this. So let's get set up for that. Okay, so the back of the jacket here, I was going to stitch this design that you see here. Now, these 3 designs that are perfect for this denim jacket actually comes from a collection from Joanne Banco that she collaborated with Dime to create a collection called Just Jackets, and so it's beautiful for your jacket items. And this is one of those designs here. And so I'm going to peel off my template that we've already pre-trimmed and place that down. Now, because the template is printed, I can see exactly where I want to place the design. Now, I don't know about you, but sometimes items that I buy from different places that I want to embroider on, everything's not straight and square. So I like to place my template because it gives me a better visual image. Now look what's happening here. Can you see that my arrow is pointing down? So this particular design is actually this orientation in the design collection, but I wanted it to stitch the other way because my opening of my my center back of my jacket here is actually larger at the top. So I thought it would be better to have the larger portion up. And so that's the nice thing about those printed arrows, is that I can tell which way is meant to be the top of the design, which in this case, it's very obvious of this design when you're on your embroidery machine and the screen. But if it was not obvious, that would really be extremely helpful. So, okay, so let's turn on our PAL light here. And so you can kind of see that. Let me dim this light back here and see if that'll help it show up. Maybe a little bit better. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to line those crosshair marks up with the center of my hoop. Now, this method, it does work with your regular standard hoops as well. And I'll show you that coming up. Now, I am offset from this dark black line on my hoop mat. The hoop mat is a silicone mat that's keeping my hoop from sliding around. It just makes it easier to get your items perfectly placed in the hoop because your hoop's not moving. Now, I have my PAL 3 light offset from those lines just for visibility, but you also could use those to help you line up. But the nice thing about the hoop mat is it has those markings, but once I place my item down, and so I would place my stabilizer, and then you could place your item down just like this, and you can see that mark. So we were lined up with the hoop, so then I can easily place my item exactly where I want and then put my magnetic top frame in place. Now, what I usually do is as I'm placing this down, I'm looking to go ahead and get that light lined up here and here, and that's going to make sure that when I place it down that I am in the best position. So just like that. Now, if you don't get it right the first try, and then when I just moved it, I actually pushed everything just slightly, but I've got one side here that's off just a little bit. Now, at my embroidery machine, I certainly can move my needle up and back, but really being horizontally and vertically straight is going to be the easiest way to make sure that your design is aligned. So with the Snap Hoop Monster, you can easily just lift one corner, and then you can pull on your item to get that lined up. just like that. And my hoop mat is helping the base stay in place so I don't accidentally move that around. So, and so now we are straight in our hoop. When we head to our embroidery machine, our needle, usually when we load a design, it starts in that center position there. And so when we load it up, we would be ready to go. Now, I always like to verify that just in case it's not exact, and you can always use your machine to do micro adjustments. But really, getting vertically and horizontally straight to me is the most important part of your hoop, because it's easy to move the design up and down or left and right, but having to rotate it, it's a little more challenging to get it that perfect rotation. So, and then I've got these thick seams here on the back of my denim jacket. So my snap hoop monster, perfect for this jacket. So what do you guys think? So that's the PAL 3 and then a print and stick target paper. And that is the snap hoop monster that I was using on that example. And so now let's take a look at an example with the sticky hoop. So I'm going to grab my sticky hoop here, and we can, we're not going to line that up just yet because we need to put the adhesive on the back. So I'm going to be using this example here. This is a really good example. These kind of cosmetic bags that have these zipper tops that you can embroider on are great because it's something that we can't really hoop in our regular hoop or our standard hoop or our magnetic hoop. So I'm going to use the sticky hoop there. And I'm going to use the adhesive tearaway. Let me turn my light off for a minute so it's not distracting. So sticky hoop, you're going to turn it over to the back, and then we're going to stick the adhesive stabilizer right to the back. Now notice that all of that residue on the back of my hoop, I don't even bother cleaning that off, because every single time I use this hoop, I'm only going to be using sticky stabilizer. And so I don't bother with that. I just stick it right back over that, and it does not release. It doesn't come off. It doesn't make your stabilizer not adhere. And so now you can see I've got my sticky hoop and I'm ready to go. Now, these little things here, if you use only a small part of this, like for instance, if you were going to stitch, say, on these slippers, we've got a left and a right slipper that we could probably do in both in one hooping. So I'm going to go over here and take a look at my template, and I can use these and still probably have a little bit more of my stabilizer left over. I keep those sheets to cover it up, you know, if I want to save that for another project. So there's my best foot forward. Okay. And so if we were going to use that, these slippers are meant for embroidery. I mean, they're perfect for them. And so you can unvelcro and then put that into place. So I could stitch this one and then stitch the other one along the bottom there and have 2 in 1 hooping. Now, if you had such a small design like that you wanted to make sure that you saved this, that's where I would cover that up. So now let's talk about using the PAL light with this. And we're going to see our little round cosmetic case. And so again, I'm lining my light up with the 0 and the 0 on here. And for this example, I'm going to use this monogram. This monogram is perfect for the top of this little bag here. And I'm going to put that into position. Now, the nice thing about these lines will help me get my design lined up as well to make sure that it is straight. So I'm going to eyeball that and put it in place. Now, you could use your PAL light to help you find the center of this even. So if I placed that down, using those marks to get that as center as I could, and then I can press that down, and now I could make sure that my template does look great. And at this point, I'm already centered. I'm really just using my template as a visual reference because I use the light to be center on the item there. But that I think looks fabulous, right? So the the PAL 3 light works great even with your sticky hoop or your snap hoop monster. And I'll also show you an example with your standard hoop as well. So this is really a great example of why you would want the sticky hoop. These small items like this that we can't fit in our hoop are fantastic for dime sticky hoop. So now let me show you one more item. And for this one, let's use our standard hoop. So I know that we always show our snap hoops here at Dime because we love them. I could not live my embroidery life without them, but I do use my standard hoop still. There are times that I still use my standard hoops for different things. So, and this right here would be a good example. So this is a little child's apron. And so let's put our template on this. I have this cute little cupcake design here. Now, to get this perfectly centered, what I would do is I'd fold this in half and mark that seam, which I actually have already done. It's hard to see because I like to fold and press rather than making a mark if I can. Sometimes a marking pen is really helpful, and I can put that right into place there. And now I've got my standard hoop with the inner ring in place, and I've got those marks lined up with my hoop. So now I want to pull this out, and I can see those marks actually still are on my base of my hoop. And now I can put this into place, make sure the straps are out of the way. Now, don't forget, I'm just showing you placement. You do want stabilizer. You always want stabilizer. So for this, I would just use a tearaway. But you can see how I can get it perfectly aligned up, and then I can put that right into place in my hoop. And I actually loosened that almost perfectly. It doesn't need but just a very little tightening. And then I've got that perfectly straight in the hoop there. Let me turn my light off. But look how gorgeous, right? And so then when you head to your embroidery machine, you want to just double check. I always like to just double check. When you open the design, your needle should be centered over that intersection. If for some reason it's not, that might mean that when you put that inner ring in place or your magnet, something shifted just slightly. But then if you just move your needle, usually a few clicks, it'll get that right into place. So isn't that awesome? So I love that. These are two of my favorite items from Dime. Well, the hoops, absolutely for sure. But the print and stick target paper as well as the PAL 3 light are definitely invaluable when you're doing your hooping and getting that perfect placement. So do you guys have any questions out there? I was just looking to see. Carol Sim says she loves the design. Oh, that is a cute one, right? For a little apron. The little cupcake is adorable. Design is cute. How cute. And so I was just looking to see if there's any questions I could answer. I see love the Dime hoops. I definitely agree with you. I could not live without them, although our standard hoops still have their place in our embroidery for sure. And so Deborah Andre says, I've never known how to use the mat for placement. Oh my gosh, Deborah, I'm glad I could help you today. So that's a really good comment. So magnetic hoops are amazing. I totally agree. So I don't see any particular questions popping up here. And so I guess, Blaine, the next thing is probably telling them how they can get the PAL 3 and the print and stick target paper and any of Dime's hoops. So all of the specials for Hoopfest are a great time to stock up on all these great deals, Blaine.
Well, they sure are, Ashley. Hey, thank you so much for coming on, and we will see you the next time.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. You guys enjoy the rest of Hoopfest.
All righty. Bye-bye. All right, guys, we do have a great special on all the Dime products, but these two in particular, and right there you see it. This is the pill and stick, and it is $24.99. We do have a call-in special on that. And then we also had the hoops. Now, the hoops start out at $99 and go up depending on the size that you're looking for. But give us a call. We all of them are call-in special. Basically, all the Dime products today, we have a special on. So not only these two, but anything we have of Dimes, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. Anything over $49, we're going to ship it free to your house as well. So make sure you give us a call right now and get on those Dime products, because I think the sale ends in the business today. All right, guys, we are going to continue to move on, and we have R&K in the house, which always means Floriani. and we're going to talk about thread and the total control, and we've got our buddy Trevor Conquergood back in. So welcome, Trevor, back to the show.
Hey, Blaine, how's it going?
It is going great. I tell you what, this day is flying by, and we knew the week would fly by, but it's the day especially is flying by. But man, we're having a great time.
I've been watching
super
it.
excited you're here.
Such a fun event, Blaine. Thank you for having me. You're right. We're going to be talking about the Floriani software. And today we thought we would go from thought to thread, which means, creating your own embroidery designs. And so what I'll do, Blaine, is I'm just going to go ahead and queue up my software, and then I'll put on the share my screen. So let me figure out how to do that again. Present my screen. And awesome. Okay. So you guys should be able to see my screen now, and you'll see it says the Virtual Hoopfest with SMP and Trevor Conquergood Floriani. I'm just going to go ahead and click on like a new workspace to get started. And essentially, if you want to create something, unless you're really great at drawing yourself, because of course there is a pencil, and you can, if you're good at drawing, then wow. But me, I need a little bit of something to trace, right? When I'm going to create embroidery, I always look for artwork. And there's really two kinds of artwork that you could find. And I've got a couple over here in my browser. If I just point to the right folder, for example, this little sewing machine here is not an embroidery design. It's an SVG image. And SVG is a kind of image. If I click and drag, I can bring that onto my workspace. And when I say a kind of image, I mean it's an image that's made up of shapes. And now it's probably going to be all grouped together. But if I click ungroup and then I click away, so I'm using my select tool, I can click on the different shapes, right? There's this heart and that heart, and this, I guess, is the needle, and that is the thread. And the cool thing is when you have an image that comes with shapes, it's pretty easy to create the embroidery, because literally you just click on a shape, and then down at the bottom of the workspace, all of these are different styles of embroidery. Every single one of them here. You know what I'm going to do? I was watching yesterday. I'm going to put a little yellow ring around my mouse to help you guys follow a little bit. So it has nothing to do with the software. It's just a little teacher's trick. But when I point with it, it might be easier. I'm talking about this first one says run. And notice right now over in the sequence that all of these shapes that are on the side here, they say artwork. So SV kind of artwork file. Artwork shapes already there. Click to make it, and maybe I'll forward. If I select that and change it, that's a run stitch outline. This where the fill gets, here, hold on. StreamYard thing gets in the way when I'm at the bottom. Here, hold on. There we go. So now fancy.
Hi,
everybody. We did lose
Trevor,
but
Blaine is also gone.
Blaine is also gone.
But he's coming back in now.
He's on his way back. But since we're all here, what has been your favorite part of Hoopfest so far? Let us know. Mine has definitely been Trevor, of course. I love learning about TCU.
Yeah.
And
mine's definitely been the giveaway.
The giveaways, of course, the
been
food,
good.
you guys, we've been going crazy with
been one
food.
of the top tier food festivals.
Yeah. What do you think, Blaine? What's been your favorite food this week?
We've had so much food.
We have.
Probably the 6 Krispy Kreme donuts Roger
Oh,
and I
yeah.
ate.
Woo!
And
Absolutely.
the case of Mountain
Yeah.
Dews that
Yeah.
we drank. So to keep us all excited and keep us going, right?
Yeah.
I got to mention though, I did eat a whole sack of Reese's peanut butter cups too.
Yeah.
Oh, and don't
Yeah.
forget the
I like
Rolos.
The Rolos and
Mhm.
Snickers and yeah.
Someone
So
said their favorite was Kennedy riding the tables.
riding the tables.
Oh.
That was pretty entertaining.
That was good.
So what happened to Trevor?
He had a
Trevor,
lag out of
the
some
Wi-Fi
sort.
gremlins did get to him.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're trying to come back in then, I guess?
Yes, we should.
All right.
see
Well,
shortly.
while he's trying to get back in, when we have some technical problems, that always means it's something good for you, right?
Yeah.
So let's just give something away.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So let's give a set of our event bags away.
Yes.
You see them right there, guys. Those are, there's 8 different colors. They're $49.99 on our website. We sell them $9.99 individually. And these are like the reusable grocery bags you get. We call them event bags. They're pretty sturdy. And they all have very unique sayings on one side and has the Sewing Machines Plus logo on the other side. They come in the 8 different colors. And so let's spin the wheel, Kennedy, and let's get us a winner out there.
Let's do it. Dun, 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 dun. Robbie Hollis.
So
Woohoo.
Robbie Hollis is our winner watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Robbie. So what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and then we get that information. We'll get your bag shipped out to you next week.
Woo!
All righty.
All right.
Let's give another set of these away,
Okay.
Kennedy.
Okay, let's do it.
All right.
Bam. Marlene.
Give me a.
Oh,
Probably
did you do
Gideon.
it first try?
I feel
Look
like
at
that was
you.
good.
So Roger, man, you're good at that. Roger
Yeah, he's
pronounces
like a
all these
pro.
names. So Marlene, congratulations. She's watching today from YouTube. So Marlene, what we need you to do, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information, hit submit, and we will get your bags shipped out to you next week.
All right.
All right, let's go ahead and give a sew mat away.
Ooh, good.
Now, our
choice.
sew mats, I always say this to y'all, everybody, is that if you don't have one of these yet, you're doing your machines a disservice. Get you a sew mat. They're very, very cheap insurance for your machine. Not only are they going to reduce the vibration the machine produces and transfer that to the electronic, it dampens that. It also dampens the sound it makes, so it makes it quieter. It's going to protect the surface you have it sitting on. So if you have it sitting on your dining room table and don't want to scratch it up, this is a perfect mat to put under it. And then they also don't let the machine move around. We have them in 12 different colors. We also have, we have the Angela Wolfpack Signature Series and the hot pink. And we have some very specialty ones. But we have the blue is a perfect match for Brother Blue. The gold is a perfect match for Baby Lock Gold. And then with the red is a perfect match for Janome and Bernina. So if y'all want to match your machines up, we've got them to match them up. And and then we have some great other colors. 12 colors, there's 4 sizes. The only size mat that we don't have all 4 sizes for is the leopard print. And the leopard print one, we only have it in medium and large. And also, I just wanted to say, if you wanted to buy one right now, the leopard print, the American flag, and the Best Friends mats, which there's pink and blue, light blue in the Best Friends, those are all 20% off right now because they're closing them out. So guys, it'll be a great time to buy you some mats. They start at about $44, go up all the way to $49. So it is time to get you a mat, I'm telling you. All right, so we're going to give 2 of these away right now. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Ooh. I see all my normal friends and buddies' names running across.
Here we go. Julie Ann Crookston. That's the girl, the lady that sent the really nice email yesterday.
Yes.
So, and we actually called her out yesterday morning as one of the people watching, and she sent the nice email, and look, now she wins.
Look at that.
So congratulations, Julie Ann. She's watching today from YouTube. So she won herself a sew mat. So what we need you to do, Julie, is go to smplive.tv. Once you get to that page, scroll down toward the bottom of the page and it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information. And most importantly, in the notes section of that, just tell us what color sew mat you want, what size, and we'll get that shipped out to you next week.
What?
Awesome. All right,
Awesome.
Kennedy, let's spin the wheel and give another one of these away.
Let's do it. Bam.
Here we go.
Robin Myers.
Robin Myers.
Robin Myers. So congratulations, Robin. She is watching today from YouTube. So Robin, you just won yourself a sew mat. So Robin, what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv. And once you get to that page, just scroll down toward the bottom of the page and you'll see where it says claim my prize. Fill out all the information complete. And in the notes section, most importantly, tell us what color sew mat you want, what size, and we'll get that out to you next week. All right, we're going to give a gift card away. Let's do a $100 gift card away.
Okay.
And this is really cool because once you get $100 or more in your cart, you can just basically put this code in and it's going to reduce your ticket average $100.
Yeah.
So it'll knock $100 off. So
Awesome.
be a great time to buy that machine you've been thinking about, right?
Absolutely.
All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Woo-hoo.
Still no word from Connor, huh?
I called and texted.
Or Trevor, I mean.
Trevor, yeah.
All right, Tony L.
Alrighty.
Tony L just won herself a gift card. So what do y'all think about that? All right, Tony, we need you to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize. Fill all the information out completely. And when we get that in, we will actually email you back a gift card code that you can use. And if you haven't received that by next Friday, maybe give us a call or send an email to info@SewingMachinesPlus.com to let us know you never received your code, because sometimes it goes to your spam folder, and we just want to make sure you do get it. All right, guys. So let's talk a little bit about our quilt fest. I'll get it here in a minute. Hoop Fest. We've had too many fests. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about Hoop Fest. And again, if y'all are just joining in late, guys, we've been going for 5 days. And this is our 5th and final day. This afternoon, you don't want to miss it because we've got some great things happening this afternoon. So we're going to actually pick our 5th finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway this afternoon. You see it right there on the screen. Guys, it's worth over $25,000. You've got that big SWF 12 needle embroidery machine. You're going to win the Brother Airflow 3000 air threader serger. We've got the Baby Lock Accord sewing and embroidery machine. You've got the NX7 Juki sewing machine. You've got that great wall of thread, 360 spools of thread from Floriani, and you get the Stay Perfect 2-tier electric lift table, all for your studio. And today, out of everybody who's watching, we're going to pick our 5th finalists, and their names get thrown in with Debbie Stukin, Catherine Hutchinson, Thelma Jean Hill, and Cindy Hoot. Hoot? Hoot. That is a hard name to pronounce.
Yeah.
Hoot. So sorry about Cindy. I butcher your name every time. So the 5th finalists will get thrown in the hat with those 4 names this afternoon, and we're going to pull it live on air. We're going to pull that the winner out of that 5 people, and they're going to get the Dream Studio giveaway. But don't worry, because everybody it's on that list right now is going to go home with something. They're going to win something.
Yeah.
This week, we're going to total of over $100,000 worth of prizes we're giving away. And then we're also going to announce our winners of our embroidery contest, where people submitted an embroidery project. You got to go vote on them, and the tallies are in. We do have the top 3, and first place is going to win a great prize package. They're going to win that Golden Scissors trophy. They're also going to get a first place ribbon to put on their project and take a picture of it and hopefully send it to us. Second place, you're going to win a nice prize package, a ribbon to put on your project. And then third place, you'll get that ribbon to put on your project and also a prize package. So we're super pumped to be able to announce that this afternoon, and that'll be pretty awesome as well.
And the competition for that contest was everybody brought the game. They really brought it to the house. So
Yeah, they did. It was pretty cool to see all the different projects.
You were on there, Blaine.
I was. I think it was the girl from Monroe, Louisiana.
Yes, Tracy
Tracy Smith. That was the name, right?
I believe.
I think it's right, Tracy Smith, because it was Coco and Tracy Smith who were watching from Monroe, Louisiana this morning.
Let us know if you're watching.
So Tracy Smith, I think she submitted a digitized. She digitized a photo of me and then embroidered it out, and so there's an embroidered picture of me out there, and Tracy Smith did that, so it was pretty cool to see that. I was surprised. I was kind of scrolling down there and went, "Oh wow!" And when I saw it, so but it's been really cool. So, but anyway, I want to talk a little bit about. I think earlier today I told you about SewFest, guys. Mark this down on your calendars. It's going to be September the 11th through the 15th, and so we want you to make sure that you get to go to tune in for SewFest. And again, guys, we got a completely different format this year, and we're trying this for the first time. It's going to be all education based. We're going to try to do at least 4 hours a day of just education, and then we're going to have product demos and things too. So I think you'll really, really enjoy it. And so we're super excited about SewFest this year. And then, mark your calendars down. We're looking all the way to the end of the year. We're going to have our Cyber Monday show. It'll be the Monday after Thanksgiving. And then we have our countdown to Christmas show. Will be a complete week this year as well. And it'll be, 5 days. We'll be streaming live for 8 hours a day. So that'll be another great show that we're putting together. So looking forward to it. And I've got confirmation. SewFest, Jane Klaus will be here all week with me, helping me host. And so we'll have Jane back in. I got her nailed down for this already. So we're pretty excited to get Jane back in here. So anyway, I hope that y'all are enjoying, the Hoopfest so far. Let us know what you think and how you're liking it. And hopefully everybody will still get out there and do what you got to do to win, because there's a lot of different ways that you can win. You can basically, as long as you go and make comments or ask questions, you can win. And then if you just go, if you're watching from Facebook right now and you haven't liked our Facebook page, like it. Absolutely. You can also just kind of go over there to YouTube and just subscribe to our YouTube channel, even if you're watching on Facebook. If you're on YouTube, just go to like our Facebook page and like it. And then also just make comments, ask questions. And if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube, just go subscribe to it as well, even if you're watching. So either way, the more bang for your buck you do, you'll get entered into the contest more often. And so it's a great thing. And I know some of y'all are out there pretty smart. You've got your Facebook open and your YouTube, and you're commenting from both. Hey, and it could help you. You never know. So lots of ways to win. So anyway, we've got to.
Miriam can go on early.
Okay.
She's
so
ready right now.
All right. So I heard that we're going to actually go ahead and bring our next presenter. We completely lost Trevor, but what we're going to do is let's go ahead and show the overlay of the products that Trevor's showing from R&K. And
TCU.
Yeah, we'll talk about the TCU. There it is, guys. Excuse me. So again, the total control, this is in digitizing software from Floriani. Guys, the price on it is $29.99. Now, what you can do, you can actually go to Floriani's website, and they have a trial version of the TCU that you can download and try it and see if it's something you want. And then what you do, if you come to us and excuse me, and buy it, then it'll unlock. You'll get that code. It'll unlock the version that you have and make it the full-blown version. So that's a way you could do it. But I'm telling you right now, you don't even need to do that. This thing is so awesome. Just buy it and start using it. It's very intuitive. It's pretty easy to use, and we recommend everybody to go do it. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. Tell them you want the Hoopfest special on this to get that special price, and we'll get it shipped to you free right to your doorstep. All right, so we're going to go ahead and jump to Janome, guys. We're going to talk all about the 500E. We have a Miriam Coffee in, and Miriam, as a young child, she loved textiles and anything she could to create with them. She attended Maryland College of Art and studied textiles art. Miriam has been published in several articles and appeared on Show Fresh Quilting. Her work has been featured in Modern Quilt Guild's Modern Quilts, Best New of the Century book, and she's also won many awards for her quilting. So y'all make a big welcome to Miriam Coffey to the show.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Miriam, glad you're back. And I know we're early, and man, it's awesome that you're ready to go. We've had some technical difficulties today with some people with the internet, because I think they're having some storms across the United States today, and I think it's affecting people's internet. But yours is up working good, so we're going to let you go, and I'll see you back in about 25 minutes.
We're going to fingers crossed that it stays good the whole time. All right, again, everyone, my name is Miriam Coffey. Thank you so much for having me and letting me be a part of such a special event celebrating the all things quilting, or all things embroidery. I'm sorry. I love quilting too, but we're talking about embroidery today. Today, we're going to be talking about the 500E. The 500E is one of my favorite and kind of one of the best, in my opinions, embroidery only machines, because you get so much bang for your buck with this machine. You really just get such a large hoop space, onboard editing, a bunch of designs, all kinds of stuff. And we're going to go over that now. So it has 160 built-in designs, 6 fonts, with some of these are an example of the fonts there. And each font comes in 3 different sizes, as well as the ability to increase everything 20% larger and 20% smaller. You also have 2 and 3 letter monograms with the ability to remove the brackets or keep the brackets intact. It also comes with 4 hoops. There is an additional hoop or 2 that you can purchase, including the AccuFill hoop. Okay, I think it's back. Okay. Sorry, I think we cut off there for a bit. I think it's we're okay. All right, I think the sound is okay now. So the maximum speed is 860. The maximum speed is 860 stitches a minute. The weight of the machine is actually pretty light. It's only 11.5. It's only 11.
Hey, Miriam, we got you loud and clear, so just you can go.
Oh, it's okay. I'm getting it cut out, so it's
yeah, you're loud and clear on our end.
Oh, it's working. Okay,
Yeah.
It's sounded like it was getting cut off, and I was trying to talk within the spaces. I'll just keep going then. Sorry.
Yeah, just keep going. You're loud and clear.
Okay, so there are 4 hoops. There are additional hoops that you can purchase, including the AccuFill hoop, which is the quilting in the hoop, so you can quilt all of your quilts as you go along and just hoop to hoop to hoop. The 4 hoops that do come standard with it are the SQ14B hoop, which is a 5.5 by 5.5. There is the RE20B hoop, which is 5.5 by 7.9. And then SQ20B, which is 7.9 by 7.9. And then last, but certainly not least, and my absolutely favorite. And one of the reasons why this machine is so fantastic is the RE28B hoop, which is 7.9 by 11 inches. So you can see how big this is. Like my whole head fits. Like you can do some really beautiful pieces with this hoop. So you can do the whole back of a denim jacket, a big bag. One of the things that I love to do with this particular hoop is quilt sort of yardage. So I like to quilt my own fabric, cut it up, and then sew it back together. So I can kind of get to be my own fabric designer. And this is an example of one of those projects. So each of these fabrics are all solids, and the design that you see is all embroidered. So I like to use some of the built-in designs that are on the 500E. They're the Sashiko designs, and they make beautiful surface designs like this one right here. This is one of the built-ins. And it just makes a cute little surface design and is a very quick stitch out, which I love quick stitch outs. I don't necessarily want to be at my machine for hours and hours and hours and hours. I love quick out, lightly stitched designs that can really stitch out really quickly. And the Sashikos are perfect for that. So let's go ahead and go over the screen a little bit. This machine also has a really beautiful needle threader, as well as this really large extension table. This is the main screen of the 500E. When you select this home icon, you're going to get this main dialog box. And if you've embroidered on any other Janome machines, you're going to notice that these icons are the same. The flower icon always indicates that those are my designs. So I'm going to select that. And then if you look at the bottom here, it shows 3-4. That means I'm on the third page of 4 pages. I can look at my designs through the categories of designs or the categories related to the hoops. So it makes finding design really easy. So again, I can turn my page. This bottom arrow to the right or the left is to turn my page. And those are some of those quilting designs, but those also make really good Sashiko designs as well. So let's go ahead and select this tree design. Now I can copy and paste this, and if I copy it, it's going to go directly on top of it, and then I can move the one that's on top out of the way. I'm going to delete that. And again, if you've had any Janome embroidery machine, all these icons are going to be basically the same. There may be in different places, but the icon itself is always going to be the same. Such as this copy and paste is going to look the same on all of our machines. Next, after the trash can, we have the enlarging feature, where I can enlarge all of my designs 20% larger or 20% smaller. Now I can hit the OK button to activate what I've just changed. I can turn my page and I can rotate it. I could rotate it 45 degrees at a time or a single degree. And I can hit OK to activate that change. I also can mirror image horizontally and vertically. I can flip things. I can also move my design through with my finger or with my arrows. Put that in the corner there, and then we can rotate it. I could save this design into my machine or to a USB stick. I can select this, the color icon, where I can change the color to whatever I like, and then I can hit OK to activate that, and then turn my page there. I could center it, or I can also corner feature, and that's going to give me the same design on all four corners. And then I could also select this button, which will show all layers without changing colors. Now this particular design won't be affected because it's already a single color, so I don't have to activate that. And then again, this has my hoop icon, so I could change hoops if I wanted to put it into a smaller hoop. But because this machine's going to show me, it's not going to show me any design that would, or any hoop that wouldn't fit into it, so I wouldn't have to worry about putting it into a too small of a hoop. X out of that. And then you'll also notice this used to be the ABC, but it's grayed out because there's no alphabet, so we can't actually do anything with that feature. So I'm going to delete these, and then we're going to pull up some of the alphabets. So we're going to go back to that home screen. Our second icon is our fonts. The last icon, that's the grid, that is our edit screen, which is what we've just been on. I'm going to select the fonts. It's going to default at Gothic, but I can select my font icon and it will show me all the built-in fonts. So I'm going to select script, and I can type in Janome. And then I could also have it entered in horizontally or vertically. I can have my font size the small, medium, or large. It's currently on the large, which is why you can see the large M. There is capital and lowercase. I could also save, if I have a sentence that I've written or a word or two, I could save that in. And then I can hit the OK because I'm happy with that. And then I can do the same thing with the fonts as I can with the designs. But I get to have the ability to space this word out. So I can make it tighter, or I can space it out a lot more. I can curve it so it reaches a full circle, or I could make it less curved. I like that. And then I could hit OK. And then I could move this to the side. And then I could copy. So I've copied that, and then now I can flip it. And now it's like a mirror image of the previous design. And I could tweak it a little bit more so that it was a perfect circle if I wanted to. Or I can just hit the OK button and that would take me to my ready to sew screen. I'm going to select the OK. This is showing me that I need to use the RE28B hoop, and I'll hit OK. That's just letting me know which hoop I want to use. And it shows it again up here. It also shows the size of my design, the color of my design. It's defaulted at 600 stitches per minute, but it can go all the way up to 860. This particular design would stitch out for 9 minutes, and the tension is at auto tension. On the side here, it shows a large flower and then just a petal. And what that does is, it's not going to actually show on this particular design, but if you had a multicolor design, it would show just the color that you're currently on. So color change 1 would be the Janome. If I had a different design, it would not show that. It would be grayed out because I'm on my color change 1. There's our base function, and we can base as well as trace. And then there are a few other tilting and placement icons that make it really easy to get exactly what you want when you want it and make any adjustments that are necessary. You can also pull out designs using this second icon on the right. And that's where you can pull it out either from a USB stick or from the machine itself. Say I wanted to save this design, I could save it to my machine and then pull it up later. Or I could save it to a USB stick and take it somewhere else, put it on another machine, or just save it there for a later use. Because you don't necessarily want to use, you don't want to store all of your designs on this particular machine. It's always better to do that onto your computer. There's also the set button that has a few different settings, like I can change this to inches instead of millimeters. There are several different, the standby timer, which is helpful. The volume, one of my favorites is the remaining bobbin thread. I like to actually lower it a little bit so I have very little thread remaining on my bobbin sensor. And I can hit OK. And that's going to activate all those changes that I've made. You notice up here before, these measurements were in millimeters, and now they're in inches. One of the things that I really like about this machine is it also has a additional thread stand capable. It is not standard, but you can purchase a separate one, and there are holes on the back of the machine that you loosen the screws, and then you can get a 4 or I think 5 thread stand on the back, and then all you would have to do is rethread it. But you have a really wonderful needle threader that makes changing threads really easy. This machine is also super easy to thread. It has numbers and arrows printed onto the machine so that if you ever get lost or if you lose your manual, because there is a printed manual, you can always look at the machine itself and it's going to have the instructions already onto the machine. That's one of the great things about Janome, is that they're known for being really user-friendly. And once you know one machine, it makes it so much easier to switch to a different machine. Now, I think the 500E is just an excellent entry-level machine that if you need a machine that has you get a lot of features, a large hoop, onboard editing, The 500E, you really can't get anything better than that. It really is a fantastic machine. And I think you guys are just going to love it as soon as you try it out, because it's really just so easy to learn. Now that you guys have watched this, I bet you can just sit in front of it and start embroidering from the get-go, because it really is so easy to use. And again, such great bang for your buck. I mean, look at this hoop. It's massive. I mean, like, you really don't need a whole lot bigger than that. And when you're just starting out, or if you need to upgrade your machine, I think this is the one this could be the one for you. So do we have any questions?
All right. Hey, Miriam, great job. I don't think we have any questions, but thank you for coming on Hoopfest, and I'm going to tell everybody how they can get that one now, all right?
Fantastic.
All righty, thank you so much. All right, guys, if we can put the sales overlay up there, you're looking at the Janome MemoryCraft 500E. Now, guys, this is an embroidery-only machine, and what a good one it is. And you saw the massive hoop size. Everybody loves the big hoops. So it is $23.99. We do have a call-in special on this. Free shipping nationwide. We have financing available. So guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151 to order your Janome 500E MemoryCraft embroidery machine today. So, all right, guys, we did lose Trevor, and we found him. He was out there in Cyberland, lost. Kyle reeled him back in. So we're going to go back to Trevor. And so we've got about 15 minutes, and he's going to try to finish, speed his demo up a little bit, get that done. And then we'll come back at 12 p.m. Or 2 p.m. Central, 12 p.m. Pacific, and we've got Sarah Vesser coming in. So let's go back to Trevor. And so, Trevor, we're going to let you go right back into doing your demo.
Man, I was on fire today. I didn't even know I was missing. And I wondered who was ringing my phone in the middle of my presentation. And apparently it was you guys to say that somehow my internet dropped me out of the whole thing. But I gave a really great presentation, and I'm so glad I can give it again. You guys, let's go ahead and just all click on share my screen. And it'll just take a second. And then you guys can see my beautiful Floriani software again. And I'll tell you guys, we're going to do creating embroidery from artwork. And I don't know when I left off, so I'll just kind of point out that I had two main artworks that I digitized. And one of them was this cool sewing machine. And the sewing machine is from a vector image. And vector images are super easy to create embroidery from because they're made from artwork shapes. And so notice over on the right that there's like all these different sort of pieces or elements of the design. And if I try and click on any one of them and they all get selected, it simply means I need to click on ungroup. And now I can click on this heart or that heart or the sewing machine. And if you want to change the color, then go ahead. There's a whole palette of colors to choose from. If you'd rather have a red sewing machine, or maybe you want to make it a blue sewing machine. And then to create embroidery, you simply select one of the pieces, and down at the bottom, all along the bottom are different styles of embroidery that I could choose. And so if I click on the first one, it makes a run stitch. That's like the straight stitch of your sewing machine. It just goes forward, 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 forward. And every click would be another kind of stitching that I could make. So if I select it again, I could do a satin stitch outline. And so now instead of kind of a run stitch, it's got more of a nice border to it. The stitching goes back and forth. If I want to fill it in with thread, then I click on one of the fill options, and there's all kinds of fill. That's a pattern fill. There's basic pattern fills. Then you click on here, you get a fancy fill. I got to just move my SteamYard thing. There you go. Fancy fill. And now I can come here, and there's like dozens and dozens of different fancy fill patterns that I could choose and fill in that heart with. And basically every click is another kind. So this is a motif fill, and now it's sort of more of an open style of decoration that fills in your heart. And you can even mix them together. So now I'm doing like two different motifs kind of combined together to create a completely different look to the design. And on it goes. You've got a gradient fill, you've got a wavy fill, you have a ripple fill. The ripple fill is one of my favorites. It goes around and around and around, and a mesh fill. You've got an applique fill, and this afternoon we'll learn a little bit more about applique tools. But essentially, all of these are just different styles of fill and outlines, and it's really easy to create the embroidery because an artwork. So when you're going on the internet and you're searching for images, if you find an SVG image, and they're really readily available nowadays because people also use the SVG for digital cutting machines. So you'll find that a lot of people have SVG or artwork style images. Anyway, the artwork styles are the best because literally you just click on the shapes and choose what kind of stitching you want. And within just a matter of moments, you could create an embroidery design. But the other kind, like to say if there was another kind of image, when I look at these are some of my sample designs. The sewing machine was an SVG, but this red truck over here is a JPG. And when I click and drag, it'll bring it onto my workspace. Only this time, if you look in the sequence, there's no pieces. Where's the tires and the body and where's the tree? And that is because the JPEG image doesn't have shape. So let's pick this sewing machine up and kind of move it over to the side and take a look at what we got now. Because the truck is made up of what you would call dots of color. Some people call it pixels. And so there are little dots of colors. If you look closely enough at it, there's all kinds of shades of colors too. And so here is sort of the challenge. You have an image that you want to create embroidery from, and how do you do that? And so one of the cool things is Floriani has some automation. If you thought artificial intelligence was new, no way. Floriani's had some pretty cool automation for years in our software, and it just gets better. If I click on this little magic wand and I come down here and I click on the hubcap, it'll automatically trace that for me. And if I just hide the backdrop for a minute, see, there's a shape there. If I click again, now there's like a shape for two shapes. And if I come and I click again, now I've done like both tires kind of thing. And really, it doesn't take many clicks because when I click on the truck, it traces the outside of the truck. It'll trace all of the inside lines of the truck. I'm missing a few lines here on the inside of the R's and stuff that were kind of like not connected to that color of red. And so I can click on that one, probably click on that one. And like, we're almost done. This whole thing. I mean, I guess I haven't done the tree. And then that's it. So what we just did was we made a vector image out of a JPEG image, and you could literally take that and cut it out on your digital cutting machine just as easily as you could color it with thread. Now, if I want to make it into embroidery, I just simply select on the tire and decide to do it as like an auto satin stitch, or select on the hubcap and click on, that's not the tire, there's the hubcap, and click on standard fill. So it's up to you to choose the kind of stitching that you want, and the colors too, of course, right? Because you've got lots of different colors. You can use your whole color palette. There's hundreds of different shades that you could choose to work with. And so it doesn't take much. This is kind of what I was showing, was literally you can auto digitize, kind of auto vectorize. This is really semi-automatic digitizing, because we got to choose a lot of things. First of all, I made it say FTCU because this one says Merry Christmas, but I thought, well, you know what? Maybe I don't want all of the sort of Merry Christmas lettering. So I'm just going to kind of like ungroup it so that I can just select those pieces and click delete, and delete these little parts that are left in here. And so then, now it's sort of like, what do you want to put on here? And you can put your own text on here. And I just used the text tool and put in the text that said FTCU, because that's the name of the Floriani software, right? It's Floriani Total Control universe, or universal, or unbelievable, or ultimate, whatever the U stands for. It could be, but it's Floriani Total Control is kind of what we like to call it. And now that I've got the letters typed in here, I know you've got all kinds of ways to control them, but I just like to do it with the handles. I usually just kind of click and drag and put things where they go, or stretch them maybe if I want them to fill in a certain area. Yeah, so really it didn't take much to create this embroidery design, but what I thought would be cool to show was the automation, the full wizard hat of, and you've got an auto digitizing, effect where you click on select image and you click on, whatever image you want to auto digitize, and you go through a little set of steps. So the first step is the size, and you can change the size if you want to. The next step is the colors, and you can imagine that there's probably more than one shade of pink in this JPEG image, but the software simplifies it any way you can add and reduce colors. In the next step, it's got like a slider that's for picking up the details. You can slide it back and forth, yes or less or more. But when you say next, it's one last thing. What do you want to do about the lock stitches? Kind of always or never. So I put it always lock, always trim, and finish. And so, pretty quickly and pretty easily, we just made a cute little flamingo that you might want to put that in the back of the tree as well. Maybe you're like, it's too small, so make it bigger. That's the cool thing. Just because it's auto digitized doesn't mean now we can do all the editing we want. If I click on just that one little leg there, and maybe you're thinking, well, I wish it was a run stitch leg, and so click on run stitch, and now it's a run stitch. Or maybe you wanted a satin stitch instead of a fill, because it kind of did it as like a fill stitch. So I'll click on auto satin, and it gives it kind of a more delicate look to it. And so it's pretty easy to auto digitize and then edit. And I think that's kind of the real key of it, is you can take control of it and kind of make your own little edits to it. The kind of grand finale for today is I'm going to do the graffiti for my name. And this one's straight from the internet, Blaine. Like, there's a website out there called the Graffiti Creator. And I did this in one of my classes. We love to teach at Floriani. You'll get an email every week with another video in your inbox. Our website is just full of different like videos for you to watch, and for all of the different programs. It's the rnksoftware.club. Well, this is an image that I got from a website. You can Google it, Graffiti Creator. And I just typed in my name. So another kind of artificial intelligence. How cool is that? You just type in your name and you can see what it made, right? A pixelated JPEG image. And this is the embroidery design that I made. Well, I'll be honest, this is kind of a novelty embroidery. It's kind of fun to do, but I'm not willing to spend a lot of time, digitizing it. And if I had to do the clicking, it would take quite a bit of time to make this design, at least an hour, and I mean, we've only got a couple minutes left, and I'm not even worried about it. I'm just going to go to my wizard hat and click on the auto digitizing wizard. And when I say select image, this time I can browse. So I know that on my desktop, I've got a folder for one of my workshops. And in my workshop for class 2, this is the JPEG image that I worked from, the exact one that I've got on the screen. I'm just going to select it and then say next. And so there's that first kind of color or size. It tells me how big it is. It's basically 4 inches tall. But if I wanted to, and see how I'm going to crop it because I don't need all of this background that's around it, right? So I just click and drag to kind of get rid of any image, that's not part of what I want it to do. And when I'm happy, I say next. And then it shows me the colors, and you can imagine how many shades, you saw when I zoomed in, how many different shades there were. And so it's done a good job of simplifying that. So then I say next. Now this is the slider where you can say less or more. Probably the important part here is that it sensed red was the background color because it's going to void out that color unless we check the check mark off. So if you want the red in the design, you check that off. But when I say next, It's that one last question. We'll say always lock and always trim. And when I say finish, it goes to work and it starts to digitize the design, and it doesn't take long. So it's working right now, and you can see the little spinning wheel spinning, and it's creating the embroidery. And so there it is. I'm going to kind of pick it up and move it over beside so you can see it kind of side by side with the original, or the one that I stitched out, because I remember I did a couple of edits. And so can you kind of see that? Like if I zoom in right here, I remember the black color, the software did it with the yellow kind of coming after it. So see how it stitches? It does basically the blue bubbles, and then it did the black, but then it did the yellow later. Well, I thought it might have looked nicer, and I moved the black. So basically that's called resequencing. You come to your sewing sequence, you find your color black, and I'm saying I'd like it to come after the yellow. So I can just click and drag and then kind of let go of it over top of the color that I want it to go after. And so now the sewing sequence has changed and the black is coming after the yellow like that. And other than that, I remember the other change that I made was about the color white. And notice if I click on that piece for the color white here, I guess I missed. So let's click off and click on it again. Yeah, that piece right there, you kind of pick right at the edge to pick them up. Well, I didn't like that they were fill stitches, and I just changed them to be satin stitches. So I just clicked on auto satin. I just did one of them, but I can see they're all here kind of in a row. If I just select the whole color, I'm pretty sure if I just zoom out, yeah, that's like basically everything that I wanted to kind of do. And so I can just click here for auto satin, and it updates all of them to be that satin stitch. And so really that's almost, I think that's all the edits that I did before I stitched out my design. And so I think it's really magical that you can kind of go from an idea or an image on the internet. If you come back this afternoon, Blaine, I'm going to do the photo to stitches, where I take a photograph of my dog and put it on a t-shirt. And that is a ton of fun, you guys. And talk about instant gratification, right? You got automatic digitizing, you got auto photo stitch. And if you want to kind of do it the old-fashioned kind of manual way, that's always an option, you guys, because you've got all the tools. The great news is the SVG artwork. You know, those are really readily available. I think you'll find if you search on the image for what you're looking for in a vector, and then you can find it, that means all you have to do is click and choose the kind of embroidery, and that's very intuitive and so easy to do. So I'm so glad that I got to come back. I'm so sorry that I disappeared on you guys. I don't know what happened, but I guess the internet kicked me out or something. I didn't even know.
Well, Trevor, we're glad we found you and you got to come back as well. And great presentation. And we'll see you a little bit later this afternoon, but we're going to tell them how they can get the TCU right now. So guys, this is the Floriani TCU, Total Control University. And again, guys, we've been talking about this all week. $29.99. We do have a call-in special on this. And everybody who embroiders, you need some sort of digitizing software because it makes life so much easier. And it really, truly is easy to learn how to digitize yourself instead of, farming it out to somebody else. So again, give us a call, 800-401-8151, and get yours on order. All right, guys, we're going from Canada all the way over to New Jersey, and we're going to bring Sarah Vetzer back in. Sarah was here this morning, and now we're going to talk all about that brother new machine. It's called an NQ3550W. And so welcome back to the show, Sarah.
Hey, Blaine. Thanks for having me back.
Glad you're back. So we're going to let you get going on it, and then we'll come back and tell everybody how they can get this great machine.
Awesome. All right. Hey, guys. I'm Sarah. I'm a brother educator. And as Blaine said, I am back to show you Brother's NQ3550W. This is a midline combo sewing and embroidery machine. She's a beauty, as you can see. She looks so good in my studio. So there's lots to go over. I'm going to try and highlight the best features and all the best stuff that's included with this machine in our short time today. So starting off, as you can see, there is a 3.67-inch color LCD screen, and we're going to get up close and personal with that in a little bit. I'm going to give you a tour of all the fun features that come packed into this machine. This machine is wirelessly enabled, so you can connect to your home network. And that gives you access to a whole bunch of things. It gives you access to Brother's new Artspira app, which works on your mobile phone, and it allows you to hand draw embroidery designs and send them wirelessly to your machine. There are also tons of free embroidery designs and projects available to you through the Artspira app every month. So definitely check it out if you have a wirelessly enabled Brother machine. Wireless connectivity also allows you to use Brother's free design database transfer, which is another way to transfer your embroidery designs that you might have on your computer to your embroidery machine. So no USB. If you had trouble using USBs in the past to kind of drag your files into the folder and eject your USB and bring it over, and if that bothers you, then design database transfer is an awesome solution. With the click of a button, in seconds, you can transfer multiple embroidery files from your computer to your wirelessly enabled machine. So it's super cool. You can also transfer designs that you created on PE Design 11 over to the machine, and you can get notifications when there are software updates. So wireless connectivity is so important to have on your machines, and it is a really great feature. I'm glad that this machine has it for sure. All right, so the width of the machine is 27 inches with the embroidery unit attached. So it's nice and compact. It's great for beginners. If you're just starting out sewing or embroidering, it's a really intuitive machine, and it'll be very easy for you to learn. There's a lot of built-in features that kind of hold your hand along the way and make sure that you have a stress-free embroidery and sewing experience, and that's what we all need, right? So if you are an expert, there are some expert features in here that you will be familiar with. So it's a great addition to your already full sewing room, maybe a machine that you might want to take with you on a trip. So on the sewing side, there are 291 built-in stitches. So there's lots of stuff to work with. And you can browse the available stitches right on the inside cover of your machine. They're all listed out here by category and by number, so they're easy to find. It's right at your hands to look at all of the options that are here for you. There are 5 stitching fonts, sewing fonts. So you don't even need to go to the embroidery side to stitch out a message on your project. And it stitches at 850 stitches per minute, so it's really fast. All right, so let's take a closer look at the screen here. So I'm just going to wake it up by tapping. Again, this is a 3.5-inch color LCD touchscreen. And right away, we're brought into our utility stitch category. So there's lots of information on this screen for you. It tells you what presser foot you need for the selected stitch. It tells you the stitch width and length, and you can edit those directly in the settings. If you want to take a look at all of the other categories that are available to you, you can select the stitch category key, and it'll bring you to this screen, which shows you all available categories of stitches. This top row here in blue, these are utility stitches. They include the buttonholes and the directional sewing. And this gold category down below includes all of your decorative stitches, as well as your fonts and your My Custom Stitch, which allows you to create your very own stitches that's exclusive to Brother. So when you press on that, you're able to plot certain points to create your very own stitch. So that's really cool. If 290 stitches that are included are not enough for you, then it's good to know that you have My Custom Stitch, which allows you to make your very own designs. Also on the sewing side, we have 8.3 inches from the needle to the arm. So there's lots of room to get your projects fit in here and to work. And you can see there's beautiful bright lighting in your workspace. It is very easy to thread. I will show you that right now. I picked a nice hot pink thread so we could all see it clearly. So the machine has, the threading instructions are printed directly on here, so you never have to worry about trying to remember what steps to take. There are arrows and numbers printed so you know exactly how to thread your machine each and every time. There's a trimmer on the side, so I give it a quick trim. I'm going to lower my presser foot, and there's a lever on the side here. This is part of the advanced needle threading system, and this is amazing. I love the machines that have this system on it. You will never have to thread your needle again. When you press down on this lever, it will automatically thread your needle for you. There you go. It's threaded up and ready, and you're ready to start sewing. So let's test out. I think I have a scrap of fabric here. I have a cotton shirt here folded into 4 layers. So it's 4 layers of cotton. I'm going to select one of my stitches. You have a 5-speed slider on the front of your machine that allows you to choose the speed of your stitching. You also have an included foot pedal and a knee lifter if you prefer to use those while you're sewing, but neither of those are needed. You can start sewing with the press of a button. This is your start stop button here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And this is at about half speed right now, so I'm going to move it up to full speed, and you can see it's really quiet as it stitches. And there it goes at 850 stitches per minute. When I'm finished, I have a scissors key that will trim my threads for me. And there we have a nice little stitch there. I probably should have done something a little bigger so you guys can see. Let's pick a more decorative one and we'll test that one out. So I'm going to take a look at the inside cover of my machine at the decorative stitches, and I'm going to choose, let's see here, let's try category 10. So I'm going to go back to my categories, category 10, and I'm looking for stitch 16. So this requires the end foot. I'm going to make sure that I have the end foot on here. There are lots of included accessory feet with the machine. They're all stored really fun right inside this cover. They're on a cute little tray. They're all numbered accordingly. So I'm looking for my end foot, and that's a bobbin. And I could see it right here. It's labeled, so I can pull that right out. I can store my J foot in the appropriate space, and I can put it right back into my machine. So you always have your accessories handy for you right there on your machine. I can easily switch out my foot. I think I caught my thread in there. There we go. And now I'm ready to sew. I'm going to use my scissors key again to trim for me. And there is another beautiful stitch. 850 stitches per minute, nice and clean, 4 layers of cotton. So now I'm going to switch over to embroidery mode, and it's very easy to do. All you have to do is turn the power off to your machine. Going to detach my sewing unit. That. Grab my embroidery unit. Slide it into place until I hear a nice click. Make sure it's all secured, and then I'm going to turn the machine back on. And now we're ready to embroider. So it's that easy to switch from sewing to embroidery in a pinch. I'm going to wake the machine up, and it's going to calibrate the embroidery arm for me. Now our screen is showing all of our embroidery categories. So it recognizes that we're in embroidery mode, and it's showing us all the design categories here. So in embroidery as well, it stitches at 850 stitches per minute. There are 13 fonts, lots of on-screen editing options, and there are 258 built-in designs. So right out of the box, power it on, you have 258 designs to choose from. And with that wireless capability, there are endless amounts of designs that you can transfer to your machine and stitch out. But just to get you started, Brother has included 258 designs on this machine. So let's take a look at a couple of those. So when you select certain categories, there are submenus available to you. So we can browse any one of these. It's showing that there are 8 pages of designs. So I can go ahead and look through those with the navigational arrows on the front of my machine. I can press any one of them, and it immediately previews it for me in the embroidery area. The maximum embroidery area on this machine is a whopping 6 by 10 inches. It is a huge embroidery area for such a compact machine. So right off the bat, we see the machine is helping guide us to which embroidery frame we should be using for this design. Because it's showing the dimensions are 10 inches by 6 inches, we know that we have to use the 6 by 10 hoop. So that's why you can see the 6 by 10 hoop is nice and bright and white right here, and all the other ones are grayed out because the machine is telling us that this design will not fit into any other size hoop. So that's really helpful. Again, it's great for beginners and everyone alike, because sometimes, you know, as much as I've embroidered, sometimes I forget to check the dimensions of a design. So the machine is telling you right away, Sarah, you have to use the 6 by 10 inch hoop. All right. If you want to preview your design larger, you can press the preview key, and it will also preview it for you inside the hoop, so you get a good idea of the proportions of the design. Let's take a look at some other categories. So there are seasonal designs here. There are 18 pages of those. You also have buttonholes, buttonhole decorations. There's another category here with 14 pages of designs. Then you have 2 different floral alphabets to choose from. These are beautiful floral letters. And then we have our 13 fonts. You can select any one of these fonts and you can begin typing your message straight away. You can type in large, medium, or small font. You can add multiple lines of text at once. And as you type your message, again, it's going to gray out the frames that it won't fit in. It will show you the dimensions, and you are allowed to preview that text in a lifelike preview using the preview key at any time. And last but not least, we have the frame patterns. There are 140 of those. So included with this machine, you get a 5 by 7 frame, which is a really versatile size, good for lots of different projects. And then you get the beautiful 6 by 10. I love this hoop. Again, this is like the size of the machine almost. It's a really impressive size for this compact machine. So let me show you how easy it is to load this into your machine when you're ready to start stitching. So you're going to slide it under the presser foot, get my fabric out of the way here, and then slide the frame into place on the left side here. Simply press the lever down to lock, and that's it. You're ready to go. So it is so easy. And now you're ready to embroider. So the sample that I always love to show when I talk about the 6x10 frame is this awesome zebra jacket that I stitched out. This is the zebra design that I just showed you on screen a second ago. I used the 6x10 frame, and it's a beautiful jacket back. So it fills, you can really do a large project and fill an entire jacket back. You can do, I mean, crazy home decor. I can't imagine all the possibilities. It's a really large, beautiful size. And with the 850 stitches per minute, a design like this will stitch out in an hour. So you can get more done in less time. So let's take a look at those editing features that I was talking about. So back on screen here, I'm going to choose one of our favorite designs, which is the 3 llamas. They're super cute. And let's use our editing tools to add some text in here. So I'm going to press set, and right away it places it into the embroidery area for us to preview. We can drag and drop it all around with our finger. You can use your stylus. You can use the move tool. I like to make sure my designs are nice and centered. So I'm going to center it and then shift it over to the right. Then I can go ahead and press add, and it'll bring me back to my main embroidery category screen. And this time I'm going to select a font, and I'm going to type out a little punny message. Oops. I wanted an O. Okay, so you can navigate your alphabet using the arrows on the front of your machine. And this is a great feature as well. So as I was typing, the machine is telling me that my message is too large to fit in the hoop, but it's giving me the option to rotate it by 90 degrees instead of starting all over. So I love that I have that option. I'm going to rotate and keep typing. And it's telling me again that I've gone too large, but don't worry, we can press OK, and we can just adjust the size down at the bottom. So I'm going to jump down to a medium-sized font, and now I have more room to keep typing. Okay, so I've typed out my message. I can see that it's a medium size, and it is 7 inches. Delete that. It's 7 inches wide. So I can go ahead and press set, and it's adding it right to the center of my embroidery area. And now I'm going to use my move tool to move it to the left so that it's sitting right under my llamas there. Now I can use some of my editing tools here. I'm going to go into my color palette. When you open the color palette, you can see a preview of the portion of the design that you're directly editing. If I use the plus or minus thread buttons, I can move through to look at different parts of my design and see what colors are assigned to them. So right now I'm looking at my text and it's black. If I advance, I can start to see all the different parts of my llama design. And I can see that there's this blue color in here, 070. So I'll go back to my text. I want my text to match one of the colors in my llama design. So I'm back in my text. I'm going to try and find that blue color in my color palette and assign it so that it matches my llamas. And there it is, 070. And it immediately changed the preview of my text so we can see that it matches my llamas. So we're all set there. I can press End Edit, and we're brought to a secondary editing screen, which allows us to move our design as a whole. So now it won't move individual pieces of my design. It's going to move the whole thing around for me. So I'm going to center the entire design. And another reason why I chose to match my fonts to a color that's already in my llamas is because I can use this amazing feature called Color Sort. What Color Sort does is it groups like colors together in your stitch out. And instead of having you change the threads twice, it will stitch both of those blue elements of my design out together at once. So it saves me time and it streamlines the whole stitch out process. I absolutely love that feature. I also want to show you the trial key here. What the trial key does, this is the trace key, is it is going to trace around my design, and it's going to move the frame so that the needle is positioned at all corners of where my design is going to stitch out. That way we can tell exactly how it's going to lay in the frame. So I'm going to press that trace key now, and you can see the machine moving the frame and see it in action. So this is an amazing way to get perfect placements on your projects. It's very easy to use and it works every time. And then I have my finished stitch out here, no problema, one of my favorite samples. And again, at 850 stitches per minute, and using Color Sort to combine the two blues in both elements of my design, this stitched out really fast, and I had a beautiful towel in no time. Okay, so trying to think what else I missed here. We covered our editing, we covered our two included frames and threading. You have two options here on the machine. There's a key for a back stitch, and there's also a key for reinforce in place. And I like having two options with that because sometimes when you're sewing, you don't want a bulky back stitch on your project. You just want a clean reinforce in place. So you have two options there. You have your needle down key. You have your automatic thread cutting key, which we used earlier when we were sewing. In embroidery, the machine will cut your jump threads, so you don't have to worry about that at all. We have our presser foot down key. This is our speed slider right here. And of course, I showed you the awesome automatic or advanced threading feature. So let's do some more editing. We have a couple of minutes left here. Let's see. So there is a whole sub-menu of editing features just for text elements. So if you have a text element in your design, you can go to the font edit screen. And this is a whole sub-menu of editing functions. So if I wanted, no problema, each letter of that to be in a different thread color, I could activate the multicolor function. And now when I go into my color palette, you'll see that each letter is separate, and I can go ahead and start changing all those colors, make it all rainbow and fun. So that is a really fun option for text editing there. I'm going to delete my llamas so we have more room to play with our text. And we also have the array function, which will curve your text or put it on a diagonal. So we can curve it like so, and then you can adjust the curve to your liking, wider or tighter. You can also adjust the spacing between your letters to make them farther apart or closer together. And you can always use that preview key to preview your design as you're editing. It's so cool that you don't need any editing software to get all of this amazing editing done right on your screen. So easy to do and so fun. I mean, I could spend hours sitting here just editing different designs together. When you're finished with your editing, don't forget to save to your machine's memory. You can press the memory pocket and save it directly to your machine. That way, you can always access it and stitch it out again. I think I have another sample here of lots of text editing. This is a super cute kids romper. And I had a lot of fun playing with the text here. So I made hello multicolor, and then I split it. I split those letters apart and moved them around so that they would have some variation there. I curved the word sunshine. And if you notice, maybe hard to notice, but I actually used 2 different fonts there. So you can get really creative with all the editing functions on here and make all the creations your heart desires. So that is the NQ3550W in a nutshell. I hope you guys enjoyed.
Well, thanks, Sarah. Awesome demonstration. And I know you could probably needed a whole lot more time to show all the features of that machine, but you did a great job with it.
Thank you.
We'll look forward to seeing you again, and thank you so much for coming on Hoopfest.
Thanks. See you soon.
All right. So there it was, Sarah Vetster, and with Brother. Now that machine, this came out not too long ago. It's a fairly new machine. This is the NQ3550W. So guys, the price on this is $29.99. Again, it has that big 6x10 hoop. For it, we have financing available, shipping it free nationwide. So give us a call at 800-401-8151 for more information about the Hoopfest products.
And information.
Yeah. Have to be a little careful what we say.
Yes.
But trust me, you'll be happy if you call us. All right,
Absolutely.
guys. We're going to continue on. So we were in Canada. We went over to New Jersey. Now we're going back to Canada. And we're going to talk a little bit about Reliable. And we got an ironing system we're going to show. And we have Jamie Lebretz coming on. And Jamie's the vice president at Reliable Corporation. He works closely with product development team, develop the best products tailored to their customers' needs, as well as trying to get a step above the competition. Jamie also contributes to leading the sales operations of Reliable, ensuring the best quality customer service. And so we're proud to have him on the show. So y'all welcome Jamie to the show.
Greetings, everybody.
Hey, Jamie, how are you?
Excellent, very good. It's a nice sunny day up here, so it's nice to see.
Well, good deal. We're going to let you take it away, and I'll come back in about 25 minutes, and we're going to tell them all about the specials.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Really excited to be here and take everybody through everything. Really wanted to focus on our irons today and our managing ironing systems. Reliable, we've been around since 1955. We really focus on the professional world. So a lot of you may know us for our industrial sewing machines, our professional steaming equipment. I like to tell people we're the back room that people don't know. So when you go get a tailored suit, you get your dress and anything like that, we're the equipment in the back room. We're the ones who are doing the professional steaming, the professional vacuum stations, all this amazing professional equipment that really helps you get that amazing finish when you bring your products home. So we've taken all of that knowledge and we've brought it out into what we like to call the home world, the quilters, the sewers, and really bring some really terrific products that really help use the knowledge and understanding of that garment care market we have and bring you some of the best products that we have. Today, I wanted to focus on our Velocity iron here. This, I like to call it the best iron in the market. We're a little biased here. But really what we wanted to do is when we design and bring an iron to the market, we wanted to bring something that's going to work. and something that is going to bring unbelievable steam and that experience that we would expect from one of our professional equipment. So our Velocity here has our patented compact vapor generator technology. And a lot of that is just really fancy talk for we heat the water before it hits the sole. So a traditional iron, the water hits the sole plate. When it hits the sole plate, that's how we create steam. But as you all know with your irons, if you create too much steam, eventually they start to leak and they spit. And nobody wants water on their products. So what we've done is we've created this compact vapor generator, which is basically a little chamber that heats the water before it hits the sole plate. So when we actually generate steam with this, it will never leak. You can get continuous steam for 10, 15 minutes continuous. It will not leak. The temperature is set. It's an amazing, real great iron experience, as you can see. Almost even steam, it's on there, right? Really great, really high pressure steam. We also really understand when customers use our iron that this is not what we want people to do. This is how you store your iron. This is not what a true ironing experience is. If you're ironing, you guys all know you're ironing for 2-3 hours, you're having a long ironing session. This is the last thing you guys want to be doing all day, doing this with your wrists all day. What you want is an iron rest experience, okay? So we have a couple of options for you. We have a silicone iron rest that you see here, which is tailored to our Velocity iron. Or we have this amazing ironing board experience, which I'll take you through, which has a heat resistant zone that I can just leave the iron there. I can leave this iron on either one of these rests in this position all day and never have a problem. It's a heat resistant technology, and you don't have to worry about all that fun stuff with your wrist. So we like to tell people that when you're ironing, this is how you store your iron in the closet. When you're ironing, no need to do any of that wrist action. Really, really great experience when you get into that habit and you start to do that with your iron and your ironing experience. The other thing with our irons is we really believe in a really great sole plate. So the experience of how an iron glides and how it's smooth along a surface is really important, right? So you want a really good iron that has a really good smooth surface and then it has a little bit of technology built into it. So this is our anodized aluminum sole plate, okay? What this means is we've taken the two best things that you can get in a sole plate and we've combined them together, okay? So the first being aluminum. Typical aluminum irons are not that great, people don't love them, but aluminum is the most even conductor. It gives you really good even heat. Our professional irons that we sell for $700, $800, $900, all come with an aluminum sole plate. Aluminum is the best conductor. It's what really gives people a really great iron experience with a really even heat. But the problem with aluminum is if you get in and it's stuck on it, it scratches, that's when we run into big problems. What we've done then is with this anodized is to combine it with a ceramic material. So there's actually a ceramic material inside of this iron and it will never scratch. It will not dent, it will not do anything. I can bang it, scratch it on metal, anything I want. I cannot scratch this surface. It's pretty amazing when you see it in practice. We're from Canada, little known fact about Canada, we don't have the penny anymore. So usually when I demonstrate this, I like to take a penny and scratch it on it, just so I can tell all my friends in America that we don't use the penny anymore, but that's a story for another day. So really great surface, and what that allows you to do, even with an iron, even if the iron's a little heavier, you can move and glide your iron with one finger. It is a very smooth experience. It is not something that you have to worry about very heavy. Again, we don't want you doing this. We don't want you worrying about that. It's a nice, even gliding experience into whatever your iron rest solution is. All right. This iron here is our Velocity 270 IR. Okay, it's the beautiful red one that you guys will see out there. Really nice design. It's got a couple other really amazing features. The other feature is the steam handle. Okay, so the way this generates steam is by holding the handle. There's no button to hold. There's nothing to trigger to pull. There's none of those different things. You hold the handle, you're generating steam, okay? There's no finger fatigue. There's no, I was squeezing a button for the last 2 hours trying to get out all the steam. It's a really simple experience where you just grab the handle and you're generating steam. On the top, there's a steam button. You can push the steam button to turn the steam off, and then you're not generating steam when you have the handle. It is totally a user decision at that point on what steam you want. This iron here comes with 8 individual heat settings, so anywhere from a nice light delicate fabric all the way up to your highest linens. It gets as high as 200 Celsius, which is 3 something Fahrenheit. I know we're still using, we're on the metric system up here, but it does get really hot, really great for linens, but all the way down to your really nice delicate fabrics that you need. The other feature, which is our favorite feature for all of our quilters and sewing friends, is the bypass auto off. So this iron here, if I hold down the steam button for 5 seconds, it will turn the auto off. So if you're doing a longer ironing session, your iron's down, you're getting your fabrics ready, you're doing a little sewing, you're doing whatever you need, the iron will not turn off. Okay, it's bypassed that auto off, it will not turn off. Standard is an 8-minute, but once you bypass it, it's off. Now once I unplug the iron and plug it back in the next day, the default is for the status to be on, but that's a user decision at that point if you want to turn off that system, right? It's got a 350 milliliter water tank, great steam. You get about 17 minutes of continuous steam on the highest setting, so really great steam. And as you can see, a really, really nice long cord. It's one of our favorite irons. It does an unbelievable job, and it really looks kind of sharp too, at least we like to think so. So one of the favorites with quilters and sewers. It's really something you should look at, and really great. As Blaine will come back, some good specials and things for you today. And as I said, you can get it with our iron rest. So it comes with a silicone iron rest. This is heat resistant. You can leave it on there as long as you need to. It will not damage your surface or anything you want that way. Or you can use our heat zone. I also wanted to show everybody today this beautiful new ironing table. So this is something brand new to our assortment. Some of you who do know us may have one of our ironing boards. If not, really, really great product. All of our ironing boards are made in Italy. Italy is some of the best quality manufacturing and everything like that, so it's really high-end design quality. It comes with double wishbone legs, as you can see down here, so really gives you a really nice, stable work surface. What's really exciting about this one is the shape. This is not your traditional iron shape, it is a square. Just tilt it up a little bit for the camera so everybody can see. So you can see there that is a square shape, so it's a really nice, standard square shape. Some of you might know some of our other products. We have a 2-in-1 product where it's a traditional shape and you can add an extension. This is a solid work surface, just square. So there's no other shapes or anything like that. And it's a really great, stable work surface in that square format. It's 29.5 by 50. So really, really nice, solid square work surface for you to work on. As I said, the surface here, whenever you're ironing, you want a really good iron cover. When you have a really good iron cover, I like to tell people you can iron with one finger and glide your iron across. So really nice poly cotton cover we have here. It also has our Verafoam technology. And what our Verafoam technology, it's a memory foam technology. So what's underneath this is a little bit of memory foam. A lot of iron pads people you see will have felt or other materials. The felt absorbs moisture. Moisture doesn't go through it. It can get wet and dense. The great part about our memory foam is when you are ironing, the steam goes right through it. It doesn't wick, it doesn't moisture, and it gives you this really nice soft surface for whenever you're doing your ironing. Okay? As I said before, it has this built-in beautiful little iron rest here. This is our Connex Heat Zone iron rest. This is the same materials that firefighters wear, so it can get really, really hot, and you'll never have a worry. So you can just leave your iron there. You can go about your sewing, your other things. It will not burn. It's heat resistant. I can leave it there, and I've forgotten it before. You can leave it there for a long time and have no worries, okay? But it is great when you're ironing because you can do your squares, you can do your big things, and when you're done, you just slide it aside and away you go. Nice and easy that way, okay? It also has this beautiful integrated iron rest. What's really nice about this is it has 2 options you can do. There's 2 little tabs you can see here that you can bend. So I can leave it here. There's little silicone knobs there that help protect the heat rest too. So it acts as a little bit of a heat rest. And you can also bend these pads in just a little bit and have your iron sit in there. Okay, just a nice little thing to do there. Turn the steam up, but they keep steaming that way, okay? So it's a great little integrated iron rest. The other nice thing about this product is if you don't want the iron rest, you can remove it. So this iron rest is removable. You can take this off if you don't want it on that side. You can just remove the iron rest. The other little thing that we've added at the table backwards, just for visuals here, is this great little pocket right here. So this is just a little nice pocket for all your stuff that you're doing when you're doing your ironing. You know, if you have a pair of scissors, you have something you want to chop off, you have any kind of other, I know there's lots of great things you guys use, and tools you guys use while you're ironing, while you're getting your materials ready. You got a great little place to put silicone iron rest, wherever you want, and put it away right there in this little retractable pocket. Just a nice little add-on. It is, as I said, it's made in Italy. We give you a 10-year warranty on the frame, and it's a really great, really strong iron, okay? So as I said, it's a really great experience when you're able to go with your ironing board as well as with your Velocity 270 iron, okay? We do have other ironing options if people are interested. There's a model below this that only has 2 heat settings. One of the things with our Velocity irons is because we have this unbelievable technology where we have this compact vapor generator, we can really tune the iron to work really well. Typical irons have what I like to call the hot spot, and that's this area right here. And that's an area where the water first hits the sole plate. And what they do then is that spot is usually supercharged hot, and the other areas of the iron tend not to be as hot. And the reason they do that is because they don't want that spot to cool down. They concentrate all of their heat. The average temperature of the sole plate is very even on ours. So I don't have to have that supercharged hot spot. So if you put this on a heat map, on a traditional iron, you're gonna see a really hot spot right here, and then gets cooler as it gets to the edges, so they can maintain that average heat temperature that you want on your sole plate. Because I'm not worried about that, I can really create this really even heat map on my sole plate that allows me to give a really even heat temperature and a really great ironing experience where I'm not worried about hot spots. I'm not worried about getting shine on the products. When you set the product to the level that's at, that's the level that you're gonna wanna be at, okay? So as I said, it's got 8 different heat settings, anywhere from really light fabrics to heavier fabrics. One of the things that you'll see on the back of the iron is we do give you a little bit of a map on what the heat settings are, what each one of these are, and you're gonna see these little dots. There's the 3-dot system. And if you ever grab a piece of clothing and you look at that iron tag and you see the little iron and it's gonna have 1 dot, 2 dots, or 3 dots, that's to let you know the heat setting that material is supposed to be done at. So when you check the label of your clothing, it's got a little iron symbol, or if you look up different fabrics, it's gonna tell you what heat setting it's supposed to be at. That's based on those dots, and you can follow that very simply on the back. So as I said, really great iron experience. When you really get a good combination of an ironing board as well as an iron, you really get something that works really, really well. We do have a version, as I said, that's lower than this. It's our 240 IR. It's the blue one if you do look at it. It's got 2 heat settings. So we can have 1 setting that you can use for any fabrics. It's amazing. It's really, really good. But you can also have a really high turbo setting because we do know a lot of you like to do really heavy fabrics and really heavy products that are going to go out there. Another great feature on this iron is you can set the steam temperature. So on a traditional iron, I know I talk about this a lot, the sole plate, water hits it. They don't want you to do a lot of steam at lower settings because at those lower settings, you're going to get more spitting, you're going to get more water. Where this iron, I can set it at a low setting, but turn the steam up. So I can have a smoother, cooler sole plate, but still turn the steam setting up to get a lot more steam out of the iron. So I can set the steam independently of the heat settings and change that accordingly. So it's really nice if you have materials that you don't want to get a lot of heat to, but you want steam. Steam is what removes wrinkles. A lot of people think I need heat. I need really high heat to get rid of wrinkles. A lot of that is what other manufacturers have told you because you need that really high heat to generate good steam. You don't need really high heat to get rid of steam and wrinkles. Pardon me. What you really need is good steam. Okay. So what this iron does with our compact vapor technology is to get unbelievable steam, even at those lower temperatures. It's such an amazing experience when you can get a ton of steam, but don't have to scorch your materials. There's a lot of different fabrics I know you guys out there in sewing do all kinds of different fabrics, and you need to get rid of the wrinkles. But if it's not a heavier linen, you don't want a lot of high heat because you're going to ruin the material. You're going to put shine to it. You're going to have to push down with a lot of pressure, and you're going to damage your fabrics that are out there. This iron allows you to get that unbelievable steam at lower temperatures. Vice versa, there's times where you want a ton of steam, but not a lot of fabric, not a lot of steam, sorry. A lot of talking today. It's Friday afternoon here, I apologize. So what you can do is you can get high heat with low steam, which is a really nice thing when you have materials that you don't want to get a lot of moisture to. So when you're doing a heavy linen that has something delicate on the edge, you can use the high heat, but gentle steam so you don't get a lot of moisture. It gives you a lot of flexibility and a lot of things you want to do without leaking. So what I like to tell people is you get maximum steam without any dripping and with a ton of steam. Because what we know is steam is what really gets rid of wrinkles. So when you pair these two things together, it is a really great ironing experience. And it's always the best demonstration is when you can push your iron and slide it along the ironing board with one small finger. So that's a little bit about the velocity irons and our ironing boards. We do have a full selection available at Sewing Machine Plus. We have a lot of other great products, but really we're here if you have any finishing needs and stuff like that, that we can definitely be a service with Blaine and team at Sewing Machine Plus.
Well, hey, Jamie, great demonstration, and is always a great product to talk about. Thank you so much for being part of Hoopfest, and hopefully we'll see you again on another one real soon.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. I'm gonna let them know how they can get this. So, guys, we are talking about the reliable velocity iron and that ironing board. Now, we have a great special today. This is a call-in special. You're going to save some money if you call in on this. This is a combination machine. $429 is a great price. That's a $50 savings right there. You're getting that velocity iron. You're getting that great ironing board. Now, we do sell these separately if you already got a great ironing board. But I'm telling you that this iron, what really makes the difference between this and a lot of them out there is that compact vapor generator. A lot of irons out there are steam irons, and I'm telling you, I've used a lot of different irons through the years, and most of them, when that water hits that sole plate, it cools that sole plate down to create the steam. This one has a generator, a steam generator built into the iron, so it's turning it into steam before it even gets to the sole plate. So that is what's so awesome about this iron. The other thing is that revolutionary temperature control. It's got 8 settings, and you have a range that you can iron silk all the way up to denim, and with no problem. And then it has that that anodized aluminum sole plate. And what's nice about that is that sole plate with all the different jets it has to put the steam out. I tell you what, it really does a great job, and it keeps your temperature even over the entire sole plate. It has the sensor touch technology, and what's really good, Jamie really showed you, is when you're ironing, if you're having to tip that iron up and down constantly, that puts a lot of pressure on your wrist. Well, this one, that ironing board has that built-in sole plate rest where you just set it on there. It's not going to burn the ironing board at all, or you can just buy that, the little heat plate that you could just sit it in. Either one. But I tell you, the ironing board, using this is really a nice way to iron, and it's constantly ready to go. The other thing that's nice is that auto bypass switch, especially to all you quilters out there. What's so frustrating if you've been ironing and you set it down and it turns itself off automatically. When you're doing this and you're ironing for a couple hours and you're doing a project, you want your iron to be ready to go and where you can reach, and it's always hot. So that's some of the things that's really nice about that. So guys, again, get this combo. This is a great combo, but if you don't need an ironing board, you've already got a great ironing board, you can buy the iron by itself. But give us a call, guys. This is a call-in special. You're going to save $50 on the combo right now, but call us at 800-401-8151. We have free shipping nationwide, and so call us and get your iron today. All right, guys. We are going to continue on with the show, and hey, man, it's already counting down. We're getting those last few hours.
Are you so excited, Blaine, to find out who the 5th
Oh my gosh!
is?
Can't wait, guys! Can't wait to find out who's going to win the Dream Studio giveaway. And just a reminder, all you have to do to get entered is just start chatting. You can ask questions, make comments, go subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed, go like our Facebook page. All those things will help you enter to win. And we're just counting the hours down, guys. We're going to actually pick our 5th finalists. And then we're going to put all 5 names into a hat, pull them out, and we'll pick a winner that way. And they're going to win a $25,000 Dream Studio.
Oh my
and
gosh.
everybody wins something. That's what's going to be
Yeah.
awesome. We still have some great giveaways we're going to give away throughout the show. And so there's a lot of things going on. And we have great specials. And I just found out today, guys, while y'all are watching the demonstrations, I've been on the phone nonstop and talking to the manufacturers. And guess what? I've got a great announcement to make. Every single one of them has agreed to extend our Hoopfest specials all the way till next week. So we're going to go all the way to the end of the day next Friday. Close of business next Friday will be the last day. But you've got a whole other week that you can buy all the Hoopfest specials. And so they've all agreed to it. And so we're super excited about that. So guys, no pressure to get it all today then. You can still buy all the way up through the end of business next week. So anyway, we're going to continue on. We're going to go all the way from Canada now, 2,000 miles south. And we're going to go down to Florida. And
Not yet.
she's not here?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, we're not going to Florida yet. We're going to go from Canada to California,
Yes.
to me.
Blaine, I have a question for you though. Out
Yeah.
of all the products that we've shown today, which one has been your favorite? Which one's just
Oh my
knocked your
gosh.
socks off?
You know, there's all the products. There's something different about each and every one. It just kind of gets you excited. And I love the multi-needle machines. You know, I don't care what brand it is or how many needles. I just love them because of the functionality they have. It kind of reminds me of a CNC router because you program a design in and then it just goes and does its thing.
Yeah.
And so I like all those. And, you know, the iron that we just showed, you know, if you have to iron clothes, I am telling you what, you know, I don't like ironing. I would rather steam my iron or my clothes. But if you're going to have to iron, to me, this Velocity iron is probably one of the best irons I've ever used. Just because the steam generator is built inside the iron and it vaporizes the water before it even hits the sole plate. So that you get a really nice temperature control that way, where a lot of irons dump it in there and it cools the sole plate down and it drips water. And so unless you get a big, nice steam generator iron that has the tank and the hose, you're not going to get that kind of quality unless you get a Velocity. So I like that, but all the products that
and reliable too, they're more industrial, you know, based.
Yes.
And so you know the quality of that iron, it's insane how much it can do. And even when you steam it, it goes out so far and the power of it is just incredible.
Well, you know what people don't probably realize at home, Reliable, you know, they basically are an industrial machine manufacturer, but they've also been in the steam business for years. And they make a lot of, you know, steamers for dentists, doctors, and things to sterilize their, you know, their instruments. So they've been in the steam business for a long, long time. And they make a lot of nice steam generator irons and also just steamers. And so they've kind of taken that technology and put it into this iron. So, but, you know, there's been so many great products so far today. You know, how can you beat, you know, anything you see? You know, Melinda Stevenson, you know, made me want to buy an array, you know, maybe like array 6 needle. So.
Absolutely. Anything she talks about, it's automatically added to my wish list.
All right, guys. Well, we're still waiting on Kelly to get here. We got a few more minutes. So, guess what?
What, Blaine?
We're going to give something away.
Give a word.
All right. So, you know what? I'm just going to give a sewing machine away. How y'all think about that? So, let's give an LB 5000 sewing and embroidery machine from Brother. Guys, this is a $1,000 machine, and one of you are going to win this. And so, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Oh, you do not have to tell me twice. Let's see. Oh,
Sassy.
Hey.
So Sassy is our winner, and she's watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Sassy. You just won yourself a Brother LB 5000 sewing and embroidery machine. And so what we need you to do is go to SMP live, LIVE.TV. Once you get to that page, scroll down toward the bottom. It'll say claim your prize, fill all the information out, hit submit, and that's how you'll claim your prize. And then once we get that information, we'll try to get it all shipped out to you next week.
Hey, if you're sassy, you win. Perfect.
All right, so now we're going to go all the way from California, all the way over to the other side of the United States, all the way down to Florida, to the other coast. And we're going to go down and say hi to Kelly Luttrell. She is the National Account Trainer for Juki America, and she's the one you go to for about anything Juki. So Kelly, welcome back to the show. And I think this is for the final time this week.
Yes, it is. Blaine, we made it to Friday. Happy Friday.
Well, happy Friday to you. And today you got to talk about two great products that I love. You know, one of them is the Ricoh printer. That's probably one of my favorites that, you know, we had on the show too. I love everything we've had, but now we're going to talk about that Tajima 8 needle. And, you know, Tajima, when you think about Tajima, you think about industrial, you know, commercial machines because of the technology they put in there to hold up. And they've taken all that technology, shrunk it down and put it into an 8 needle. And man, is it a nice machine. So we're going to let you show everybody all about it, and I'll come back and tell them how they can get one.
Sounds good, Blaine. Thank you so much. Good to be back because we're going to explore the wonderful world of multi-needle embroidery in a professional manner. If you've ever thought about a side gig or just want professional quality embroidery, the Tajima Sai is for you. It's an 8 needle, but it's a complete commercial embroidery system. They've made it compact so it fits into my sewing studio, which I love because I love combining all the arts, the printing, the sewing, everything. But this is heavy duty, and it's a system because it includes the software. You need software to design embroidery. So you get that with this machine, and Blaine's price is crazy good. You also not only get the software, but you get all the hoops you need to be successful. You get the 8x12 hoop that looks like this. You get 4x4 hoop, and you get 2 of each of these, okay? Let me talk about this one. I'm also going to tell you, and we're going to go here in a minute, I've got the cap frame on today. Since it's Hoopfest, I thought I would show you how to do a cap because it's so easy on this system. These are the fonts built right into the machine, and they're professionally digitized. They're commercial free, so if you use them in a business, you're good to go. But if you look at our screen, it screens from home embroidery machines. It's a little different because remember, this is a commercial system. So I've got those built-in 6 lettering, but really, for the most part, you don't want to be editing and standing up in front of the machine. You want to be creating in your own space with your laptop and then bringing it to the machine. You can send it to the machine wirelessly, or you can use a USB drive, whatever you like. So let's talk cap frame because that's something everybody wants to do, and you want to make it easy. And notice that on this machine, I have the cap driver on. I still have the hoop frame on. And the one thing I like about the hoop frame is that I can put the hoops on in either direction so that I can do a heavy towel and have the majority of the fabric in front. But right now, this is the cap driver, easy to put on. So what I'm going to do is just go to home. And I have my design. It remembers it. It has a memory that it's going to remember up to 250 designs. So those will age out and go away. But if I star it, like I did my logo here, I can have that always in my memory. So I've selected that, and I'm going to touch set. And then here is the screen for the cap. It's the cap framers already there. So now I'm going to show you how to put a cap in the frame so you can embroider it. Now, this is easy to do, and you get 2 of these, so you can be hooping one and then doing embroidery on the other. So what I'm doing is I'm pulling out the sweatband and I'm centering that. There's a center mark on this cap frame. And then I'm going to bring this holder right in place. And again, the alignment's the most important. I'm going to make sure that that's all lined up before I start doing my embroidery. So it's all set. Actually, I'm just going to align that a little bit better. It's always easier said than done on camera. So let's make sure that looks good. And it does. So I'm just going to push the levers to take this off. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate the brim to the left. And then I'm just going to rotate this until I can lock it into place on my machine. That's it. So now there's a laser light up here. So I'm going to touch set to set my design. So I don't have to move that actually a whole lot because it's almost there. So I'm going to just touch set and execute the tracing, which that's going to go exactly around that design and show you where it's going to place. And the field for caps is 3 by 12. So that's an ample size for baseball caps. All right. So it looks good. And I'm just going to press start to start the embroidery. So if you want to get a closer look at this while it starts, so you're going to get a professional stitch. I'm going to stop that right now so I can now take you to the software and show you all the things that it has to offer. All right. The software is called Tajima Writer Plus. And I'm going to open that. And you just saw me start a cap, and it's really easy to do. And a lot of people like to do caps. So I'm going to start by just showing you the cap frame field. Isn't that nice? So it's very nice size for caps. And I think I can bring mine. So what I like to do is I like to rotate it so that when I get to the cap, I don't forget to do that. So that's all set up to sew a cap. Okay, but I'm going to change my hoop to the large one just because that's where I like to design. Okay, and I can turn on a grid on here for placement. The first thing I'm going to tell you is that there's over 1,000 designs built in. You're not going to be looking for designs. All of these designs are commercial free, professionally digitized, so you can use them in a business. There's flowers, there's frames, fruits and vegetables, mascots, occupations. I'm going to go up to applique because there's some really nice choices in there. Very nice. And you have quilting squares. So I'm learning how to do that quilting in my hoop, which I'm excited about. So I'm going to go back to flowers and plants and pick this rose so I can show you a little bit more about the software. I can bring in any type of design and edit and change it. So if you look right now, this is a small, it's about 1.5 by 2, and it has less than 2,000 stitches. So I'm going to drag this handle and I can size it in proportion by dragging the handle. And now I'm making this real big so you can see it at home. But now it has 17,851 stitches, and now it's almost 6 by 6.5. So a nice big design. A couple of things I like to do is I like color. So you can choose from many different thread palettes like Aurifil. You have DMC in here, Glide. Just name them, they're in here. So I'm going to get some color going, and we're going to color that flower. Now it colored the whole thing. So I'm going to go to my tools, and I'm going to drag this group up here. There's so many tools on the side that I just want to see the ones I'm working with. So I'm going to ungroup this design. Now, if I look under sequence, I can see the whole thing. So now I can turn this beautiful rose a different color, just in the fill section. I can also change the outline if I want to. I could delete a portion of the design if I wanted to. And then I can so choose to undo that if I really didn't want to do that. Okay, so let's put in an outline you can see. And I'm going to start with the fill design because built into this machine is several fill options for you. I have selected the fill, and right now it's on random. So let's take a look at some of the choices. I can do pattern 3, and it's going to change the look. Now that is by satin, that turned out actually really pretty because it brings in some texture. So go through these. I've actually sewn these out so that I know what kind of effect I'm going to get. So I'm just kind of picking these so you can see the different effects you can get. And I'm going to go to Tatami 70. Okay. And just like that, I can do that with the outline too. So I can go up here. I can select from run, 2-ply. I also can select from program stitches. So I can go down here and pick different stitches for the outline. Now, some of them will overwhelm the design, of course, like I'm seeing here, but others will enhance it. Like 96 was beautiful. I'm going to go back to line though, because you can adjust the line, the stitch length. You can also determine how many times you go around with the outline, which is very nice. Okay. I'm going to select this whole thing and reduce it to show you some other fun tools we have in here. The reflection tool is great. Now I can copy and paste in here, but I can do a couple of things. I can copy it and make it reflect. So now that I have 2 roses, that looks really nice. All right, next let's talk about text, because when we're doing embroidery for people, like on the polo I have today, most people want fonts and letters and logos. So I'm going to go to the font tool, and I have professionally digitized fonts in the program to choose from. I also have monograms, and I have import TrueType fonts, so I can actually use my TrueType fonts. So let's start by just adding text. And I think today I have a pink rose, so I'm going to type that in. And now I can do what I like with these. I can change the size. I can change the color. And again, I can go up and select from all of these different professionally digitized fonts and use them. Now, the other nice thing about this is notice that I have little dots down here that I can individually pick these letters, and I can change the size, I can change the spacing, whatever I want to do. So you can edit these individually or together, which is so nice, and pick from several styles. That probably wouldn't work. Now I'm picking all the stuff that doesn't work. So let's go to Penelope. Ooh, that's pretty. Okay. All right. I'm going to open another page. I like that I can have several pages going. So if I'm combining designs, that makes it easy. So let's go explore monograms. So I'm going to touch the monogram. And again, these are professionally digitized. And I'm going to put in letters. and then just press enter. Okay. And I can pick my style. I can pick different styles in here. Ooh, that looks good. And now I'm going to use, okay, we can drag this to make it a little bigger. How nice is that on a towel? You could add a frame. So pretty. All right, let's explore those true type fonts, because this is a nice way to do different lines, because watch what I can do. You can do several lines. And this is a really great way to make labels for your quilts, different special gifts. It's just a really nice editing program. So now I'm going through my, what's built in on my computer is what's available for me. And I'll select that one. I can center it. I can also change the line spacing to have a little space between those letters, between the lines. So I'm going to do that. And now I'm going to place these letters. So I just double click to see what they look like. And that looks great. I can change the colors. Again, I can change, again, the font. But let's go back to that screen, because there's more options here. That was a satin stitch, but if I wanted to, I could do a run. So I just get an outline. I can do a complex fill. I can even create artwork so I can digitize them myself. So there's so many choices in here. So I'm going to change the style, and I'm going to change it to complex fill, and we'll bring it back in. So just a little different look, but you have so many choices there. So we've got built-in true type fonts. We have monograms, and we have those professionally digitized fonts that you saw. But you can also dig deeper and create your own. You know now that you can edit any patterns. I can bring in patterns from different formats like PES or SEW and edit them. I can also use these tools to create my own. Now, Auto Digitizer is something I use when I just want to see how it's going to sew out. So I'm going to go up and get a design. Okay, let's go to there we go. Let's see, where's my stuff? Here we go. So many choices. Let's see, I'm going to go look in my downloads. There we go. All right, so I'm just going to bring in a graphic. Took me a little time, but that's okay. And all I'm doing is bringing in a picture to see how the Auto Digitizer will digitize it. 6 colors, so that looks good. Now, this is one thing I love about the software. Instead of figuring out the density of the stitch, all that stuff, I can just select what I'm going to put this on. So if I'm going to put it on a t-shirt, the stitch density will be different than if I was putting it on velvet or vinyl or jeans. So I can select that, and I can actually assign that to stuff I make, or to, you know, the editing stuff. I'll show you how to do that. So you don't really have to worry about, you know, making the density of the stitch. The software will take care of that for you. So now it's thinking, it's digitizing those eggs for me, and it'll depend on how they come out. If I like the finished product, then I'll use it, but I may digitize it myself if I don't like how it turns out. Okay, so this one turned out a little different today. This is interesting. Before I cropped out the I'm going to use my select tool to see what I've got here. So the red and white one came out pretty great, but not these. So I might go in and digitize those myself. So let me show you how you can make stuff yourself. Now, one of the things I love is Sketchbook. Sketchbook is cool. My laptop, it's hooked up to a monitor, but it is a tablet. So I can use these tools as I so choose. So if I select, you can see I can select a pen. And then when I start drawing, see, it's drawing it, or it's interpreting that into a running stitch. So if you wanted to do somebody's signature for a label, you could. And you can do that in different stitches too. You can do that with steel or satin stitch or complex fill. So that is a lot of fun. The sketchbook is amazing. But here are some tools that you can digitize. I usually have a template, and I'll show you how to bring that in. But I'm just going to draw a quick triangle. Okay. Then I'm going to set the direction of the stitch. And now I can fill it in. And right now it's on satin. Let me take it to random. Now you can see how that fills in. I can also do that with a satin stitch. So I'm going to go select my satin tool. And I'll just make a little rectangle here. And again, I'm going to do the direction of the stitch. And that's a little angled, but that I'll put that in yellow so you can kind of see that. So if I had a template behind me, I can assign these and digitize it myself. So to use a template, what you do is you just bring in a picture. Okay, so I can bring in this logo and just punch over it, and I create what I have on, like my little polo I have on today. And I can bring that real big so that I can now just grab the tool and start assigning it. Complex fill. So I'm just going to start clicking around the U. So Tajima Sai is a complete embroidery system. You get software, you get the hoops, you get everything you need to have professional digitized designs. You can bring in your designs. Let me show you the formats. So if I still wanted to work with this, this is a PXF. That's an editable file. But look at all these different formats I can work with, because I've had other embroidery machines and I have quite a collection of designs myself. So it is nice to know that you can bring in different formats, edit them, and sew them out. It is a well-rounded program, and the embroidery comes out really spectacular. So let's go back to our eggs. I wanted to show you that there. I think that sketchbook stitches out really nice. Anyway, all right. So let's go back to the machine and take a look at that cap frame. I'm going to turn this back on again. It does a beautiful job at professional digitized embroidery. I love to do, probably too noisy, so I'm going to stop that. But this is something that I love to do for gifts, is towels, because it gives such a nice look. So the other things that are available for this machine for optional hoops, there's a shoe hoop, there's a sock hoop. This is called the pocket hoop, and it actually attaches on to the cap frame driver. And I'm able to do, it's very tiny initials for things too. So A couple of other things. Let's talk about thread. Thread is really important when you're doing embroidery. I love polyester, I love rayon, but recently I've been rediscovering cotton thread. And this is an Aurifil 40 weight that just comes out spectacular. It looks, the finish is just beautiful. And then I did 2 borders on the back. And with that laser light, it was very easy to line those up. So it's so much fun to do different things on this machine. It's easy to set up and it's user friendly. And a couple of other things for maintenance, because I found that although I love that cotton thread, it's very linty. So what I'm going to do for maintenance is I'm going to clean out that bobbin area frequently. In fact, if I'm running this every day, I do that every morning. And I'm going to put a little drop of oil in that bobbin area too. About once a week, if I'm a heavy user, I'm going to take this plate off and I'm going to delint the needle bar area and oil the needle bars. So what you get with the Tajima Sai is 2 of every frame. You get the software, and if you look at the price, it's almost unbelievable what a great package this is. And the machine, when this cap is over, it's going to ask me, do you want to sew another cap? And if I do, I just say yes. So if I'm making a dozen caps, if I'm making 100 caps, I can just keep going. And it'll also say, hey, do you want it placed in the same place? So that is a real advantage if you're doing batch sewing for a business. But whether you like to sew for a business or professional embroidery yourself, the Tajima Sai delivers beautiful embroidery. So I'm going to check in with Blaine to see how you guys are doing. If there's any questions on this beautiful compact commercial embroidery system or how you can get it.
Well, Kelly, I tell you what, everybody needs to jump on this. We've got a great Hoopfest special on this. And as you know, the quality on this is unmatched. It's so good. And so we're going to tell everybody how they can get it. Thank you so much to Juki and to you for coming on Hoopfest. And you've been here a trooper, been here 2 times a day all week long. So now you're deserving of a good rest.
All right. Thank you too, Blaine. I had a great week. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kelly. All right, guys, this is the Tajima 8-needle embroidery machine. And again, the price on it is $9,999. Guys, we do have a call-in special on this. So if you're interested in an 8-needle, a very compact machine, weighs 80 pounds. So you're going to have probably a little bit of help to pick it up. But it is a very small, tight package. It doesn't take up much room at all. Again, free shipping on this nationwide. We do have financing available for you as well, and a great package for you today. Now, guys, it's going to come with 2 frames of each size. You're going to get it's a 200 millimeter by 300 millimeter, which I think that's equivalent to about like a 4x4, and then you're going to get like an 8x12, which is that's the 8x12. The 200 millimeter by 300 millimeter should be about an 8x12, and then 100 millimeter by 100 millimeter should be about a 4x4. So those are the 2 hoops you're going to be able to get with it. You're getting all the accessories, and again, great machine. It has an addition. You can get the additional optional cap driver and cap frame for it as well. And so again, if you've been interested in an embroidery machine, this is a great machine to get. Very compact, and then it's got that Tajima name, which they're probably the top embroidery company in the world. So you're getting quality there. All right, guys, we are going to continue on, and we're counting it down. We're counting it down. It is going this thing is going by so fast. And now I'm looking at the time. We're only a few hours away from announcing our winners of the embroidery contest.
What?
And picking our 5th finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. So some exciting stuff yet to come, and but we're having a great time. But up next, we're going to have Melinda Stevenson coming back in, and she is kind of replacing Richard Tharp. His internet went down. He couldn't get on. So, you know, Melinda, being the trooper she is, she wasn't even planned to be here today. She jumped in and she came in this morning and did the 6-needle array. But now this afternoon, she's going to do the Baby Lock Altair. Now, we've done the Altair and the Meridian. The Meridian is the same. It's basically almost the same machine. It's the embroidery side of that machine, same interface, but the Altair has that same Meridian embroidery interface.
Yep.
However, it has the sewing side as well. So you're getting a combination machine. And guys, great pricing on this. These things were well over $10,000. Now we got them down under $9,000. Great price on it. And actually, it's even lower than that. It's $79.99. And so big savings on the Altair today. And you know, Melinda, she's a national baby lock educator. She's been sewing for over 25 years. She's a professor at Florida State University. And so while we're waiting on her to get in here, I think we're going to give something else away, Kennedy.
Oh, of course, Blaine. Of course.
So what can we give away we haven't given away yet?
We haven't given away. What have we not given away?
Why don't we do some Stay Perfect stabilizer? Can we do that?
That is such a good pick.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We have 5 different stabilizer packs of the pre-cut. It's we get the no-show mesh. We get the.
I'm going to pull up the website.
Pull it up real quick. Yeah. I can't remember all of it, but the no-show mesh. We get the sticky stabilizer. We get the name some more, Kyle. You remember all of them?
Peel and stick, water
Peel and
soluble.
stick, water soluble. Okay. So anyway, there's 5 different varieties. Cut away, tear away. Yeah, there's 5 different varieties of that. They're all pre-cut. And here's the great thing about it. There's 25 sheets in each one of these packs.
Yep.
Okay. So basically you're getting 125 sheets of stabilizer, but you're getting a variety of different types that you're going to be able to use. And it's the pre-cut. And these things are awesome, guys. This is our very own brand of stabilizer, the Stay Perfect. And we worked extremely hard on this. And actually, Deborah Jones did a little consulting on the side for us for this project. So a little inside information. And so, guys, this is our stabilizer. Great stabilizer. We're going to give one of you lucky viewers out there the whole pack. You're getting 5 packs of 25. That's incredible.
Yeah.
All right, so Kenny, to get that wheel ready to go, and let's spin that wheel, and we'll get us a winner picked out there.
Let's do it.
All right, here we go, everybody.
Let's do it.
Watch for your name. Okay, it's starting to slow down. Here we go. So Francis, Francie.
So fancy, Francie.
So fancy, Francie. So Francie. So congratulations to Francie. She is watching today from YouTube. And so Francie, we need you to go to SMPLive, LIVE.TV. And once you get to that page, you're going to just scroll down to the bottom where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information, and hit submit. And once we get that in, next week sometime, we'll get all your stabilizer packs sent out to you. What do you think about that?
I love the Stay Perfect stabilizer. It is seriously one of my favorites. I use it for all of the Takeover Tuesday projects.
Yeah, it's good. I tell you what, it's really a good stabilizer. So if y'all haven't ever tried it, you ought to try some of it. We absolutely love it. We have it in the rolls. So if you do want to roll, you can get in the rolls. And then we've got the pre-cut packs. And, you know, so you kind of have some people like the rolls. Some people like the the pre-cuts so it doesn't fold on you or roll up when you're trying to use it. And so very good. So have we got any word on?
She said she's coming.
She's coming soon.
She's on her way.
Okay. I know we're a little early.
Yeah, maybe
yes.
a couple minutes more.
2 minutes early.
We can do another giveaway. We have something from R&K, Blaine.
Okay. Well, let's do it.
This is the Educator Favorites Bundle. So all of the educators came together and picked their favorite stabilizers, threads, toppings, tape, everything. So this is valued at $320.
I like that.
Lots of good stuff.
You know, and that's what's kind of cool about this is you basically got the educators picking what they are favorites.
Yeah. Yeah, like Clarissa and Trevor and Judy and Kathy, everyone that you saw this week uses all of this stuff.
Yeah, so it's the
Immensely.
Floriani educators went and kind of voted on all their favorite stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and we put a package together.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all see the package. I don't know exactly what everything is in there, but it is a stabilizer, all kinds of great things in there. So it'll be a little goodie bag that you'll be
Yes.
receiving. So it's a great giveaway. All right,
Yeah.
Kennedy. Well, let's
All
spin
right.
that wheel.
Let's do it. Bye-bye.
Here we go. We're going to see who gets the Floriani little educator bundle.
Dun, 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 dun.
Deanna Steele Mullins. So Deanna Mullins.
Woo-hoo.
Deanna is watching from Facebook today. So congratulations, Deanna. So Deanna, we need you to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page, and where it says claim your prize, fill out all that information, hit submit, and we'll get your little bundle sent out to you next week sometime. Very good.
Ooh, I'm really excited for whoever gets that because it's a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, it is. Great stuff. All right, so we're going to give one more little giveaway away while
Let's
we're waiting
do
on
it.
Melinda to get here. Let's do a $100 gift card
Yes, absolutely.
to Sewing Machines Plus. And again, we'll email you the gift card code, and you can use it in your checkout to save you $100 on your purchase.
Who
So
doesn't love that?
if somebody's got their eye on a machine, this might help them out a little bit.
Oh, exactly, Blaine.
All right, so Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Woohoo.
So here we go. We're going to get to see who's going to win a $100 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. Camille Sexton.
Woohoo.
Camille is watching today from Facebook, so congratulations, Camille. And so, Camille, we need you to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information, hit submit, and we'll email you your gift card code. And if you don't have that by Friday of next week, Camille, either give us a call or just email us to infobox or just info@SewingMachinesPlus.com and let us know that you haven't received it, because sometimes your spam filters catch something when we email it. So just do that, and that way we'll make sure we get it to you.
Yay.
All right, guys. So want a reminder, September the 11th through the 15th is going to be SewFest. So mark that on your calendars. And guys, we've got a great event planned for you. It's going to be something we've never done before. And it's basically a new format. We're going to have 4 hours a day of just education. And so we're going to have education in combination with doing product demos throughout the day. And so it's going to be a great time. So you're going to be able to see an educational session that'll last a complete hour. So we're going to try to make it project-based, do some projects. And so it's going to be a lot of fun. And we hope that y'all mark that out on your calendar and tune in. And we're super excited about it. So, all right, guys, we're all the way out here in California. We're going to go all the way to Florida again. And all the way across the nation, just like that, a snap of a finger. And well, y'all didn't know I was magic, did you?
No,
Snap of a finger. Anyway, we're going to go over to Melinda Stevenson, and we're going to talk all about that baby Lock Altair. So, Melinda, welcome back to the show.
Thank you so much, Blaine. It's good to be here. I appreciate your having me.
Well,
So
you
we
know
got-
what? You're saving us today. Since Richard had his problems, you filled in for him this morning, you fill in this afternoon, so we sure do appreciate it. And I'm gonna let you take it away and talk all about the Altair, because I know this is one of your favorite machines.
It is. I absolutely love this machine. Thank you so much, Blaine. This machine does so much. And I'm going to we don't have that much time. So what I'm going to do is give you 5 of my favorite things about this machine. Okay. And one of my very favorite things about the machine is the sheer size of the machine. And I'm talking about the size of the screen. I'm talking about the embroidery area, the sewing area, and also the hoop sizes. So I'm going to change cameras now and take you over to the machine so that you can see what I'm talking about. All right, give me just a second. All righty. Okay, so this is the screen of the machine, and whenever you can see what I just did to that. But this has the screen itself is 10 inches by 1 inch, It's about the size of an iPad. Okay, so it's like working on a large iPad. And so you don't have trouble seeing the designs. I know with some of the smaller machines, this area is a lot smaller, sometimes kind of hard to see, really hard to see the embroidery stitches. So the next thing that I really love is the size of this workspace to the right of the needle, okay? And that workspace is big enough really to fit a pretty large size quilt. It's 11 inches from the right-hand side of this needle all the way to the end. So you can really roll up a lot of quilt in there. It's really large enough for you to stitch out several different things. And whenever you're sewing, if you're on the sewing side of the machine, you can keep the bed on, the embroidery bed on, and it gives you kind of a nice space. You don't have to take that off in order to do your sewing. So that's really nice. The other thing that's really big about this machine is it has 771 sewing stitches. All right, and we'll go through these in just a little bit, but each of these is a category that has dozens of stitches. But it also has 494 embroidery designs. Okay, that is a lot of embroidery designs. So let me back up so that you can see that again. All right. So one of the things that, another one of my favorite things is the ease with which you can choose and use your embroidery designs. So let's just take one embroidery design and let's play around with it. Let's look at all the different things we can do with it. Let's look at all the different things we can learn by having a look at it. Okay, so we're going to go to this stained glass category. It's got some gorgeous designs on here. Let me just show you. Let's just go to this one. So this beautiful peacock design looks so good whenever you embroider it on a screen. It looks really cool. It's like a stained glass window. And so you can see on this opening screen before you set it, and you can see this is just like for us to have a look at. This isn't, we haven't chosen it yet. We're just looking at it. We're sort of auditioning it. On this screen, you can see that the design size is 4.77 by 4.77. You can see how many stitches it's made up of. So it's 20,186 stitches. That is a lot of stitches, and it's going to take 45 minutes to stitch out, and you're going to change 13 times, okay? Down here, it's going to show you which color you're actually going to use. And right here, it's going to give you a choice of background colors, okay? So you can look at it on, obviously, white, gray, or black. And this is really nice. I like using this for designs to help me determine what color fabric I want to use with my design. Then on this screen, you also have the ability to flip it, all right, mirror the design, okay? All right, so let's touch set. Let's say we've chosen that design and we've decided that we really want to use that design. Now I'm on my embroidery screen and I can choose edit. But before I choose edit, I want us to look at the different things that you have on this screen. On this screen, you can enlarge that design so that you can really kind of see what kind of stitches there are. Okay, and you can see this is primarily satin stitches, really beautiful stitching. This tells you exactly which hoop that you can use for this design. So this tells us that we could use our 5x7 hoop, we could use our 9.5 by 9.5 hoop, or we could use our 14-inch by 9.5 hoop. Your machine is going to come with these 4 hoops. It comes with a 4x4 hoop, it comes with a 5x7 hoop, comes by the 9.5 by 9.5 hoop and the 9.5 by 14-inch hoop. This has some really fun aspects to this piece. So let me have a look at this. All right, so this is going to show you what your design is going to look like in each of these hoops. So here we have the 9.5 by 14, and of course, a good rule of thumb is to use the smallest hoop possible for your design. So we don't want to use this 9.5 by 14.5 inch hoop unless we want to add a design to it. So let's look at what it looks like in the 9.5 by 9.5. That's still too large. Now let's look at what it looks like in the 5 by 7 hoop. Okay, that looks like it's going to work pretty well in the 5 by 7 hoop. So I'm going to touch, before I touch OK though, I want to show you one more thing. We can see how exactly this is going to stitch out in this hoop. So I'm going to go ahead and touch this because I want to do it as fast as possible. But let me show you how quickly this design stitches out on here so that you can kind of see what it looks like as it stitches. We're going to make it a little bit larger as it stitches. I love that. Isn't that cool? So that you can see which stitches first, how it stitches. And that's just in case you decide that you don't want to use some of the colors in here. Okay. All right. Now, let's say that you've chosen this design, but really you would like to change that color palette because you don't think it really matches your decor very well. So let's have a look at what we can do in order to change those colors. I'm going to touch the edit screen. And of course, let me go back up here so you can see it because I think I knocked it down a little bit. Okay. So of course, what you can do is you can change the colors just manually, right? So if I decide that I want to use a different color here, all I have to do is make sure that this color is highlighted, and then I can change that color, okay? All right, but let's say that we want to kind of do it, you know, we don't want to go color by color because that's going to take forever. But we have this really cool thing called a color visualizer. And with that color visualizer, let me cancel this and let's reset that. Okay. And then let's go back to our color visualizer and let's look at the choices we have. If we want to see this particular design using some soft colors, we touch soft and look at that. You see how many different ways you could stitch this? All right. That's kind of cool. It's got a little bit of a different color. All right, let's go back and then let's look at the random. Let's see how that looks. And the random, you can either do it auto or you can do it manual. Let's do it manual. Now, this is what's very helpful whenever you are trying to match your home decor, okay? So let's say that your home decor is actually beiges and tans, okay? So let's get rid of all these colors and then let's just choose some beiges and tans and see if how that looks with this particular design. So there's a tan and there's a little gray beige and a little bit darker, another tan. Okay, so let's touch okay with that. Okay, see now that's going to give you something that may possibly match your decor. So I love that. I am not an interior designer. I have a really hard time seeing what colors might look like, but this color visualizer is super helpful. So I'm going to touch cancel and I'm going to go back to my original screen. Okay, so now I'm back to my regular screen. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about if we wanted to import other designs. So let's go back to our home screen and let's touch OK. And you know that over on this side of your machine, you have a place for your 2 flash drives. So you can import any design on your flash drive, or you can use the wireless network and you can import designs from, let me back up just a little bit, using PE Design, or you can import designs using our free Baby Lock downloadable design center. So what that looks like is, sorry, just a second, I need to pull my phone up so I can show you a couple of these things. Our design database transfer software is a free download from Baby Lock. And using that, you can actually transfer any design that you might have on your computer or on any other device and transfer it into your Altair sewing machine. So the Palette 11 software is very helpful with that. Now, there's another thing that you can do with that software though, and that is something that makes this machine absolutely unique. The unique feature on this machine is our IQ positioning app. And that IQ positioning app can explain why your hoops have these kind of strange designs on them, okay? These hoops are designed specifically for the Altair. Now, you can use other hoops for the Altair. So if you already have a whole set of hoops, you can still use those with your Altair. But this is what you're going to need in order to do your IQ positioning app, right? And let me show you very quickly how that works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose a design. And I'm just going to, I have all sorts of choices of designs. But let's just say that I want to choose an alphabet design, okay? And let's just choose a B, all right? So that's really nice, isn't it? I kept that dark background on there. All right, but let's choose that B, and let's choose set, okay? Now let's say that we want to put that B on a piece of fabric that has a little diagonal or I'm sorry, not diagonal, but has a grain that it's very necessary that we use a very careful positioning app in order to get it straight. Because sometimes, and I'm going to show you what this looks like for me, sometimes I don't hoop things straight. So you can see right here, I'm going to give you this, get this all stuff out of the way, and I'm going to hoop this piece of fabric, and I'm going to on purpose hoop it kind of crooked, okay? All right, so I'm going to hoop it a little bit crooked. All right, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce the size, because I'm going to pretend like that this is just something that I want on a towel, okay? And I'm going to use this as the bottom of the towel. So I've got that design. And sometimes, you know, we hoop things a little cattywampus. It's not exactly straight, but we can fix that with our IQ positioning app, all right? So let me go in here and let me make this a little bit smaller so we can play around with it a little bit. So I'm going to touch my edit screen. I'm going to touch size. Now this enables you to change the size of your design, and it also changes the stitches. So your stitch out is going to always be perfect. So I'm going to, oops, see, I can make it bigger, I can make it small. Oh, that's pretty small. Okay, but let's just try with that. So I'm going to touch OK here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my cell phone and I'm going to choose, so you can see right here, oh, I've got mine. Of course, I have my flashlight on. All right. Okay, this is like, okay, let me turn a flashlight on. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let me show you. See this IQ positioning app? All right, so that IQ positioning app is what I'm going to choose. So I'm going to touch IQ positioning app, and then I'm going to give it a chance to read my machine, and I'm going to put photo frame for easy positioning. Okay, so I'm going to touch that, and then I'm going to hold it above my frame, and now it says, this can't be detected because I have everything in the way. All right, let's try this again. If you've got stuff in the way, it's not going to detect it for you. So I'm going to touch send to machine. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, let's put it back on the. All right, oh wait. Okay, sorry guys, let's try that one more time. All right, here we go. So it's holding it. Okay, so now it tells me that I can send it to the machine. So I'm going to touch send it to the machine. It's sending it to the machine. Now it's sent, and it says the image was sent from the mobile app update. And I'm going to touch OK. We're going to update. And now it's going to ask me to attach the frame used in the image. So let me attach the frame that I used in the image. There's my frame. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch OK on the screen. Okay, and now give it just a second. It's going to move. And look, Now I can see exactly what that's looking like in the hoop. So I'm going to move it a little bit closer, and you can see that it's not straight. All right. I need that B to rotate a little bit. So I'm going to touch my rotate key. Okay, here's my rotate key. And then I'm going to give it a little bit of a rotation until it's absolutely exactly where I want it to be. Now, look at that. Now it's perfectly aligned. Okay. Now when I embroider it out, it's going to be perfectly aligned exactly where I want it to go. Imagine what this is like whenever you're trying to embroider right on top of a pocket, all right? You're going to have perfect embroidery, absolutely, every single time. Okay, all right, so that's just one of the things. All right, let's talk a little bit about the border function on the machine, because it has a wonderful border function that makes putting a border on a sheet or a pillowcase super easy. So let's go in here. And let's go into our embroidery designs, and let's choose one of the smaller designs. Let's see. Let's go to an emoji. Okay. Let's say you want to be silly. You want to do an emoji, and you want to do an emoji all the way across the bottom. You want to border a towel with emojis. Okay. So here we go. We're going to set that, and then we're going to make it smaller. So let's touch the edit screen and make sure you can see all that. Okay, there we go. All right, so we just got rid of the background image by touching that. All right, so let's go to the size, and we're going to reduce the size of this. We're going to make him small so that I can make a border out of him. I think this is kind of fun. Okay. Okay, so here we go. We're going to make a little border. So we're going to touch this icon, and we're going to add. Okay. So isn't that silly? And you can make a border across the bottom. So that's a border going kind of the wrong way. So let's undo that, and then let's make the border going the bottom as if you really were making. Oops, wrong way. There we go. Oh, now we can have as many as we want, right? So the thing that's really cool about this is that you can add as many designs as you want, and you won't be adding color changes, because it will only have the number of color changes that you have in that first design, all right? Okay, so let's try something else. Let's play around a little bit with IQ Designer, because IQ Designer is awesome. So I'm going to undo that, and I'm going to delete my little guy. And then I'm going to go home, and I'm going to choose another embroidery design. And this time I'm going to go with one of the Asian designs, because I think these are pretty gorgeous. And I'm going to choose this. And then I'm thinking I'm going to choose that white background though, because that's pretty dark. Okay. Now let's say that I love this design so much, but I want to do it on a page, and I want some quilting around it. Well, you can do it in an easy way by just touching the stippling, okay? And the stippling icon will then stipple it for you, and all is well. But let's say that you want to do kind of a nicer design around it, okay? Let's say that you want to put, I don't know, something that just looks a little bit more like this design you might want it to look. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this into IQ Designer. So we're going to touch this. And what that's going to do is that outlines all of our little designs, okay? And what we can do now is we can take this into IQ Designer, and we can fill in around with whatever we would like to fill in with, okay? So I'm going to go back, and so you can see what that looks like. Let's go back and get a smaller design, something that we might actually want to do, because I'm not sure I would really want to do that one. Let's try this one. Let's try the kids' designs. Let's try this lamb. That'd be kind of fun to make on a baby's blanket. All right. So we're going to take that, and we're going to size it. And we're going to make it a little bit smaller. And then we're going to take it over into IQ Designer. Touch memory. Touch OK. Now I'm going to touch add, and I'm going to be able to go right into my IQ Designer, and I'm going to be able to pull this up in IQ Designer, and I'm going to be able to add a background fill to it. So here we go. I'm going to find it right up here, the same icon that I created it in. I'm going to touch my little lamb. I'm going to touch OK. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose my background fills, and I'm going to touch this background fill, and it's telling me that I can select, and then I have all sorts of choices that I can select from. All right. Well, let's say that for this one, I just want it to be sort of simple. All right. I just want it to look like a quilted background. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch this design. I'm going to touch OK. And then I'm going to choose the color, and I'm just going to choose the color black. I'm going to touch OK. And then I'm going to touch the back of this design. And now I'm going to have a quilted design all the way around it. Okay. Now you can imagine how many quilt squares you can do with that. Or another thing I like to do is, without even using a design in here, I like to create my own quilted fabric that I then turn into quilted bags. It's a really quick and easy way to make some gorgeous fabric. And I can show you an example of some that I do like that. This is one of my favorite gifts to make, and it happens so quickly and so easily. Okay, this is a quilted hot pad that is made in the hoop, specifically in IQ Designer. All you have to do is pull a square in IQ Designer. They're already built in, and then you fill that square with this design, just like we did over there. This is one of the region fills. And then you just put an envelope backing on the top. You turn it right side out, and you have a made in the hoop hot pad. And I use the Insulbright inside of it so that as a lining, so that you can, you know, it looks very thin, but it's really great for hot pads. There's so many gifts and so many designs that you can use this IQ Designer for. Now, we are about to run out of time, and I haven't even gotten a chance to talk to you about the sewing side of this machine, but it is phenomenal. So I'm going to go over here to the sewing side and spend my next couple of minutes talking about how many wonderful stitches are on this sewing side of this machine. Okay, now the stitches are enough, right? 771 sewing stitches, which I already told y'all that. But there are so many ways, so many things that this machine is good for. If you're a quilter, you have an entire menu of quilting stitches. All right. And one of the things that you are able to do is you're able to set this pivot feature so that anytime you're stitching, let me see if we got that. Yeah. So that anytime you're stitching, if you're stitching around a corner, you are able to turn your fabric. Okay, let me get, I've got to get the right foot on here. I don't quite have the right foot on here. Blaine, you're going to have to interrupt me whenever you need to. So I'm going to get the regular. All right, there's my utility stitch foot. And let's say that I'm stitching along. All right, and let me get my blank piece of fabric out. And let's say that I'm stitching along. And I've got a couple of things that I can do here as I'm stitching. Okay, the first thing I can do is turn on my needle beam. You see that needle beam? So let's say that I want to stitch right down the center of my square. If I turn that needle beam on, then I can stitch right down that square. And I can also control my speed up here. All right. Okay, but let's say that now I need to turn a corner. And you see what happened? When I stopped stitching, the needle stayed down in the fabric, and I've set this pivot feature on so that this will do this. The needle set this down in the fabric, and if I want to stitch this perfect square, all I have to do is turn my fabric around, and then I can stitch again. And then I can turn it around and do it again. But I'll tell you something else. This machine has an even cooler feature than that. This machine has directional sewing. All right, so that's just one of the things right there. But let me show you the directional sewing feature. Okay, do you see over here in this menu right here? That is directional sewing. And I don't know if you've ever tried to sew a patch onto a piece of fabric, but it can be very difficult. But this machine enables you to put your fabric underneath the machine, and then it will allow you to stitch down, across, and back up again. Okay, so watch. Let me show you what this looks like. Okay, so I'm going to begin by stitching down, which is just kind of a normal stitch, right? So here is my stitching down stitch. Okay, now what I'm going to do is ask it to stitch across because I want to stitch my patch on. Here we go, stitching across. Okay, now I want to make it go straight up because, you know, sometimes you're in a very small space whenever you're stitching patches on and you can't really turn your fabric around. But here we go, stitching straight up. And now I've got to go back to the left. So let's let it directionally sew to the left. And now I've sewn my patch on. Okay, I think we've run out of time, so I'm going to change my camera, take it back to okay. There are so many things on this machine that I'd love to show you. But if you do purchase this machine, our wonderful Sew Ed classes, there are dozens of classes that will teach you how to use every single one of these features on this machine. So I am looking forward to your learning this machine. Do you have any questions on the machine, Blaine?
I don't know. If anybody's got any questions, chime in right now about it, and we'll try to get it answered while Melinda's still on here with us. You see anything, Roger?
Yeah, I just hit it. Compliment on the one I go here. There you go.
All right, here we go. Do you see it, Melinda?
Yes, is IQ Designer only for Baby Lock? Yes, IQ Designer is a Baby Lock feature. It's featured on our Altair. Excuse me, it's on our Solaris, it's on our Venture, so in our Meridian. So these are machines that the IQ Designer is available.
Okay, anything else, guys? I think that was the main question, Melinda. So Melinda, thank you so much for coming on the show and filling in for Richard. This was awesome of you to do, and I know you're super, super busy, and it really means a lot to us, and always a pleasure to work with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me be on, Blaine. I enjoyed seeing you.
Okay, thank you. Talk to you later. All right, guys, that was the Baby Lock Altair. This is the sewing and embroidery machine. And guys, I'm telling you right now, this thing is absolutely loaded down with features. We've got a free bundle, and we've got a great bundle. You're going to get that extra large gold sew mat to go with it. You're getting the thread. You're getting the variety pack of the pre-cut stabilizers from Stay Perfect with this. And guys, the price. Now, this is a reduced price. This machine was $99.99, so it's $2,000 less. Right now, $79.99. We do have a call-in special. Give us a call if you've been thinking about an Altair. Guys, I can't tell you enough how great a machine this is. Has that 9.5 by 14-inch hoop size. It's a huge embroidery area on it. We have financing available from Synchrony Financing, and we're going to ship this nationwide absolutely free. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. All right, guys, we're going to continue on, and next up, we are going to talk all about SWF, and we have the 12 needle back. We've been talking about the 12 needle and the 15 needle this week. today we got Garrett McMahon back in, and we're going to talk about that 12 needle. And guys, this is a great machine, and we have the best price that you're going to find in the country on this machine, and we're super excited. Garrett is currently the sales manager at SWF. He started out in the tech department, believe it or not, and so he knows these machines back and front better than anybody out there, because he has worked on them and tore them apart and knows them like the back of his hand. And we're super excited that he's with us today and talk about all the different features of it, because it is loaded down, and we have got just a great special on it. So let's welcome Garrett back to the show.
Hey, Blaine, hard to believe it's the last day. The week has flown by for me. I don't know about you. You talk a lot during the day, so I'm sure it's went by just as fast.
It is. It's amazing how fast this, we even talked about on Monday when we started out, I was like, we're going to blink our eye and it's always going to be already going to be over. And, now we're winding down just a couple hours away from announcing all the winners and the Dream Studio winner too. And it's pretty awesome. But right now, we're going to extend all the sale prices all the way through next Friday. So we're extending it a whole week. So gives everybody a chance to capitalize on these deals. But we're, today we're going to talk about this SWF 12 needle, and it has been a very popular machine. As you know, we have sold hundreds of these things, and people absolutely love it. So I'm going to let you get going on it, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes, and we'll tell everybody how they can get theirs.
Awesome. Sounds great. I'm sure if we blink next year, it's going to be Hoopfest again before we know it as well. So we'll hop right into it. I'm going to go through everything for you guys. In case you missed the first 4 days of the show and me going through the machine, whether it's the 12 needle, the MAS 12, or the MAS 15. Like I said, we're going to go over everything from start to finish. That way, if you did miss it, you get to see all the aspects of the machine, all the awesome features with the quick change cap driver, the control panel, everything. We're going to go through it all. So whenever you order this machine, it is going to come in a cardboard box with die-cut styrofoam that keeps it packed very well. Whenever you unbox it, basically you're going to get the machine that looks just like this. The only thing that needs assembly is the thread rack, which is here on top. It's going to be 4 different components. You just put those together with our simple video that walks you through everything. The control panel needs to be mounted to the machine. The cool thing with the control panel is it's only 2 bolts to mount it to the machine. And we've simplified the plugs and everything for every customer to where every single plug, there's 4 plugs total to connect it, but every single plug is a different type of connector. Makes it very simple, very easy to where you don't have to worry about plugging it in or installing it wrong and messing something up, or your machine not working properly. Like I said, every plug has its own designated slot and you can't plug it in wrong. So that makes it very simple there. The stand also comes with the machine. So the stand is 5 components. So you have the 2 side legs and you have 2 middle shelves. And then you're going to have the top table as well that the machine sits on. Cool thing with this machine is it is only 85 pounds. So I can lift it up pretty easily off the stand. And then which makes that easy for traveling, whether you're in an RV trailer or if you're wanting to move it around from studio to studio. The other cool thing is you don't have to use the stand that it comes with if you already have an existing craft table or somewhere you want to set it in your place. The machine has these self-leveling bolts to where if the stand just doesn't fit somewhere you're wanting it to, you can lift the machine off because it's only 85 pounds. You grab somebody to help you, lift it up, set it on the table somewhere, and you're still good to go. As far as the rest of the setup goes, the machine comes pre-threaded from the factory. So all of your thread is going to be already rerouted through the head for you all the way down to the needles. The only thing you're going to do is once you get your thread rack assembled is you're going to select your cones that you want, no matter what brand or what color, you set them on there where you want. And then you just tie your thread on to the back, pull it through the front, and basically that's going to replace the factory thread with your choice of thread there for you. And then as far as the thread path and stuff goes, if one of those knobs do come undone or you do end up having to, eventually you're going to not pay attention and you're going to run out of the cone back here and you will have to rethread it. It's not a hard process whatsoever. Everything's directional and it has slots per needle. And sometimes if you are a single needle user of a machine or you're just not used to the multi-needles, this can look pretty confusing or you're a little bit kind of daunted by it. It just kind of freaks you out a little bit. It's very easy. There's only 2 tension knobs per needle. So even though it looks like there's a lot going on there, you basically just have to think of it as 12 single needle machines, and it makes it very easy. And we also have a video on running the thread through as well. And then with the machine, it does have this light here, so it makes it very easy to thread as you're bringing it down. That light you can lift up, it illuminates the head up here for you. And you can put it in different positions to illuminate the different needles. And then, like I said, it keeps it out of the way once you're going through this section. And then once you get down to your needles, you just put it back down. And then it has a bulb for every single needle across there to where it illuminates every needle hole very well. I don't care how good your eyesight is. I have 20/20 eyesight, but if the needle is not visible or it's not well lit for me, there's no way I'm going to be able to thread it very easily. So this light is a great add-on as well. We'll go into the control panel, because once you guys get your machine set up and you get it fully threaded, that's the first thing you're going to jump onto, and you're going to watch the videos. It's going to walk you through the control panel. So Kyle, if you want to zoom in, we're going to go into the control panel. We'll walk over all the features and the specs on the control panel. All right, awesome. So control panel is a 10.4-inch LCD touchscreen display, and then it is very simple. This is the same interface that we use on all of our machines. So whether you purchase an MAS 15, MAS 12, or even our large industrial machines that are in big factories, this is the identical control panel that's going to come on every single machine. Makes it very, very easy because everything is spelt out on the control panel screen. So whenever you go to select something, everything has a wording with it, sort of explains what that button is for. And I know a lot of competitor machines, whenever you click into a button, it opens up another list of buttons that you got to select the correct one from. That creates more buttons for us down here, but the cool thing is every button takes you straight to that screen. So if I want to load a design, I go to design, everything to do with my design, whether I'm pulling a design in with the USB, sending one over with Wi-Fi, selecting a design to run for my next embroidery job, that design button brings up everything for me pertaining to my design. So like I alluded to, the USB, so this machine, control panel has 2 USB slots on the back, so you can grab any standard USB. It does not matter what size of USB, so it can be anywhere from a 1 gig USB all the way up to a 256 gig USB. The machine's still going to read it, but it has 2 slots on the back. It's going to have 2 slots underneath the control panel. What a lot of customers use the 2 underneath for is they stay completely out of the way. And if you have a USB with a ton of designs on it, you can just plug that underneath. It stays out of your way. You don't have to worry about bumping it or breaking it off on the control panel. But that allows you to have essentially a 3rd memory slot, which you can store your designs on, and that USB can stay in there. The other cool thing is you can take a wired mouse or a wireless mouse, and you can plug it into one of those USBs as well, and then a cursor will appear on the screen. So if you don't exactly like the touch screen, touching all over the screen with the pen that comes with it, you can use a mouse as well, and the cursor will pop up, and you can select the different logos and stuff on there as well. So to load a USB or to load a design with the USB, it's very simple. So I'll back out to the home screen to show you exactly how you do it. So we go to our design, and then it's going to pull up. It's going to highlight the USB that we have connected. So it says USB 1. Select that. It's going to pull up all the available designs for me that I have on there. So if I see the one that I want and the one that I've put on there, select it, and we'll go ahead and hit save. And then whenever I hop into my design screen, it's right there. It's the last design that I've saved. And then when I click on it, it's going to show me everything about the design. So the size of it, the total stitch count, the number of colors it has with it. If I want to run that, we hit the check mark. And then this screen as well is very cool, because like I said, with our machine, you don't have to jump from screen to screen. It kind of walks you through it, just A, B, C. It takes you one step at a time as you're loading the design. To where whenever I select my design, it automatically pulls up all of my settings for my design. All of my color changes are right there on this one screen. To where if I want to change anything with the design settings, or if I want to change the size of it, or if I want to rotate it, if I'm running it on a specialty item, if I'm doing it on a sleeve, a hat, a towel, anything that needs a special rotation, I can go into this design button, and you can go to your angle. So I can type in like 180 degrees. If we're running a hat, you want it to be upside down so it runs right side up on the hat. And then as well, you can do any degree or angle you want to. So if we have a design that needs to be 135 degrees, I just type in 135, select OK. And then that setting right there that I just changed, now my design is going to be rotated 135 degrees for me. The next would be the color change screen. So this is another cool feature. So on the color change screen, you guys can see that each color or each needle has a color block behind it. Makes it very nice because whenever you're once you put your thread on the back of the machine and you have everything or all your colors on there that you want, you can go ahead and customize every color block behind each number. So for instance, if we have a black on 1, I select the black color, tell the machine that it's on needle 1. If we have white, select white, tell it it's on needle 2. If we want to do like a blue or something, that's on needle 3. So you go through there and you preload all of those settings. And then once I hit save, we'll hit OK. And now you can see that the number 1 now has black behind it, the number 2 has white, and number 3 has blue. So like I said, once you do that, it makes it very simple because then you're not looking back here guessing what needle is going to run what color. Whenever we do that, everything right here, once you have everything set up, you can just look at the color behind the needle that it is representing. And so then when we're selecting our colors for our design, every single part of the design is broken up for us. So you can see where all of these different H's are grayed out, but this one is in color. So it's showing us that we're selecting the color for that H. So then if I wanted black, I can hit 1, and it's going to jump to the second color change, go to the second H over, and then we can select number 2. And it's going to just keep on going until we have all of the colors loaded in there. And this makes it very nice for every design you're going to do. So like if you guys get something digitized or made and you're curious or you don't know what colors are going to run first, this setting here makes it very self-explanatory because we can jump from color to color on the screen and it shows us exactly what part of the design that's running. So like I said, if you get something digitized, you're unsure of the color sequence, whenever you get to this screen, it's going to lay it out for you, and then whatever part of the design is colored, that's the setting that's the color you're choosing right at that moment. So once we get our colors loaded how we want them, hit close. We'll hit load and save, and then this is asking us if we want to save all of the settings. So basically, if we rotated the design, if we change the needle color to the needle sequence, you can see now that design is rotated 135 degrees for me. But that setting there, what makes it really cool is it just saved everything for us. So the next time I go to run this design, if I'm going to run it again, all of my color changes that I just loaded in for the needle colors are going to be saved for me. The rotation is going to be saved for me. So the next time we pull it up, all we have to do is grab the design, pull it up, hoop our garment, and hit start. So it makes it very easy. It saves everything for you. And then the next time, if we want to edit the logo, you can edit it and resave it to where it's going to save your new color sequence, anything like that. The machine remembers it all. So back to the design button. So in the design button, there are 2 different slots here. So we have 2 different memory banks, and each memory bank is going to contain 200 fillable slots. So you're going to have 400 design slots total. And then the stitch count capacity of the control panel is 2.4 billion stitches. So huge memory. What makes it super nice is a lot of other machines, you start running out of space. You have to delete old designs to pull in new designs. With this control panel and the space or the storage that it has, you should never really have yourself having that issue where you have to delete an old design, because that's just kind of aggravating for our customers if they're having to delete old designs to pull new ones in. The next time you want to run that design that you just deleted, you got to go find it on your computer or find the USB that has it on there. And then I mentioned the Wi-Fi as well. The cool thing with the Wi-Fi is if you have a router in your house, or even if you don't have a router, you can direct connect your machine with a USB cable. And what that's going to allow you to do is seamlessly send designs from your computer to the control panel. And then there is no USB or anything. Whenever I send it to the machine, it's going to automatically pop up in my storage. The other cool thing with that software, it's called SWNS. And what that's going to do for you is you can preload all of your color changes prior to sending the design to the control panel. So if I'm running a project on my machine, of course, you can't load a design into the control panel while the machine's running. But the cool thing with that software is I can go ahead and preload my colors on my computer with that software. And then I can go ahead and send it to the machine to where as soon as the job that I'm currently running, or the project that I'm currently running is done, I go to the memory, the design's already there, the colors are preloaded for me. And that same needle change screen or the needle color screen that I showed you, once you customize that and you pull it up on your laptop, it shows you that same color grid as well. It's where, again, you don't have to look back here to see what colors you have on your machine. Everything is going to be on your computer and tell you that, hey, I have black is on 1, white's on 2, and it's going to explain all of your colors for you. So then we'll go back one more screen here. So the really cool thing we have with this control panel as well is called photo stitch and freehand stitch. So this time, we'll actually show you both of those. So in the previous videos, I did not have an image on my USB, but I went ahead and grabbed one for you guys today. So to do the photo stitch, all we're going to do is hit the landscape, and then up here it shows you the different spaces. Sorry, the screen kind of went blank there. So basically it's going to show you the different spaces that you can grab there. You can grab whatever USB you have in the machine at the time. It's going to pull up the available designs up here. So we'll select our design, and then that is the design that we're going to do the auto digitizing. So this is a really cool feature. If that's the design we want, we go ahead and hit the check mark. And then it's going to ask us different sizing, so we can basically plus or minus the design to make it smaller or bigger. Look at it a little bit closer. The other cool thing is you can combine the two things. So I could do the photo stitch with the freehand stitch. I can go ahead and draw on this logo as well. I'll make that a little bit bigger to where you guys can actually see it. So I could draw anything on the logo or the existing logo. So if you have somebody's design and you want to put their signature with it, or if you have somebody's handprint and you want to put a signature, you can combine the photo stitch and the freehand stitch together. But in this case, go ahead and tell the machine that is good to go. So what that's going to do is you'll see the blue bar go across the bottom of the screen. That is the auto digitizing feature. So the image that we selected and made, it is auto digitizing for us now. So once it gets all the way across, we hit the blue X. And then now that design is able to be pulled up to the machine. Same thing here, it pulls up our color changes for us if we wanted them. Hit load and save. And then now our design that says the farm is there, and you can see the little scribble that I put over there just to show you the photo stitch and everything. But like I said, it's really cool because any image that you have, whether it's a JPEG or a PNG, you put on your USB, you can upload to the control panel, do the auto digitizing feature, and then we'll go back into that button and show you a little bit more about the freehand stitch. So right here, these two icons, I selected the landscape, which is going to pull up my images to pre-digitize, but I can also go ahead and just do some drawing. So like I said, if you have somebody that you want to do their signature on a quilt block, if you have a grandkid, they can put their hand on the screen. You can trace their hand out with a pen. Anything you can draw on the screen, the machine will stitch for you. So again, we just hit the paintbrush. You can select the size of the paintbrush that you want. So you can do really small, fine lettering, or you can do big, bold lettering. So I'll do the bold so you guys can see it on the screen. So we'll make a smiley face here. And I'm not left-handed, so you'll have to apologize for how my drawing looks. So there's our smiley face. We hit the arrow again. It's going to digitize it for us. Select it and pull it up in the screen. So right there is a smiley face that we just created. Again, guys, you can do anything you can draw on the screen, the machine's going to pull up and run for you. So Kyle, if you want to go ahead and zoom out, we'll go back through some different features with them on the machine. So that's basically it with the control panel. Like I said, it is a 10.4-inch LCD. It has the 2.4 billion stitch count capacity, the 400 design slots. You're going to get the photo stitch feature, the freehand stitch feature as well, to where you can do your drawings and your photos. But the control panel is great because, like I said, very user-friendly. Everything is spelled out very easily on the control panel, where it's very legible and you can see it. The other really cool feature that is patented to our machines is the quick change cap system. So I have the cap driver on this machine currently, and if I want to switch from a cap to a flat, I'll show you how quick it is. So we'll pop this off, and then the cool thing, and this is where the patent comes in, so basically our cap driver has the same brackets as what our hoops have. So what that allows us to do is your standard machine, you're going to unbolt your tubular driver or your hoop arms is what they call them. And you're going to set those aside. You're going to grab your cap driver and your separate screws, because the screws are different lengths for the cap system versus the tubular arms. And basically what that does is it makes about 5 to 10 minutes to change your machine from a hat to a shirt, or a shirt to a hat. So a lot of customers, they kind of complain about that, because you have to choose if you have a customer that walks in wants a shirt done or a quilt block or anything special like that, and the next customer walks in, they want a hat. You're constantly changing your machine over back and forth. And every time you do that, you get pretty quick at it. You're going to be about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. With our system, like I said, the quick change, I'll throw it back on there to show you how quick it is. So just line that up there. put it on the arms. You can hear it snap in. So right there, we're ready to run a hat. So it makes it very nice, very quick, because you're not worried about assembling or disassembling anything, or you're not keeping up with extra parts. Everything is contained right there. We'll get over into the hoops that comes with the machine. So with our machines, every set of hoops that I show you, every size that I show you, is going to be 2 hoops per size. We are a very industrial background with SWF, where we have all of our big industrial machines, and Nike, Under Armour, Perry Ellis, a lot of bigger companies, to where they're all about speed, production. They want to pump out as many garments as possible. So we carry that same thought process and technology over to you guys, which allows us to send 2 hoops per size. So basically I can have one on the machine running. If I'm running 10 or 12 of the same thing, as soon as this one's done, I pull it off, grab my next hoop that was already pre-hooped while the other one was running, slap it back on the machine, hit start, and I'm good to go. So this hoop here is going to be a 4.5-inch round hoop. So you're going to get 2 of those. And then we have the 6-inch round hoop. So this is going to be like your standard left chest hoop. Anything that's a little bit smaller project, this is what you're going to use. You're going to get 2 of those as well. I'm going to get it a little bit bigger as we go up. So we have the 8-inch round hoop. This hoop is great for baby onesies, towels, left chest. Again, if the left chest is pretty big, you're going to get 2 of those. And then these are used a lot by our customers. So this is the 8x8 square hoop. So this hoop here, 9x9 square hoop. This is great for quilt blocks, applique, anything that you need a little bit bigger space to do, but it's still a little bit smaller compared to our largest one, but it fits a wide variety of sizes and shirts. And then this is the hoop that everybody loves. We have a jacket hooped up here. This is a 9-inch by 14-inch wide hoop. So even though the machine is a little bit smaller as far as the space it takes up, it still has that 9 by 14-inch sewing field, which is very large for a machine of this size. So the sizing of the machine, like I mentioned earlier, it's 85 pounds. The machine side to side is about 26 inches wide, and that's without the control panel, so you could swing this back if you wanted to. But 26 inches side to side on the machine. It's about 26 inches long as well. The table itself is about 30 inches by 30 inches. But this machine, with it being small enough, like I said, 85 pounds, only 26 inches by 26, it allows you to fit it about anywhere you want to, but you still get that really large sewing field for the smaller machine. And then the other cool thing you get with the quick change cap driver, you're going to get 2 cap frames. The same process applies. I can have 1 cap on the machine, and then I can have my next cap pre-hooped, ready to go. So you're going to get 2 of these. And then you also get what we call a cap hooping gauge. So this cap hooping gauge here, it's an exact replica of what the cap driver looks like, to where it allows you, get this around here. So it allows you, we can mount this to a table, and then it allows you to put your cap hoop right on there, and it will lock in for us. And then it has the alignment lines on it, to where I can go ahead and pre-center, pre-hoop all of my hats off the machine. As soon as I'm ready to run it, if there's a hat on there, pop it back off, and then I can put this onto the machine. The cool thing with this cap gauge as well is it will mount directly to your table right here by the thumb screw, or it is completely adjustable, so we can run that up or down to fit whatever existing craft table or workspace you may have. And that's going to come with the quick change cap driver as well. So the last thing I'd like to get into is big for us as well, is the 7-year bumper to bumper warranty. So this machine, for the type of machine it is, it's the longest warranty in the industry. So like I said, 7 years bumper to bumper. If anything breaks, we're going to help you guys out with it. And rest assured, Sewing Machines Plus, they've been a great sub-dealer of ours. Anytime a customer has had an issue, they've been very on top of it. They're able to help you guys out very well. They have an amazing staff over there. And as well, they have a direct line to us as the factory, to where if they have an issue that they cannot resolve for you guys, they can call us direct, and we will even call you as the customer. Because if it's Sewing Machines Plus's customer, it's our customer as well. We're going to rep our products very well and keep you guys sewing for years to come. So, Blaine, I know you guys have a great call-in special over there, and I don't want to waste all the time on the last day, so I'll let you get right into it and tell me the one.
Well, Garrett, thank you so much. And you know, guys, we do have a great special. And one of the big shout out to SWF for being one of our sponsors. And thanks, Garrett, for being here all week. And I know you've been kind of doing double duties with the 12 needle and the 15 needle, but both great machines, and we're going to tell them how they can get them. So thank you, and we'll talk to you later.
Awesome. Thank you, Blaine.
All righty. So guys, that was the SWF 12 needle machine. Now, this is a great machine, guys, and I want you to look at the price right now, $9,999, okay? Now, that includes the stand and the cap driver with the cap frames. Now, that is a crazy price already, but we even have a call-in special on it. So give us a call, 800-401-8151. We have free shipping nationwide. And guys, now this weighs about 85 pounds. So you are going to have a little bit of help with this when you get it in to help you get it placed on the stand and all that. But it stitches up to 1,000 stitches per minute, has a huge embroidery area, 13x8 embroidery area. And as Garrett was talking about, the hoops that come with it, there's 5 sizes of hoops. And we're going to give you 2 of each one of these hoops. Now you get the round hoops, you're going to get a 4.7 inch, a 5.9 inch, and a 7 inch. And then you're going to get a square hoop that's a 9.4 inch by 9.4. And then the big rectangle hoop, it's a 14 inch by 9 inch. And so basically you're getting 2 of every size for a total of 10 hoops. Then we're going to give you that cap driver, and we're going to give you 2 cap frames. So that way when one is, you got one cap on there, you can be hooping up the other cap and having it ready to go when you get it in. So, again, guys, can't say enough. The best warranty in the industry, 7 years bumper to bumper warranty on this. And with the free shipping, it has the LED lights on it, has that digitizing right in the LCD screen. You can draw on the screen, digitize it, and print it right out, or stitch it out. It is just awesome. It's got a 40 million stitch memory and a 400 design slot allowance. So again, great machine. Can't say enough about this. And then you also have that 15 needle as well. So if you want information about either one of them, the 12 needle or the 15 needle, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. And if you've been in the market for a multi-needle machine, a 12 needle, we're going to make your day today. So give us a call. All right, guys, we're going to continue on, and we're going to talk about, we've just talked about a multi-needle embroidery machine. Now we're going to talk about some digitizing software, and we got our good buddy, Trevor Conquergood, coming back in from Floriani. So Trevor, welcome back to the show.
How's it going, Blaine? Thank you for having me.
It's going great, We're winding this thing down, getting real close to announcing our winners. So we're saving all the best for last.
That is very, very exciting. Everybody wants to know who the winner is going to be, Blaine.
Yep. Well, hey, we're going to let you go in and talk about the TCU, and then we're going to come back in about 25 minutes and then go to our next one, okay?
Thank you very much, Blaine. Thank you. I'm so happy to be here, you guys. This is like my 4th time over the last couple of days. So for anybody who's been tuning in, thank you so much for watching. My name's Trevor Conquergood, and I'm actually the software manager for R&K Distributing, and it's my honor, my pleasure to be here today to talk about the Floriani software. And what an amazing week it's been. You've had our talented Judy Fredenberg and our amazing Kathy Quinn, and as well as myself, come on, different sort of Floriani educators talking about thread, stabilizers, software. You learned how our software has a special button called Save to Sew that can literally tell you, how to stabilize every project. And even better, it can fine-tune your embroidery designs to make sure that they've got the best underlay and the best density for all of the different kinds of fabric. And that is all part of the Floriani sort of family secrets in our Save to Sew tool. So I hope you enjoyed all of that. And of course, we learned about auto digitizing and how we could take our ideas and convert them into thread, and how amazing the Floriani lettering package is. So I've really enjoyed presenting this week. I want you guys to know that one of the most popular things about the software is that the updates are free. And when you own our software, every time we come out with a new update, everybody's thrilled. And one of the most popular updates, or I guess new tools that came in an update, is our photo stitch tool. And I wanted to show you guys today how to use photo stitch. This is actually a t-shirt. That is my dog. His name is Ryder. If I say his name long enough, he might come down to find us. but he's a golden retriever and he loves to go out on the boat with me. I took the picture of Ryder like with my iPhone, you know, and I mean, isn't that amazing that I can? And look how incredibly soft this is. Like that's one of the things I love the most about the Floriani sort of photo stitch is it makes a really lovely embroidery design, not too heavy or stiff in any way. That's just one layer of cutaway. I used the perfect stick cutaway because you know that it's hard to do t-shirts, and so sticky stabilizer makes it easy. You basically just fold it in half, find your center, stick it on your stabilizer, expose your little bird's nest, just like Judy talked about. And now we've got our photo stitch. So we're going to learn about photo stitch today, and we're going to learn about applique today. And so if you buy the Floriani software, you can install it on any 2 computers, and I don't think you'll ever find a better support experience. We have a wonderful website with lots of videos. You can also call our office. We do telephone support. We do Zoom one-on-one support if needed. And there's so many amazing places. You can go to your local Floriani store right there at SMP or wherever you live. There'll be local, classes and opportunities, and there's national Floriani educators events all over the country that you can meet all your Floriani friends. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to go on screen and we're going to play with the software, and I'm going to show you guys about applique because I think you'll be surprised at how much control I can do with the Floriani software over an applique. So let's get started. I'm going to choose to share my screen here, Blaine, and then you guys can kind of cue me up. So right now you should be looking at the Floriani software, and I've got my design on here. It says Hoopfest and my name and Floriani FTCU. That's the name of the program that we're talking about today. And so if you were here earlier or yesterday, you'd know a little bit about the program. But in general, it's what I like to call artwork-based embroidery. And if I just click on new workspace to start a brand new design, so now we have like an empty workspace. I'm not a very good drawer. If you are, then go for it. You can use the freehand drawing tool to draw with, or there are several different modes that you can use for drawing with. And so go ahead and trace if you want to, but I think we all love the fact that it's artwork. And if you can find the artwork or auto trace the artwork, it's a lot easier than drawing it yourself. And so when I say artwork, what I mean is this is the custom shape library. So these are basic shapes that the software comes with. In here, there's all kinds of different shapes, and some of these you might not have because you're able to add your own. And so I know that some of these shapes are ones that I added to the software. And so the point here is these are artwork shapes. And when I open it up, there's a shape of a crown, and I can easily interact with that crown. I can see its size. It tells me it's 1.36 inches. And if you were wanted to applique it on the front of a shirt, let's clean up these little lines here. You would want it bigger than that, right? And you can click and drag to resize it. And it kind of tells me on that little tooltip beside my cursor how big we're getting. But if you just know what size you want, you can come to your properties box. And right in here, there's type in exactly what you want in millimeters if you're Canadian, or in inches if you prefer. And so if you knew that you wanted to do an applique and you wanted it to be, 8 inches wide for the front of a shirt or something, you could just quickly tell it that. And now it's sized to the size that you want. And so to do an applique, and remember, I showed you guys earlier that I have a shape. It says it's a piece of artwork. And down at the bottom are all the styles of embroidery. Here, let's remember the yellow ring. That helped a lot this morning. I'm putting it on now. It's just going to magically show up. It has nothing to do with our Floriani software, but it does help you track my cursor when I'm talking. And what I'm saying is down at the bottom. All of these are the styles of embroidery. I can click here to make a run stitch outline. And so now if I turn on 3D and if I click play on the slow redraw, you can see what it's doing as a run stitch outline of the shape. So it's no longer artwork. It's now a run stitch. Now we've made an embroidery design. And if you want, you could change the style. This is a motif outline. So now we have kind of like a fancy schmancy decoration around it. And of course, there's dozens and dozens and probably hundreds and hundreds of patterns that you can choose from. And the software gives you the ability to make your own patterns. And so that's one of the things that we often do is create our own little heart, outline shapes like this. And so it has a lot. Ooh, well, that must be very big for what it is. And that is kind of my option is I can just change the size of it. Oh my. Well, we're not sure what outline I've picked. Here, let's pick one that I made because that one has somebody else's name in front of it. Like my Sashiko circles. These ones are cool. And so, I mean, they're a little bit big now to go around the shape. But if I made them smaller, who's to say? Maybe that would be kind of cool to have a little quilt that was outlined in little kind of quilt circles. So, I mean, this is how creative it is. So you can make it whatever you want. If you want to fill it in, then you would come over to the fill sort of section instead of doing an outline. Over here, you're doing kind of outlines, and here you're doing fills. And so maybe you want to do some fancy motif fill on top of it, and that would give you like a decoration in the background. So this is a fancy motif fill. And again, you can, choose from that large list of motifs. You can even combine them together. So that's just all the same motif. But if I say to mix them, now I can choose like the second one that I want to mix with the first one, and it adds in a whole new layer to your texture. So it's kind of fun to invent your own stitches, in a way, just by choosing the different ones and changing their size to fit kind of perfectly with whatever it is that you're making. So that's what's fun about it. And changing goes on and on. Like it's unbelievable. There's gradients and then there's wavy fills, and you can do, so basically if you want to erase everything, you click on artwork and you're right back to a piece of, the beginning again. You have no stitching in it. And this is the one I wanted to talk about, Blaine. It's art. It's called applique. So when I click on applique, it looks like it puts a satin outline around it, but what it actually did was it created 3 different sort of color ways. The first one is a run stitch, and then the machine is going to stop, and you're going to place your fabric over top. Now, I guess this is optional because it depends on, there's more than one way to do an applique. And that's the cool thing here is you can do it any way you want to. So for example, if you're doing a pre-cut applique, then after the first color, you place a piece of material down, and then you stitch the second color, which is another run stitch, which is just on the inside of the first one. And that is the run stitch that you would trim with your scissors, kind of as close to that line as possible. And then when you press start again, it finishes it with a cover stitch. So to go around the fabric that was left behind, you've got a nice satin cover. But all of this is optional, because if I select my shape, and notice over here in the area, the sequence area, it no longer says artwork, it says applique. And if I click the plus beside it, I can see there's like color 1 and a stop. Stop before proceeding. It's got instructions in the sequence, color 2, and then stop, more instructions, color 3. So the idea is the software, when you told it applique, it knew that that these were the steps that you were going to need to follow, and it put the instructions in the design. If you did a print preview right now, those instructions, let's just make it fit on one page so that you can see this is an actual size, and that's kind of a big thing. So I will tell it to not fit at actual size and to fit on one page instead. But the point is, it will put the instructions. Well, okay, so now I want the second page. So let's not do print in one page. And then I'll get my color analysis as page 2 and see what I'm talking about. You get this like instructions on how to sew the applique. And then it's all the ways that you can modify it, because if I select it and I look at the properties box, it's a special properties tab just for applique. And obviously the first one is the cover stitch. So if I choose blanket edge, it looks totally different. Now it's kind of like a handmade applique. And if I choose a motif applique, then you get all those fancy, decoration motif stitches that can go around your applique. And so you can do a really decorative outline. Or maybe you don't want an outline at all and no cover stitch, a raw edge applique, just uncheck sew finish and click apply. And now they'll just be the placement line and the tack down line. In fact, all of the sort of stitches are optional. And so you can choose which ones you do or don't want to choose. If I go back to the satin cover, notice I get an extra option to include an underlay. So now when it sews my satin cover, it will include a layer of zigzag underlay underneath the satin cover. And so you can see there's the zigzag underlay. And there's so many great ways that you can adjust it that are very simple, not just these check boxes, but for example, the applique inset. So what this says is it's 50-50 right now. And if I turn off the 3D and I zoom in, there is the placement line, and it's right in the center of the border. Well, sometimes your fabric is really thick and this border isn't covering it. Now, I know that you can obviously come in here and make the border fatter. Sure, that's easy, but that's making it fatter. But to micromanage it, you can change the inset. And so notice if I make this to be 30%, it's going to move the border, but it's going to move it towards the inside, towards the outside. So if you had a really thick fabric in here, then pushing it towards the outside gives you more coverage so that when you trim it here, you've got a little bit extra room to cover. But if the fabric was thinner, that's when you would go, and instead of 30, you could do 70 or 80 or whatever numbers that you want. But the point is 70 is going to go the other way. So 50-50 is down the center, 70 goes towards the inside, 30 goes towards the outside. So if it was an organza applique, then maybe to the inside makes more sense. So does that, and as an embroiderer, you kind of understand that and can figure that out. So this is kind of the cool thing about doing it, is it's entirely up to you. You just click on one of these tools to decide what kind of embroidery you want to make. And so this one here, when I did it, I actually used a digital cutting machine to cut the glitter vinyl. And then I appliqued the glitter vinyl onto the fabric. So to do that, what I did was, notice that you can always click on the artwork tool to make it back into artwork. Let's just make it darker so you can kind of see. The StreamYard link is in the way. Okay, so make it darker. So notice it's a piece of artwork. Well, if I say copy and paste, now I have two shapes. And the first one I'll leave as artwork, and the second one I'll convert into an applique. Excuse me, please. So the applique is the embroidery. I go file, I go save as, I save it to any, USB stick or wherever you want to save it to in any number of embroidery formats. The artwork for the crown, I'm going to save in SVG format, file, save as, and then choose the SVG artwork format so that we can use it with our digital cutting machine. And so that is kind of the cool thing about the program, is that it saves and opens and saves not only embroidery files, but artwork files. Oh, sorry, I need to take a sip of my tea here, Blaine. Anyhow, let's do the photo stitch. Before we do, though, the dog. Look at this cute little doggy. And again, he's all applique, right? Well, if you already have, this depends on, do you have artwork or not? And you remember earlier, we kind of went over this. If I go to my backdrop library, I've got a backdrop of the doggy, but this is just a JPEG. So here, let's get rid of our crown now. This is just an image. There's no shapes, right? And then you know that there's the magic wand, and I can click on his ear, and now I have a shape. And I can select that shape, and I can, gosh, sorry. I can click on applique, and there you have it. You get an applique around your shape. So if you don't have a vector image, it's still possible. But if you have a vector image, and I also have the vector image of this same puppy dog in my kind of artwork library, And this time he comes in like all as shapes. And so that's really the difference. Do you have an artwork or not? Because if you don't, then you might use your magic wand and try and auto trace it. And then you can select that and click on applique. But if you do have a vector shape, then you can select on your shape and click on applique. Another thing with applique, and this is kind of small for an applique, I notice, let's make it a little bit bigger so you can get the full effect here. Maybe like a 4-inch size design. Yeah, 3.5. You can also, when I select this applique, put fabric in there. So you can kind of like see what it's going to look like. You have a pop-up fabric palette. You can add your own fabric to the design. So I can put the fabric so it shows what's going to look like. If I have 2 layers of applique that are going on top of each other like this, so now I've got like the face and it's over top of the ear, what you can do is you can select the top applique and then select the sort of second applique. And when you right click, there's an option to remove the overlaps. And essentially the top applique takes like a bite out of the bottom applique and it trims it. So now when the design stitches out for that applique there, it'll specifically not have the cover stitch where the other applique comes on top. So you can kind of see right here how it's got like the cover stitch has been removed where the top stitch is going to go around it like that. So that is another cool thing with the appliques. So, okay, we only left ourselves about 10 minutes to play with the photo to stitches. And that's the easy one because it's really one of those wizards that doesn't have too much to do. You just select your photograph. It's up here. You click on the tool, photo to stitches. And so it allows me to browse around my computer. I'm going to go, I know that I have the photo of my dog in my pictures. His name is Ryder. And so it's under R for Ryder. I just have to lean in so that I can find him. Here he is here. And this is like the original photograph from my iPhone. So I probably said email to like email it to my computer. And I think it asked me like small, medium, large, or original. And I think I said large. But you know, I probably could have said medium because look how big it is. It's like 28 inches tall. So I'm going to have to reduce it. I'm just saying you don't need it to be so you do need to reduce it because I don't have a hoop that's 28 inches. Maybe you do, but most of us don't. I'm going to say 12 inches. Okay. So I click apply. So now it's a 12 by 9. Unless I do this, I crop it. And now it's like a 12. Now it's like 10.9 by 9. And you can crop it like this. So 12 by 9 is the size of the picture, but the actual size of the embroidery is down here. And this is a box crop, but you could do like an oval crop or a heart-shaped crop or whatever shape you want. You could even do a custom crop where you basically cut your own sort of shape out. And I won't like take the time to do a real nice, neat job of it, but you can, you know, and then you're trimming all the background around. But when I did my shirt, I did the oval background. So I just kind of made an ellipse and sort of went around Ryder like this. Oh, that's the football background. Haha. Oval football, pretty much the same thing. Only the football, I think, has a little divot at the top and the bottom. That was one that I made just showing how you can easily make your own sizes. So basically you crop out the area that you want to make your embroidery from. And when you're happy with this stage, then you say next. And now the software will calculate the stitches. And so here I might have to move your SteamYard again. There we go. Next. And now the software will calculate the stitches. And so pretty quickly you can get an idea of what it's going to look like. It's currently based on 32 colors and you can interact with that. So I think 60 is the maximum. But to be honest, I usually go less, not more, because it takes time to find all the colors out of your color palette. And I'll just see like how many do I need when it can still look good, right? What does 20 look like? What does 10 look like? What does 5? Maybe you want to do a posterized version and just do 4 and choose like really cool graphical colors for your 4. And, that's something you could do, but that's to me too little. And so I think when I made my shirt, I chose 20. It was kind of like a nice number. I can find 20 threads. And so choose 20, click apply. Here it's switch thread palette. So the software has all kinds of different brands of thread. And if you're not using Floriani and you have another brand, whatever brand you do use, you can choose it in this list. and that will be the brand that the software, picks from for its match to your photograph. And not only can you do a color image, but maybe you could do a grayscale or a sepia tone or monotone image as well. And every time you click apply, it kind of updates, but you're not really done. You can interact with it here as much as you want to and try different things. There's the curvilinear choice and the crossover choice. And so these are two totally different ways of making the stitching. And you'll notice the crossover one kind of has more of a hatching look to it. Whereas the curvilinear turns out more like kind of a micro stippling look to it. Both of them have different times where they seem to look nicer. You can control the stitch length, and you could put a border around your design if you want to. And so I think I did mine with a color and the curvilinear with a stitch length of around 3.5. Sometimes if you shorten the stitch length, it brings out even more sort of detail in the design because it has a shorter line that it's making. But that's kind of what I made for my shirt there, Blaine. And so you click finish, and instantly, the design is ready for stitching out. And it's like, 20 color stops, not so bad. And it didn't take long to make it either. So I mostly just did talking, kind of had it done a long time ago. But they're fascinating to watch them stitch out and build right up. And you saw how kind of not heavy mine was, Blaine, but I'm just going to come back on screen here for a sec and see what you guys think of my dog here, Ryder. But I've done other ones. People, my wife has a favorite singer. I made a cool shirt with his picture on the front of it. I've done framed ones with the kids for the house. And so I think photo to stitches is a winner, Blaine, for sure. And really, it's all about the Floriani software. This is what we're talking about, right? The FTCU software. I know that it's on sale today. You got to phone in because it's a great price. I don't think the price that they're listing on the screen is actually what the price is. So make sure you phone and ask, how much is that Floriani software? You might be surprised. But really the save to sew, if we were to talk about any of the things that were like, I'm brand new, what would I use first? I think most people would say save to sew, because if you remember, that's the one where you open up any embroidery design and then click on a button and tell the software from a long list, you choose which kind of material you're going to stitch it on. And it gives you the recipe. It tells you the Floriani recipe of how to hoop it, which stabilizers to use, what kind of topping to use, what kind of needle to use. And it analyzes the embroidery design if you let it, because it's like an option. And if you let it, it will analyze the design and make optimizing kind of things like underlay, stitch length, density, and especially if you're brand new and you're kind of creating your own designs. And I think that is just the bomb. So Blaine, come on back in here, buddy, and let's talk about you got a big bunch of thread you're giving away from Floriani. Did I see that correctly? Is that part of your
did? And you know what? You only saw a little bit of it. We are giving so much Floriani thread away to some of the winners. It's going to be crazy. So you have to just kind of keep watching, Trevor.
I will. It's exciting. I mean, I know everybody is like, pick me, but I will say I like to hang it on the wall because I'm in the base. I don't have a lot of direct sunlight and not a lot of dust, so it's kind of nice down here. But I love picking the colors. That's my favorite thing to do, is just having a large thread collection. So if you don't win, I know that you've got like the buy the whole collection button, like you can literally get the whole Floriani thread wall, and it's a great opportunity to do it. So yeah.
Well, you're exactly right. And a lot of people do that. it's kind of the decoration and a usable decoration they get to kind of make their sewing room look complete. Well, Trevor, thank you so much for coming on the last couple days and pulling all the double duties. And
you got a dog I could make a shirt for you next time, or you got there's a cat. I do cats too. It's not just.
Are you still doing the hand sketches of the cities and then digitizing it?
Absolutely, Blaine. That is one of our favorite things. So maybe next time I'll queue up a nice thread sketch demo, because it's not hard. I just put the photograph, and then basically I can trace, I kind of with that freehand mode. And before you know it, you've done a whole city background. Like it doesn't take
It's
very
cool.
long.
I really like those. Those are really neat looking, and that you are creating it yourself, basically. So it's pretty cool. So, well, thank you so much, and we sure do appreciate everything you're doing, and sure do appreciate R&K and Floriani
We
for being one of our
appreciate you
sponsors.
guys too very much,
All right, buddy.
Blaine.
We'll see
Thank
you
you so
soon.
much. Have a great day.
All right, guys. So that was the Floriani TCU. We're going to tell you how you can get this. Now, again, guys, you see the price. You heard Trevor say it. The price up there is $29.99. But call in because we have a call-in special for this. Guys, we're going to ship it nationwide absolutely free. We do have some financing available. So give us a call, 800-401-8151 to get your order in. Again, everybody who embroideries, you absolutely need some digitizing software because it just makes everything so much better when you can do all the digitizing yourself. And if you want to talk about opening up creativity, that's going to open up even more creativity you have with your embroidery. And I wish I had a sample here. I actually have a sample of a jacket that I took a picture of one of my remote control airplanes, and we digitized it with the Floriani software. We embroidered it on the back with actually an SWF embroidery machine. And, we're talking the whole back of a jacket is this big. It is awesome looking. And you can't believe that was taken from a picture. I'll have to bring this another time and show you the actual picture too. And it is just incredible what the software will do. And if you have team that up with a great embroidery machine, you can't beat it. So, all right, guys, we're going to continue on with the show. This is our last demo of Hoopfest 2023. And we have our very own Kennedy Cook in. And Kennedy is our social media manager. And she runs all the social media. She helps us with all the live shows. She's the host of our Takeover Tuesday show. And so we're going to go right to her right now. Kennedy, welcome to the show.
Good. I was about to say good morning. Good afternoon, Blaine. Oh my goodness. It's been a long day.
Well, Kennedy.
Okay? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay. Perfect. I think we're okay.
Kennedy, the challenge today is you've got to get Roger on one of the tables to show the lifting capacity of it. And I think that's...
I like where you're going with this, Blaine. I think this will be good.
All right. Well, we'll let you go, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Awesome. Perfect. Okay. Guys, can you believe it is the end of Hoopfest? It is the last day. It is the last hours. This is craziness. We've been here all week just watching you guys and interacting with you guys, and it's been so much fun. And I am honored to be the last spot of the entire event. So we're going to talk about some of my favorite products, and that is the Stay Perfect tables. I've been here all week talking in depth about each of the tables. So I wanted to just do like a final recap of all of the amazing features of this table. These tables, in multiple. I am a personal user of these. I have these. We have them over at our corporate office over just across the pond. And I love using the double tier, the 2-tier table right here. This is such an amazing addition to any sewing room, big or small. I'll tell you, we have these set up in a 10 by 10 cubicle, and that is actually where I do all of my filming. It's where I do a lot of the things for Takeover Tuesday. That little cubicle is my area for creating and crafting and all that. And these 2 tables fit perfectly in there. And I'll show you one of the first features that I'll kind of go over is the casters. And they're super, super helpful and important with this table because let me just show you real quick. All I have to do is move it out right here and they separate. So this opens you up to a whole world of different configurations on how you can set up your kind of sewing space. So maybe you're an embroiderer and that setup that I just had it out was the perfect setup for you. You're able to have all this extra top space here. You're able to just have so much room to play. And also it fits perfectly, even the largest of the machines. I have an amazing Stellaire machine right here. And it just gives you an extra amount of space to be able to work and play and craft, which is awesome. Another one of my favorite features is going to be this little drawer right here. It may seem small, but it is one of the best. And here in honor of Hoopfest and Blaine and the last day, I've got some chocolate for you guys. So there you go. We'll have to pick that up later. That's okay. We're good. But just another little added bonus, you're able to put all of your bobbins in there, any small notions that you're working on and working with, you're able to just slide that under so you can keep it with you at all times. I know we all have a pair of little tiny scissors, so it's nice to be able to keep those in there, seam rippers, maybe bobbin thread in there and extra bobbins and needles and all that stuff, oil to make sure you're oiling your machine. Got to keep you guys in check with that. But I can easily just move it back and we are back to our original configuration. Now you can do whatever you want with these tables. The options are really endless with how you can move this around. I currently have it kind of as an L shape over at our office, which is really nice because I'm able to somewhat like this. I obviously have a smaller machine on there, but you can easily do this. And with the height adjustable features right here at the top, we've got all of this good stuff right here. And I'm going to talk about it just a little bit. So these little controls here allow you to move it up, down, saving your different sizes. So say you have a particular length that or height that you really like to work at. I am somebody who loves to stand and craft. It's a habit. I don't know why. I'm always moving around. I feel like I can't sit still when I'm doing it. I've always got to be multitasking, doing something. So this is great. I can easily move these up and down. And let's keep going. Let me move this just a little bit. But I can get these tables just perfectly aligned. So I'm going to bring this back up because I prefer it standing. But say you like it at this setting here because this is perfect for you to stand and set all of your items on here and all of your product. You can easily just save it to one of the options here and you can pick 1 through 3. I always like to do lowest to highest when it comes to these savings. So that way I just kind of know 1, 2, 3, up and down. Makes sense to me. But moving this back over here, I just really love these tables. I love the look of them. They are clean. They are very sleek. They are made of super sturdy and durable polyethylene, and they are just amazing tables that will last you forever. The casters, the height adjustment, like just instant wins in my book. And also with this top tier, I've kind of done what I did over at our home office, and I have this little Nifty Notions ironing pad that is just a small little ironing pad, and I'm able to put it on this extra piece right here. And what do I have? Just a quick little ironing station. Say you're doing some embroidery right here and you just need to quickly take something out, press it down, put it back in the hoop. That it just makes things so much easier. I also love to throw all my threads up here. Say if you just want a Floriani thread rack, you can easily put these tables up against a wall, hang that Floriani thread rack right above you, or even just set it on top of the table, and you have all of your necessities right in one space. Now, if you're like me, I really don't like having to run around everywhere, grabbing all of my different tools. We have things everywhere. As crafters, we've got things here, there, and everywhere. So being able to have all of that just ready to go. And of course, it's not complete without a sew mat. So this is great. This is the extra large sew mat. Love these. Even in addition to the Stay Perfect table, the Stay Perfect table itself actually really does help with noise and vibration, which is great. And it really keeps your machine still, which I know can be kind of frustrating for a lot of people when you have a machine that's constantly moving around and doing a bunch of crazy stuff. So having the Stay Perfect table is awesome. Putting that sew mat on top of there as well, it's not going anywhere. So let's move on, kind of shifting over. I want to go a little fast because I know you guys are so anxious about the Dream Studio giveaway, and I am too. So let's go on to the single tier. And now I personally love the single tier as well. Oh my goodness. So this is just such a nice large table that is very simple in design and also has the amazing height adjustable features. So I can easily lift this up. Now, I love this table kind of as a workstation, but again, you can do whatever you want with this table. I was talking yesterday, if you're not crafting on it, you can take it out if you've got a family gathering. I know Father's Day is coming up. Maybe you need an extra table, kids table, adults table, food table, whatever you need. You can throw a tablecloth over this when you're not sewing, and it's perfectly multi-use, which is great. So again, this also does have the casters, super easy to just roll it around. I'm barely putting any pressure on these tables and they move around so nicely and smoothly. because I know it can be hard for some people out there to move really heavy pieces of furniture around, and I totally understand that, and that's why we created the table to be accessible and user-friendly for everyone. So like here, this is my perfect little height when it comes to cutting. So it also does come with a cutting mat, which is awesome, and it's super wide. You've got 2 different bright colors on here. You've got that teal, which is adorable and goes with our sew mats, and then you also have this pink side as well. So if you had maybe different fabric colors and you need to switch that brightness around and you need to you know, have the fabric be able to pop so you can do your cutting and your normal routine, this is awesome. I love this cutting mat. It's such a pretty color. That's just one of my favorites, and it's really, really, when they say self-healing, this, you can have this forever. This healing on this mat, you don't even see any cuts for forever. I have this one over at our home office, and I have this on our bottom tier of our 2-tier table, and I have not even made a dent in this cutting mat. So good signs all around. It doesn't pull anything up either, which is really nice. And this table also comes with, I'm gonna hop out just real quick. It does come with this ironing pad. I'm not gonna put it on today because it doesn't quite fit with all the accessories that I've attached on here. But the ironing pad, look at this, you guys. This is all I have to show you guys. This is all space for you to iron your projects, anything you're working on. So quilters, embroiderers, sewers, crafters, anyone. This is so much space. Blaine's jackets, you know, he could easily iron all this out in one go, and it's awesome. And I just wanted to show you real quick. So this is the ironing pad itself right here. And then this is the moisture barrier. So this helps. The table does an amazing job at protecting itself from any heat and moisture, but also having this underneath your ironing pad just adds a little bit more protection, and it does help a lot with just increasing the longevity of your table, even though they're thriving on their own. I will tell you, these are some amazing tables, and along with some of these accessories as well. I mean, just seeing this space, I'm like, there's so much I could create. I can imagine just giant bags and giant projects and giant in the hoop projects all over here. And what's nice is the other accessories that we do have available to you for the Stay Perfect tables and for your tables also at home that you already have. These are such awesome additions to your sewing space. This one is my personal favorite. It is a hanging organizer, so you're able to put, like here I've got some water soluble stabilizer here, I've got some cutaway here, and I have some fabric, because look at how easy this is, guys. So say, oh my gosh, I just had an idea for a really good embroidery project. I just got done digitizing it on Floriani TCU, and I'm ready to stitch it out. All I have to do, come over here, roll this out, get my hoop ready, line it all up, and look at this, you guys. Oh, look at that. And all you have to do is just roll it back up. Of course, my blade is dull. We all know that struggle, but I can easily roll this back up. And I feel like I'm not wasting as much stabilizer because I'm able to roll it out with that cutting table underneath, get an exact measurement. It's awesome. And it's one of my favorites. I love this. When we first brought this in, I saw this and I was like, oh my goodness. You could do your stabilizer, roll your batting on top of here, your backing fabric. Maybe you have, maybe you're doing a lot of you're doing a lot of applique designs of one singular piece of fabric. This is awesome just to be able to roll this on. It also comes with these little, what would you call these?
C-clips.
C-clips. That makes sense. So they're perfect for just attaching your fabric. It just keeps it safe and nice and snug here. So I think I might have my fabric on a little bit too tight. But if you just do this, you're then able to just roll your fabric on. And I definitely did this going the wrong way. But look at that. You're able to roll that all up and keep it safe. So whenever you need it, you've just got it ready. So I love all of the accessories that come for the Stay Perfect table, as well as just any table. We also have the hoop hanger that I was showing the other day. We've got this as well. This would be perfect for backing material. backing, batting, any large pieces of things that you got going on. It also does come with another one, so you're able to add more than one thing on there. And you can also purchase extra, and especially with this one, you can also get some extra poles. So if you have lots of things going on, you've got it covered. So the last table that I'm going to talk about is the all-purpose table, which we did talk about yesterday. And this one's a little bit smaller. So if you really do have a small space, you're able to use this. You still get those same amazing features with our usual Stay Perfect tables, the casters, the height adjustment. It's great, but it's for people who want a smaller table. And it's really great. See, I've got a Baby Lock Zeal. So if this fits you and you have a smaller machine, this is great to just have that plus a little bit of extra space. But it also is an amazing side table or just a smaller addition to the workspace that you already have. I love putting an ironing mat on that one, get it done, and then you've got a smaller ironing space for you to do whatever you need to do. You can put this on the side of any other table that you've got, and you instantly have a little boost of extra space. If you've already got the Stay Perfect tables, you can probably, I'm sure you can add them all up and have a 3 trifecta table land of all of the Stay Perfect tables and have the ultimate setup for crafting, which is perfect. But yes, so for me personally, as someone who just recently got into sewing, probably within the last couple of years, I found it really hard and difficult to sit the whole time and to be there for hours. And I'm somebody who has to be up and bouncing around. You can ask anybody in the studio. I've got to be up and be able to get out my energy. And so having the ability to just stand up and I can go back and forth, I can get into a little groove. It's awesome to be able to just have that space set up for you personally. So it really just comes down to you. These are amazing tables. I love every single thing about them. I honestly, after demoing all of these with you guys today, I'm really considering getting this one. I really am adding it into the studio just for that extra little bit of space. Because when I first started sewing, I was only using one table, just one small little table, and I was going back and forth between setting a cutting mat down, setting a hooping mat down, then taking that all up, putting my machine down, doing my embroidery. You can see how this can get frustrating with so many different steps. And I'm sure there's some people out there that are dealing with the same thing that I was, and being able to see these tables in action and also just know that these tables will just improve so much of your flow, your workflow. If you're someone with a business and you just need some furniture that's going to last you, that you can, you don't have to be gentle with these at all whatsoever. You can move them around. You can just do whatever you want. The world is yours with these tables, and they're my favorite. I love them. And I really hope you guys check them out, because this week, and Blaine was just talking about extending those specials. So I really, really hope that you guys check out these tables. They are amazing, and coming from me, I would never lead you guys in the wrong direction. You guys are my favorite, and I want to show you guys the best products that are out there. And especially with the 2-tier, it just gives you so much space. I can even if I just move this around, I think I'll be okay if I do this. I can bring this down. And if you've got a sewing machine, you can have this perfectly fit up flush with your machine. So see, I've got this flat, and obviously we've got an embroidery machine on here because it's Hoopfest. But for all my quilters out there, if you want that extra bit of space, look at all that you have. I'm drooling and dreaming of all the things that I could be working on with these tables. And again, you can set all of your adjustments to be automatic, so you can easily just at one press of a button get at your ultimate comfort position, and you can extend your sewing life. So you can sit here and you'll be able to do it longer. If you've got kiddos, it's great for them to be able to stand and walk over here and see what you're working on. But other than that, I think that these are some pretty awesome tables, and I really hope that you guys check them out. And I know Blaine's got some pretty good specials on them, you guys, so take it from us.
Well, thanks, Kennedy. And we sure do. So guys, the first thing we're going to talk about is that 2-tier Stay Perfect table. Now, again, guys, this thing is absolutely awesome. The price on it is $26.99, and we have a call-in special. But guys, we're going to throw in the casters with it. We're going to throw in that wool ironing mat and the cutting mat. So just give us a call, 800-401-8151 to get yours ordered. And again, guys, this takes a place of you don't have to have any kind of acrylic insert. You can actually just make that top tier your work table. But this is going to raise from 27.6 inches all the way up to 47.3 inches. So you're going to be able to actually program the settings to where if you want to sit down, you can program one button. If you want to have a stand-up position, you program another button. It works so awesome. And here's the thing too, with the casters that come with it, if you want to even make it even lower, if you're on the shorter side and you need it even lower, you can actually take the casters off. And now what that does, that will hurt the mobility of the table. But what you can do is go buy some furniture sliders like you see at Home Depot and places that are flat, that lets it slides on carpet, or it'll slide on hardwood floors with the felt side. You can put those under the feet on the legs and it'll actually work pretty good, and it lowers the table even lower. But if you're not worried about that part, that's not going to bother you, put the casters on it. It makes it extremely mobile and so awesome. Again, the weight, this thing supports 225 pounds each table, so it's extremely durable. And again, we talk about the motors in these legs. It has dual motors, and guys, that's what makes this thing lift so much and be able to last for so long. It's such good quality stuff. Now, the dimensions on this, now, if we're just looking at the top table, you look at that top table and see how it's cut out. Overall, on the very back, it's 54 inches all the way across on the width. The depth, if you look at the far left side of it, it's 30 inches from the front to the rear. And then it's that cutout you see, it's a 13.6 or 13.5 inch cutout. It indents in. And then the cutout area is 36.6 inches across. Now, the lower table it's 30 inches deep by 44 inches wide. All right, so again, guys, we have a call-in special on that. Now, the next table we looked at was the single tier all positions table. It's $14.99. Again, it's going to come with those casters. We're going to throw the cutting mat in. We're going to throw the wool ironing mat in. And again, guys, it's a call-in special, so give them a call. Free shipping nationwide. And it's got the same dimensions pretty much. It's the 27 inches that it goes down to, all the way up to 47 inches in the height. And again, it's 30 inches deep by 40 inches wide. And guys, what a great table this is. And then the last table that Kennedy showed was that all-purpose table. You see it right there. A lot of people call this the nesting table. And if you see how the configuration, it has the H feet on the bottom with one pole. And again, everybody asks the weight of this, or the weight support. It'll support up to 85 pounds. And Kennedy actually proved that even more. She sat on that thing and raised up. And so it'll go up, over 100 pounds very easily. But what happens, the more weight you put on it like that, the motor might, not last as long, but it has a single motor in it. Now, again, great price, $9.99. We have a call-in special for it. It's going to come with those casters. So all three tables, this is something awesome that you could put in your sewing room. And then also we have all those accessories you could put on it. I know one customer has this table with the scan and cut on it, and they bought those racks that you can put the tubes on to hold your stabilizer and things. She uses a vinyl roll and hooks the vinyl roll in there and feeds her scan and cut to cut vinyl. I thought it was a great idea, and it's perfect size for a serger, small sewing machine, or just to use it as a nesting table or a cutting table right beside your other tables. So all three, guys, can't beat them. We'd love for y'all to try one. Give us a call, 800-401-8151, and ask about the Stay Perfect tables. All right, guys, guess what? We just concluded our third annual Hoopfest. Can y'all believe it went by this fast? I mean, it is already Friday, end of the show. And guys, we are going to extend all the Hoopfest specials all the way till next Friday, end of day, so you can still call and get some of those, machines that you've had your eye on. We talked to all the manufacturers; they agreed to extend it, and so we're super pumped about that. And that'll give you some time. You don't feel pressured about getting it right before tonight, before we close. And but guys, all through next week. So, all right, guys. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to do a few little giveaways. And then we're going to announce our winners of the embroidery contest. and then stick around because we're going to, at the end, we're going to talk about the Dream Studio giveaway. So some lucky person out there is going to get $25,000 of merchandise. So it's going to be pretty awesome. We've already got 4 finalists, and we're going to pick our 5th finalist. So first up, we're going to give away some of our event bags. And Kennedy, we're going to give 2 customers an event bag. So let's go ahead and spin the wheel.
Let's do it. Tina Sampers.
Tina Sampers. Tina's watching today from YouTube. So Tina, you won yourself a set of the event bags. Just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page till you see claim my prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll get those shipped out to you next week. All right, give us another spin there, Kennedy. We'll see, get us another winner of some bags. Tracy Foster. Congratulations, Tracy. She's watching today from YouTube. So Tracy, same thing, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page until you say claim my prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll get your bags sent out to you next week. All right, next up, we are going to give a SMP Sew Mat away. And you see it right there, guys. This is the world famous Sew Mats. And so we're going to give 2 lucky customers 1 mat each. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Woo.
Virginia Fuchs. So congratulations, Virginia. She's watching today from YouTube. So Virginia, we need you to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all the information, and most importantly in the notes section, let us know what color of sew mat you want, what size, and we'll get those shipped out next week. All right, one more, Kennedy. Let's spin on the wheel for another sew mat. All right, Mary Erickson. So Mary Erickson, congratulations. Mary, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page, and until you see claim my prize, fill out all the information out complete. And most importantly, in the notes section, let us know what color sew mat you want, what size, and we'll get that sent out to you. All right, next up, we are going to give away a $100 gift card.
Yes.
There you go, right there, $100 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Woo.
Here we go.
Geraldine
is our winner. She's watching today from YouTube. So Geraldine, you won yourself a $100 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. We need you to go to smplive.tv to claim your prize. Scan down the page till you see claim my prize, fill out all the information out, hit submit. And if you haven't received an email with the gift card code back by Friday of next week, give us a call or just send an email to info@SewingMachinesPlus.com and let us know. And that way we can make sure you get it because we don't want your spam filter to catch it. All right, next up, we are going to give away a Baby Lock Flare.
What?
Yes, we are. Look at that, guys.
Wow.
This is a $4,000 embroidery machine and from Baby Lock. And one of you lucky viewers are getting that right now. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Of course. Of course.
Melanie Derlin.
Melanie Derlin.
Wow.
So Melanie, you are our winner of the Baby Lock Flare embroidery machine, and you're watching from YouTube today. So Melanie, to claim your prize, you need to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out the information complete, hit submit, and we will get your brand new machine shipped out to you next week.
Woo.
All right, next up, we are going to give a Floriani Great Wall of Thread, 360 spools. Y'all see it at almost a $2,700 value. Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Oh, of course.
Eunice Glaszewski. So Eunice is our winner. She's watching today from YouTube. So Eunice, what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page, and fill out all the information complete, hit submit, and we'll get your Floriani thread pack sent out to you next week sometime.
Woohoo!
All right, our next up is our Juki DX7 sewing machine. This is going to be a $1,699 value. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Woo!
Don Papa Hiltz. Pop.
Don Hiltz.
Pap.
Don
Pap,
Hiltz.
isn't it?
Pap.
Okay, Dawn. So Dawn's watching today from Facebook. You are our winner of the Juki DX7. So Dawn, we need you to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all the information complete, hit submit, and we'll get your new machine shipped out to you next week. She was watching from Facebook, matter of fact.
He is.
All right, next up, y'all, here's the time you've been waiting for. We're going to draw for our 5th and final finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. We've already got 4 of them picked. This is going to be our 5th one we get to add the name to. So Kennedy,
Yes.
everybody cross your fingers out there.
Guys, this is
Spin that wheel.
I'm shaking. I'm shaking. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Kathy Queen. So Kathy Queen is our 5th and final finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. Kathy is watching from Facebook. So congratulations, Kathy. Your name will be added in to the other 4 finalists. And we're within 15 minutes or 20 minutes of drawing that person who gets a $25,000 Dream Studio. But Kathy, you're going to win something regardless. So all 5 people win something. But next up, guys, we are going to announce our winners of the embroidery contest. And it was an awesome contest. We had thousands of votes, but there had to be some winners. In 3rd place,
Drum roll.
let's show who it was.
All right.
Bam, there you go.
Laura C. Congratulations.
Laura C., she made a lampshade inspired by her grandmother's dollies.
Doilies.
Look at doilies.
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 Yeah.
I don't even know what a doily is.
Well, we got to show you.
All right. So anyway, inspired by her doilies, but that's a lampshade, everybody. Look at that. That is all embroidered. That is awesome. So Laura C., you are our 3rd place winner. And what is Laura C. going to win?
Laura
Kennedy?
C.
Look at this.
Woo!
Laura, you get a Janome 400E, and you're getting the Floriani Sensational 7 and a 3rd place ribbon to put on your thing.
Yes.
Look at that. That is awesome. So great job. Great job, Laura C.
Wow.
All right, what's 2nd place? Let's show the 2nd place winner.
Drum roll.
There it
Marilyn
is.
D.
Marilyn D. This is the Desert Storm Veteran hoodie. And the story behind this, it was her grandson, and she made him a hoodie. It's got, all kinds of things on there. She embroidered a lot, but to look at the artwork up close, everybody, it was awesome. And y'all can't really see the size of this, but this is huge. It takes up the whole back of a hoodie.
Yeah.
And you can see one of the arms has a patch on it. She has some stuff on the front, but everybody voted this for the 2nd place. And let's show what Marilyn D is going to win.
What do you get, Marilyn?
Boom!
Ooh.
She's getting the Baby Lock Bloom, a $2,500 sewing machine, and the Floriani Fundamental, the Fabulous Fundamentals, valued at $450. So congratulations. That was awesome.
Oh,
all right,
my goodness.
and here was our winner. First place.
First place, guys. Give it up for Cindy K.
Cindy K. Cindy K was our winner of the contest. Cindy, this is the Folk Heart jean jacket. And guys, this was really nice. Had very great detail. Wish the picture did it justice. And let's show everybody what Cindy K is going to win.
Cindy K, look at what you get.
Look at that. She's winning a Brother PRS 100 valued at $6,900. And she's getting a great wall of Floriani thread, 360 spools valued at almost $2,700. So congratulations to Cindy K. Awesome,
Wow.
awesome job.
Amazing.
All right, guys. So, are y'all ready?
Oh no.
Ooh.
All right, so I got my bucket.
Show the class that it's empty.
It is. It's
empty.
It's empty. Okay, so
Yes.
the first name that goes in there was Debbie Stuken. Remember that?
Yep.
So remember, Debbie was Monday's winner or finalist.
Mhm.
Okay, so we're going to fold her name up and put it in there. Okay, second finalist was Catherine Hutchinson. She
There
was
she is.
Tuesday's finalist. Y'all can see it right there. We get to fold her name up and put it in there. All right, and then it was Thelma Jean Hill. There was Thelma Jean. She was our Wednesday finalist.
Okay.
Okay, and then it was Cindy how you say it?
Hoonhout.
Hoonhound.
Hoonhout.
Hoonhout.
Yes.
Cindy Hoonhout. Man, that's a mouthful, Cindy. All right, Cindy Hoonhout. All right, we're going to fold her up. She was our Thursday finalist, and Kyle just ran over here and gave me Kathy Queen, Kathy Queen's name. He went and printed it off while we were giving the other stuff away, running. So we're going to put those in there.
Oh
All right.
my goodness, you guys.
We shake it all up. So here's how we're going to do it. The very first name I pull out is going to be the fourth runner-up, and we'll show them what they're going to win. All right?
All right.
This is the fourth runner-up.
Fourth runner-up
Fourth runner-up.
is Catherine Hutchinson.
Woo!
All right, so Kennedy, let's show what Catherine's going to win. Look at that, Catherine. You won a Brother SE 1900 and valued at $2,000. And you won the Great Wall of Thread from Floriani, valued at almost $2,700.
Wow.
Okay,
Woo!
here we go.
Let's do it.
Third runner-up.
Third runner-up.
Third runner-up.
Is...
Y'all sound like those baseball guys. All right,
Take me off the ball game.
Thelma Jean Hill.
Yay!
So Thelma Jean. So let's show what Thelma Jean's going to win.
You are getting that 1900.
Look at that. She's getting a 1900 as well with the Great Wall of Thread. So awesome. Look at that. Okay,
Oh my
come back to me,
goodness.
Kennedy. There's 3 names left in here.
This is getting stressful.
All right.
Second
runner-up.
Second runner-up. Cindy Hoonhout.
Hoonhout. So I actually got her name right, Cindy Hoonhout.
Yes.
All right, so Cindy, you're our second runner-up, and let's show what Cindy's going to win.
Woo!
Brother 1900 and the Great Wall of Thread.
Oh, yes.
There's Kathy and Debbie left.
That means there's Kathy.
Kathy and Debbie. Kathy and Debbie.
Let's see if they're commenting. I don't. Let's see.
So this is for the runner-up.
This is.
Are you picking the runner-up or the winner?
I think you have to. Pick
I'm picking the runner-up first.
Yes, and then the winners.
The last one.
Obviously,
Yeah.
the winners.
So right now we have, is it Kathy Queen is still in here?
Yes.
And
Yes.
And
Debbie.
Debbie Stuken.
Debbie
Yes.
Stuken.
Yes. So
All right.
First runner-up.
First runner-up.
This is for first runner-up.
Here it is. Kathy Queen.
So that means.
So that means Kathy
Debbie Stuken.
is the winner, and Kathy Queen. Kathy Queen, you're getting the SE 1900 and the Great Wall of Thread.
Yes.
So that means our winner, everybody.
Debbie.
The last name.
Stuken.
Debbie Stuken is our winner, and you're winning a
Wow.
$25,000 Dream Studio. Look at that, Debbie. You're getting the SWF 12 needle. You're getting the Brother Airflow 3000 air thread serger. You're getting the Baby Lock cord. Is it the cord?
The Accord, yes.
Yeah, the Accord sewing and embroidery machine. You're getting the Juki NX7. You're getting the Great Wall of Thread from Floriani, 360 spools, and you're getting the Stay Perfect 2-tier table.
My goodness.
So congratulations to all of
Wow.
our winners. And guys, this is the completion of our 2023 Hoop Fest, our 3rd annual. And there will be a 4th. We'll be here again next year, same time. And guys, I want to thank a big shout out to all the crew of SMP for all the things they did behind the scenes to get ready for this. And Kyle and his team, all the call center, customer service, the warehouse, our chatters that answered your questions on Facebook and YouTube. And guys, most of all, I want to thank our sponsors. Man, we could not do this without all our sponsors. And Kennedy, can we put our sponsors back up? Again, guys, Brother, Baby Lock, Juki, R&K, Janome, SWF, Stay Perfect, Arrow, Dime, Reliable, and Synchrony. Could not do this without them and all the wonderful educators and demonstrators we had this week. And guys, lastly, we could not do this without you, the SMP Nation. Thank y'all so much.
Love you.
And again, remember all the specials are going to go all the way till Friday of next week. And guys, thank y'all so much for a great week. And we look forward to the next one. Until then, we'll see y'all later.
Goodbye.